cow, we are here and we are ready to go. Hello, everybody. Welcome to our season finale. We are having oh my goodness, the chat is going crazy. So, yeah, okay, Bill, wake up. We are ready for the show. Well, luckily I got up. Mikey's here, Panther Palette, of course. We got Chris, James Cross. Excellent, James. Hello, Nick, Devin, and Joanne. Wonderful. Two Turtle Tom. Telling me to get this show on the road. I tell you guys, you're just so impatient, but you know what? I'm excited for it. Ruthless. Ron is here. Ron, are you still driving? Hello, Marcia. All right. Well, we do have a reveal here. I've been planning this all night, and James, for all of you who love the fog, I promised that I would have a fog reveal, and this is it. We have it. James, and for all you fog lovers, this is your reveal. There we go. There we go. The fog is back. We'll go ahead and turn that on. Woo! Oh boy, that's bright. Well, once the fog is all dissipated, you'll be able to see inside the cage. So, hello everybody. Eric's here. Excuse me. Beau Devouin. Oh, I love that name. So, hello everybody. So, let's. Oh, Mikey, Eliza Ann is here. Excellent. Whew. So, yes, as promised, we have a change of background. And I've been talking about getting a better background all this time, and I am working on it now. And this is the start of it. And you can see some very cool cages here that I've put together, and they're just new. And if you've been watching my social media, you know, this is actually the new Chameleon Academy cage line that I've done a collaboration with Paul Barclay of Custom Reptile Habitats. And we had a conversation, and he said, what would the perfect cage be for arboreal reptiles? And obviously, chameleons are one of the most arboreal of all the arboreal reptiles. I mean, they're physically designed to crawl on branches. And so we got together, and I said, this is what I'd love to see in the chameleon cage or in arboreal reptile cages. And so this is what we've come up with. And as soon as that fog dissipates, and there actually is a panther chameleon back there. There isn't supposed to be a panther chameleon back there because I'm just setting the cage up. I put him in just for the photo shoot, but he won't come out. I tried to get him out, especially this morning. He won't come out, so he's going to be in there. I just hope that I can establish an isopod colony there while he's in there, because he has learned how to hunt isopods. So let's see. We could do... Yes, okay, we'll go to some of the questions. Goodness, Two Turtle Tom, yes, who predicted that I was doing something with Custom Reptile Habitats. Are they available for purchase? Yes, you can go to chameleonacademy.com, and you can see there's a big thing on the front talking about the enclosures. You can go to that page on chameleonacademy.com, and you'll get an overview of the cages. And of course, there's links in there to go to the Custom Reptile Habitats page and see all the purchase information. So yeah, just check out chameleonacademy.com. Right on front, you're going to see these cages. They are available for purchase. Now, this is, and maybe I'll just start. First, you know what? Before I get into this, we all need to say hello to somebody else. Hello, Mr. Sean McNeely. No, he's not.
There we go. Hi, Bill. I'm here from an undisclosed location, just in case terrorists try to attack this show, so they don't know where I'm at, so we can have the show go on.
Yep. Sean is my backup. We're going to be doing this for 6 hours, so I hope you're all comfortable. But he's going to be my backup in case my voice goes out, in case something happens with a guest. Anything happens, Sean is the backup. And so I want to introduce him here. He's always going to be in the background, helping make sure things go well. And but I wanted to say, appreciate, Sean, I very much appreciate you doing this. We've got a lot riding on today.
That's why I have a secret background, Bill. So it's not it's a fake background, so no one can figure out where I'm at.
That's right. It's important because
that's one clue. But I'm not at home. I'm somewhere else, so I'm not going to tell everybody.
Because you know those bearded dragon people, they're looking to sabotage the show.
Yep, absolutely.
All right, let's get back to some of these comments here. What part of Ohio? It is in Custom Reptile Habitats is in Dayton, Ohio. Oh, Katrina, hello. Let's see. Yay, Ohio. Yes, they are made in USA in Dayton, Ohio. That's Custom Reptile Habitats. He's been doing this since 2015. And so the thing about Custom Reptile Habitats, which is really great to collaborate with, is they are a high-end enclosure manufacturer. And so with working with Paul, he asked me, what do you want? And it wasn't this give and take. And so it was almost as it's like Christmas. What do you want in a cage? Oh, and so I was able to do all sorts of things. And I'm going to give a tour. Let's do a tour as soon as I say hello. Everybody's saying hi to Sean. Yeah, yes. Panther Palette was just looking at Custom Reptile Habitat last night. Well, you know what? Look at it now, and you're going to see some arboreal cages. Really, what we're trying to do is make a new cage life for arboreals, specifically for arboreals. And so many of these cages out there right now that are arboreal are just a box. It's just a big box, and they think arboreal means it's tall. Well, we all know that arboreal is more than just being tall. It's also being wide. It's also having the features that allow you to mount plants and branches up top. And in mine particular, I wanted some cage enclosures that would help me go into the next season. And you know, we're doing a lot of talking about the environment and creating an environment, and bioactive is part of that, as well as small batch breeding. And so all of this is knitted in to the designs here. Okay, yes. Bearded dragon people are good people. Yeah, okay. I just pick on bearded dragon people. But what's it mean for Dragon Strand cages? No, Dragon Strand is going to be completely independent from this. And you'll see that there are two different price tiers. We have Dragon Strand is in the mid-price tier. Custom Reptile Habitats is a little bit is a higher end cage, and so they will fit in the ecosystem perfectly together. And I think you're going to see, because I have a hand in both of them, that my collaboration with Custom Reptile Habitats will be more for the keeper and the small batch breeder on the keeper side, and the Dragon Strand is going to be able to be a little bit more on the breeder side. And so I'm going to be able, in the past, I've had to make features that kind of bridge both approaches. And so now I'm going to be able to break that up a little bit. So they're going to exist together and just fine. What the heck? Is Chris Young here? Chris Young. Oh, Chris. Hello. Well, for those who don't know, Chris was actually one of the first guests here on this show back 2 years ago. So, oh, Jenny's here from Germany. Thought the Annual guys were the ones who are always up to no good. Yeah, you know what? You're right. Maybe it's the Annual guys. So, all right. So we needed to take a tour of all of what's going on out there. So I actually have, if you would imagine, I have a critter cam. So I'm going to go ahead and bring this up. Let's see, I'll put this up and let's see if I can add to the stage. But I want to make it big. Let's see, how can I do this? Give me a second. Give me a second. There we go. All right, so I'll have this critter cam and we'll take a tour. Now, hopefully you can hear me. I am trying to get all the fog out of this cage. But, so the first thing you'll notice is I actually have a window down here. And this is because I want to work more with bioactive and have special features for bioactive. And one of the things is when we make a bioactive, we want to see the floor. It wants to be, we want it to be beautiful, especially if we have frogs or isopods, or we work with some delicate mosses and such. And so this is actually literally a viewing window so you can see your forest floor that you have worked so hard on. So I absolutely love this idea because you know that my dart frog is going to be going in one of these, and I want to make a huge cage that is just with the small things like Fantasticus, dart frogs, and Brookesia. And so we go in here, and of course, we've got all these wonderful plants. My heart leaf Hoya. I love this thing. Back there is let's see if you can see it, a Tridoscantia. That's Nanook. So it's got those pink highlights. And this is a rare Pothos, Cebu Blue. My hidden hair fern, and my jewel Alacasia. Now you're going to say, yeah, that's great, Bill. What about the cage? Those are my plants. All right, so first of all, it's a 3 foot wide. So we have that wider format. But when it's 3 foot wide, it's also more space efficient. I think this is the best compromise between bigger is better and the minimum. The 2x2x4, it's worked for decades. I'd like to see 3 foot be accepted. I think that is the comfortable space for a panther. But 2x2x4, it works. So we don't have to panic about that. But yeah, give more space. Here is the branch anchors. So you know about dragon ledges, and those were designed, very functional, designed for screen cages. I optimized the design for this cage line, and you can see so they just stick out just a little bit. But they're highly effective. You can see I can also still mount these plants. There is a background that's an option, and I have a number of cutouts. So there's a lot of LED lights here. This cage is 30 inches deep instead of the typical 24. Usually we don't do more than 24 because it's hard to reach in back. That's literally the reason for 24. But for when you want to make a bioactive soil and floor, the problem is when you have the 2x2x4, or the 24 inch, the canopy, all of these plants block the light from getting to the floor. And so you can't have that great of a bioactive floor. And, we didn't try because chameleons didn't go down to the floor much. But now with our mindset changing to say, okay, let's think more about the environment, we want to do more with bioactive. So by going deeper, I'm able to have a light here in the front, a light there in back, and they can go around the canopy and get light down to the floor. So those are the basics of this cage. Now, also you notice right here, there's a stand. So there is a stand specifically made for this enclosure. And I love all the utility shelves. right there that are available. And you can just stack them up right there. And so this is a wonderful, here's storage. Let's see, those are my mist nozzles. Now, I did want to experiment something. Here is another version. There's 2 versions available right now. And you'll notice this one has this deep substrate. If any of you have seen pothos when it's planted in the ground, that is an amazing thing. And so I wanted to be able to have a deep substrate experience. Like all of these alocasias, they're going to want a root system. The pothos, I mean, you put pothos in the ground, it just goes crazy. And so I want to bring that experience to our cages. And this is one that we're still working on. So this is a prototype version. I'm going to change the doors and stuff. So there's going to be a lot changed. But this is a smaller version of the cage. It's a 36-inch tall. And you can tell it's beautiful. Though that is my prized alocasia, Sandersoniana. And that will outgrow this cage, and then I'm just going to move him into a better location. But I love alocasias. There is a Fantasticus, a gecko in here. I don't know where, but that's what happens when you make these kind of cages. So let's see. I'll move this, bring me back up here, and we'll see what everybody's saying in the comments. So, okay, you know what? At this point, Sean, you want to come on? Yeah, come on.
All right.
Let's. I don't want to be having you just sit there. Go ahead, bring on. Let's start talking.
With virtual backgrounds, so I have a bunch of different backgrounds I can put myself in, because this isn't real. So, but let's keep going.
All right, let's see. I'm coming back, and I'm going to be catching up on the chat here. Hey, Looney Bins TV doesn't know what's going on here. Good morning. I'm assuming you won't be on later. Looney Bins, I'm going to be on for 6 hours. So yeah, you can come back later and I'm going to be here. This is the season finale. Season finale, people. So let's see. Yeah, someone's looking for Jackson's chameleons. Yeah, they are hard to find. So, oh, this is great. This is Tia, who is on her way to meet Anina. These are our attendees from Finland, our representatives from Finland. Woo. Hello, Anina. And let's see, I think Anina was on duty tonight. Anina, were you a nurse? Is that or a technician? Remembering all that. So I'm glad you two made it. So, let's see. Anne's asking, have you found a way to deliver to Europe? Cages are, Europe is really tough. It really is. I don't know the custom. I know custom reptile habitats can get to Canada. I'll have to ask them about Europe. And pothos roots are fascinating and bioactive. Yes, Joanne is absolutely correct. We know pothos from sitting in a pot, but that's not what makes pothos happy. Pothos is actually a 50 to 60 foot vine. If you've been to Hawaii or all these tropical areas and you've seen pothos in the wild, it is a completely different experience. And I actually stumbled on this by accident because I had a 6-inch deep substrate tray on a large cage, and I had a pothos up in a pot, and it crept down until it hit the soil, and then it just went crazy. And I'm getting these huge leaves, and we need to explore that. We in the chameleon community are this is a treat because we haven't in the past, we haven't looked at the forest floor. We haven't given it much attention because, I mean, why? These chameleons are in the trees. But now, with our increased awareness about the importance of bioactive substrates and environments, we get to explore a whole new world. And I'm so excited about this. And for the people saying, well, why are we now interested in bioactive? It's not that chameleons have changed. It's that our perception, what I really found is that when people pay attention to the environment around the chameleon, instead of just the chameleon, then the environment nurtures the chameleon. And it's a way of getting a greater appreciation for what's going on inside the enclosure. And when we have a bioactive substrate, we are tending to it, even if it's not directly benefiting the chameleon. Indirectly, you've got the humidity there and you've got the increased attention. It's kind of like when people say talking to plants makes them healthier. We don't know if talking to your plant actually makes it healthier because of the air, carbon dioxide, and stuff like that. But the fact that you're talking to a plant means you're paying attention to the plant. You're going to be noticing more details. And it's the same thing with creating a bioactive environment around your chameleon. Whether it's directly beneficial to the chameleon or not, it is beneficial because you are spending more attention and really maintaining the environment. And so I think it's a positive direction for us. And obviously, I put a bunch of special features into the cage for that exact purpose. So Alonso says, Bill, you left open the... Thank you. Yeah, we don't want to fan. Luckily, I wouldn't have to worry about it until at nighttime. But yes, that's a good thing. You guys will all watch a fan escape. Let's see. Our branch mounts
on video for you, Bill. There, but I'm sorry.
What was that?
At least it would be on video, so you could figure out where it went.
Yeah. Are branch mounts an accessory, and can they be placed anywhere in the enclosure? They are standard with the enclosure, and there are specific places, cutouts that you can put them in, so you can't just put them anywhere. So they are fixed. So let's see.
Plus, Bill, when you talk to plants, you actually feel better. So that's a good health tip.
Yeah, and taking a look at that enclosure back there, I love it. It's when you build a beautiful environment, it's amazing how much joy and satisfaction it brings us. And well, actually, Matthew, will have nursery cages available? That will be in the future. We're going to be developing cage lines. Whether I do that through Custom Reptile Habitats or Dragonstrand. I mean, Dragonstrand now has nursery cages, and we're working on the production. And there's been some very nice advances in production, and so we're solving some of those problems. Dental hygienist. Yeah, that's right. Nina, thank you. So I was talking about, we were talking about the bioactive and the attention. Where was I going with that? I had something good I wanted to talk about. Forgot it. Let's see. Going and looking at the chat here.
So if you pay more attention to the cage, you pay more attention to the chameleon, you spend a little bit more time, you notice more things. I guess that was probably where you were headed, but I don't know.
Notice more things. Yeah. So we're going to be doing a lot more with bioactive coming up. That wasn't what I wanted to get into. Oh, well, I'm just going to have to remember later on and figure that out. So I'd love to see side doors for opening and closing to help regulate humidity. There is, I know what you're talking about, James, and that's something that I will I'll be thinking about. I do have a vent up on top that is specifically for putting a fan on, but I know you're talking about something a little bit more substantial. That'll be something that we'll have to continue to work with. You'll notice, you'll notice soon enough that this size, the 3 foot, not only is it a great comfort for panther chameleons and such, but it's very convenient. You're going to see how convenient it is when we start getting into the small batch breeding, and having a suite of cages specifically designed for small batch breeding. That's what's in the plan, and obviously I'm very excited about doing that. So, all right. Well, you know what, Sean, very soon I'm going to be having a number of guests come on, and so this is going to go crazy really soon. But the question is, how's the I want to ask how your 2023 was.
2023 was awesome. It was incredible. It was a great year, personally, and both in my outreaches and the Reptile Show reporters doing very well. I've taped the 13th podcast. Podcast 12 drops on Tuesday, which will be one of your guests, Michael Nash's future. I have several of your guests on my podcast. It seems a small world, but the McZoo Exotics is doing fairly well. I've got some projects going on that I'm not ready to announce, but there's a lot of stuff coming from that. And I'm really just a small batch breeder. I've got several panthers that are looking to breed, and I just won't breed them because I don't want to do anything other than individually raise the chameleon. So, and personally, you know, I had the stroke. It was last year in 2022, but things have gotten so much better, and I'm more capable when no one even notices that it's the problems that I'm having from time to time. So it's been awesome and incredible. My kids are all doing well. I got a couple new, I guess it was last year I got the puppies, but life is awesome. I can't ask for more.
Okay. Let me see. Let's go ahead and let us attempt to do this. We're going to practice this, everybody. We're going to practice this before the people come on. So we're going to practice a giveaway. Let's see. What are we going to try? You know what? Let's start with something small. Look at this. Getting good at this. All right. We're going to start with a giveaway. This is a refrigerator magnet. I know many people have seen this, and this is excellent. The rules for the giveaway. So every single thing that we give away is going to have certain restrictions. And so especially like you're going to see that there's actually panther chameleons being given away under the Jonathan Hills segment. And obviously they can't be shipped internationally. Dubias will be available, and those won't be able to ship to certain states. So there will be restrictions on each one of those. And what I would ask is respect those restrictions. I'm sorry that we have to have those restrictions, but that is it. Now, this is a magnet that goes onto your refrigerator, and it has the all the basic information for your vet and for the Saturday night prolapse, which it always happens on Saturday night. You're going to have the emergency vet and your phone number. And this one can be shipped international. I'll ship anywhere in the world. And so this is how it's going to work. And we're going to all practice this, is that bring up this guy. And what I'm going to be doing is starting to collect the comments. To match the text, it has to be magnet. And boom. All right, so let's go ahead and try this. This is let's go ahead and guys, put down hashtag magnet. We're gonna make sure that this is working before before all my guests come on. So I'm getting some magnets. Why is this not? Okay, the entries are coming in. Excellent. It's working. Thank you, everybody. So we're gonna let the people come on and type magnet for a little while we talk, and I will go ahead and actually we will make a decision in about 2 minutes. And so this is a real cool thing. I just put this on my my refrigerator, and of course I have way too many. If I had one of these for every chameleon, I'd be filling mag. Oh, guys, I am very sorry. Okay, we have a problem. I misspelled magnet. So this is what we're going to do. Thank you very much to Turtle Tom. For right now, we're going to do 2 drawings. This drawing is going to be for magent, and then I'll do the drawing again for magnet. I am very sorry for those of you who actually spelled it correctly. Jeez. All right. So how about this? Everybody back off on this. We're going to go ahead and I'll do the drawing right now, and then we'll do it again with it spelled correctly. Oh, let's see. Winner. Oh, Chris. Zev Green. Okay. So the way this is going to work now is that Chris, I want you to send your shipping information to bill@chameleonacademy.com. It's down there at the bottom. And so, no, not draw again. Stop. Okay, so now magnet.
Just practicing twice, Bill. I understand.
So now now let's try this again. So now try magnet, and we'll see if we actually get. Oh, it looks like it's actually went through and picked up everybody who did it before. That's right. Joanne's saying it just shows who's paying attention. That's right. These are all going to be tests for people who are paying attention. All right. So we will. I'm going to hit the draw. Boom. Speckerdoodle. All right.
So we know it's not fixed then, Bill, because it didn't come up the same one twice. So
that's right. So Speckerdoodle, to claim your magnet, send an email with your mailing address to bill@chameleonacademy.com. So let's see. We've got Tutorial Tom is saying about the exclude winners when doing multiple draws. We're going to get rid of that. We are going to get rid of that because there's a lot more. I want people to have fun with this. So you can win multiple times. So I just joined. No idea what's going on. Banana candy, that's okay because there is going to be a lot of this going on throughout the entire 6 hours we're we're going to have giveaways. So, but let's go ahead and take a question about chameleons. When is laying eggs for a panther chameleon too late? 9 months too late? Do you mean 9 months of age? That's not too late at all. Panther chameleons will lay eggs pretty much throughout their life once they become sexually mature. So, yeah, so you're okay there. But now, Sean,
yeah,
tell us about you had an experience there. You've just had some eggs.
Yes, but you know what? It was like the sixth clutch from this pairing. So the fifth clutch did not prove out to be fertile.
Okay.
So I'm not sure if usually 3 or 4 clutches. That's some information confirmed by John. For my part, Ellis, are good. And you get to the fifth or sixth clutch, and they're not really eggs that have been fertilized, but you never know. They look really good. So I put them in the what place a thing to incubate them in, and you just incubate them in a shoebox type thing, at room temperature, because my room temperature is in the low 70s, and we'll see what happens. If they go bad, they go bad. If they don't, I have 13 eggs. So lucky number 13. So we'll see.
All right. Leisha's asking, our female panther had her first batch this October at 4 years old. Well, yeah, they don't have to have eggs until they mate. Now, the question is, did you mate her, or is this an infertile clutch? Because, yeah, sometimes conditions will change. There will be something that just trips up inside of them, and they say, okay, I'm going to have an infertile clutch. So that can happen as well. And then, are there active Facebook groups devoted to Honelli? Sean, weren't you?
Holy mackerel, Tom! One of my own groups, the T Hill Nelly group, is fairly active, although it's not as busy as it used to be. But I think it's Triasis Honelli as a Facebook group. It's one of the sister groups of the Chameleon Enthusiast. There are no others. There's a lot of Honelli groups, or a lot of people on that Honelli group. It wasn't mine to start with. I was added as an admin later on. It was a group that's been around for a long time, and the guy who was the original admin left. But it's got a lot of people from Europe on it as well.
All right. Alicia is asking, what are your favorite enrichment activities for chameleons? Sometimes put black soldier flies in his enclosure for him to hunt. Is there anything else I can do? Food is the most obvious thing to do, and giving them different foods like green banana roaches, which are green and they even fly, but I wouldn't let them go in the cage because you'll never find them. But yeah, flying insects are great for chameleons because you'll notice the chameleon all of a sudden, boom, 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 trying to follow them. And different flying insects. You can try house flies. Those are a lot more active than black soldier flies, but just the variety just gets them going. And so those are great enrichment activities. Now, one thing I think we as a community need to do more of, and that is figuring out what is enrichment for a chameleon. We figured out how to make them secure. I mean, I've been big on giving them places to hide, but now let's start talking about how do we make their life exciting? I mean, obviously in the wild, they get in these little shots of adrenaline as the hawk flies over, or they get another chameleon coming into their range. And so they get these very healthy shots of adrenaline, but we don't necessarily want to do that. That's not really what we want to bring to our chameleons in captivity. The question is, what do we bring? What are some healthy ways to enrich your chameleon? And I've been thinking a lot about this, but it's something we still need to talk about. I don't have a whole list yet. It's a little bit difficult when you're dealing with a chameleon where they like to just sit there and do nothing. But it's something we're going to be continuing to explore.
So one of the people, Bill, is asking, can you get the house flies in batches? Josh Frogs has house flies and blue bottle flies, which are a little larger. You can't really do them during the winter because they freeze on the way. But if you're in Michigan, but in the summer months that's really good.
Yeah, in Alicia they call them spikes, and they give you the pupa. So you just get a bunch of these little rice-like things, and those will hatch into flies. Now, the thing is, you want to feed these flies because they hatch out empty. And I used to have a number of recipes for that, but just find a recipe for how to feed flies and let them eat. And once they eat, you can release them in the cage. I took a lot of these deli cups, and I would put my fly mash at the bottom, and then like 10 of the pupa in these things. Of course, put a cover on it and some little holes, and I would have like 50 of these little cups all set up, and so I could just put one in the cage, open the lid, go away, and the chameleon got some great flies.
Alternatively, you can put your flies in the refrigerator and it slows them down, doesn't kill them. And then you just dump them into the cages and they wake up. Hopefully the chameleon doesn't go down and find them before they wake up and start flying around. But usually that works fairly well too.
Yeah. What about randomizing environmental features like a gentle fan that comes on randomly? Chris, I think that's a great idea. That's definitely something on the list. And do we change out plants? And I don't know. I don't know. You guys may be hearing some screeching. That is the sound of a Shiba Inu dog when their mama comes home. So there's going to be good noises. Although when the first people first hear a Shiba Inu screech, it's like, what the heck? So let's see. Devin's asking, it's so hard to keep up with the temperatures between each of the chameleons, veils and panthers. Yeah, what do you mean by that? You mean you mean changing of care guides, or when you jump between groups, you get different temperatures? Yeah, that's what
I think people look for ideal temperatures, Bill. Like you look at, they need to be something like an ideal summer day. And that's not reality. In the wild, the temperatures change every day like they do normally outside. So you don't have to keep ideal temperatures. You need ranges. So so the ranges of the veils and the panthers overlap significantly, so you can keep them together, as you know. But
yeah, care guides. Yeah, Devin, just stick with one care guide. And everybody has different experiences with what they've done. Figure out who you want to trust and just stick with them.
And trust Bill and the Chameleon Academy.
And the what?
Bill and the Chameleon Academy. So
yeah, that's what I would trust.
I'm saying that I'm not Bill, and I'm not paid to do this. So at least I'm not yet. So we'll see.
Hey, Craig's here. Hello, Craig. My chameleons love the fly maggots. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Fly maggots are excellent. Yep. You hear a Sheba. Those are the Shebas. Their mama came home and they are all excited. So let's see. And so she says, we randomize 6 in plants occasionally. Our female doesn't like her plants touched. They are persnickety, aren't they? Our male is too easy going to care how his house is arranged. It's amazing how these chameleons have such different personalities. And like Antilles back there, who is in that cage, he doesn't like things changed. He does not like new plants. He does not like, I put him, like he's got his own cage, and I put him into this cage so I could take some pictures. And he did not like the change of venue at all. 2 days later, he won't come out. And I mean, I literally tried this morning. I said, okay, it's time to come out. I'm going to be starting a isopod colony down here and everything. And starting off small. I don't need to throw a chameleon in there immediately. And he won't come out. I tried. And the thing is, it's so high up. It's really hard for me he can get away from me really easily in that enclosure there. So he is, but I know if I leave him in there, he's going to hunt my isopods. And it's going to be really hard to start a colony. He has learned, and he's pretty smart.
So who's training who, Bill? Like, is what I wonder.
It's a constant.
Or is he teaching you? I guess
it's a constant give and take. Oh, let's see. Are carpets harder to care for? I'd love to get one as my next chameleon. Harder than what? But since your screen name is Sherbert the Sambava, I think you're talking about panthers. Harder than panther chameleons? No. In fact, they can be cared for exactly the same as panthers. You can have them in a smaller cage, but I would suggest taking advantage of the fact that they are smaller and get them a 2x2 by 4 foot tall cage, make a paradise for them. But yes, they can be in much smaller cages. So I would say they're easier to take care of than panther chameleons. And if you ever want to get into breeding, they're a lot easier to breed because they have smaller clutch sizes. On average, you're going to find a carpet chameleon that will have more eggs than a certain individual panther chameleon. There's always exceptions, but generally speaking, it's a lot easier. And it's very exciting because there's a community being built up around carpet chameleons, and you can be part of building that. I think carpet chameleons, you hear me talk a lot about establishing species in captivity, and the carpet chameleon is the one most likely for us to be successful at. And so you'll notice every year or two, I have an episode on carpet chameleons, and I will continue to do that to encourage more carpet chameleons being made in the United States. Europe too. Right now we have Frank Payne. Living Art by Frank Payne is one of the main supplier of carpet chameleons, but there's so many other people building up, and we need to do that. We need to build up that community, because if something happens with Frank, or he decides he likes banana iguanas better than carpets, then we can't just let the carpets just disappear.
Banana iguanas are awesome. So
I know they're awesome.
It's on my bucket list, so I'm going to have to get some from him. So
listen, we lost Kevin Stanford, who was essentially the father of carpet chameleons, to frogs. So you know what? There's always a danger. Let's see.
So many species, so few days, and so little room.
Is it normal for my chameleon to only eat the bugs on the sticks? Well, they all have their preferences, and so yeah. It is. I would not expect. Not all the chameleons will have that preference, but every chameleon has a preference, so that's completely normal. Okay, Nicholas is back from the dentist. Excellent.
And if you feed them too often, their preferences will get bigger and bigger and bigger, more and more important to them, and you'll have to get them out of that habit. So I would do that less. Not feed them less than regular, but just not overfeed them.
Let's see. Are dubia roaches okay as a primary food for panther, along with grasshoppers and silver? That's a great combination. I would say so. I get nervous whenever I say primary food, because then it's like I'm saying they can live off only that. And so I would rather, of course, they have a variety. But dubia roaches, as long as they'll eat the dubia roaches. Some panthers won't eat dubia roaches, but I do that. I do dubia, crickets, and silkworms. And I should have, when spring comes, a whole lot of grasshoppers. Good morning. Your hair looks dapper. Thank you very much. The cut was a little bit more than I expected, but hey, you know what? Try new things. My finger, about my finger. We had a little bit of an accident. I'm trying to keep it off camera. It was not a fun.
You're not doing very well keeping it off camera, Bill. I'm noticing it.
I'm sorry. I got to wrap it in something. I got to stop. I'm going to talk with my left hand. So I don't want anybody to get distracted by an unfortunate incident. Are carpet chameleons known to lay retained sperm clutches? I don't know if they are specifically prone to doing that. I don't know. Doesn't Dr. Nash do carpets too? Yes, Dr. Michael Nash, who will be on this show a little bit later, is definitely involved with carpets. We have an appointment coming up for our male Furcifer pardalis, as he's been having an issue gripping. We've ruled out MBD, and we're told if in fact it's gout. Well, It could be gout, but yeah, that's a perfect thing to do, to go to the vet and find out, because you definitely want to figure that out, and you want to treat the right thing. That's important. So, all right, everybody, we need to get ready. I think I need to do a couple more giveaways, because very soon we have what's low purine. I don't know what low purine is, but often that's low protein that they want to give. But yeah, you'll have to get confirmation from your vet. But yeah, we have coming up in 10 minutes, we're going to be having a Neptune, the Chameleon, and Lissa from Lissa's Lizards come on. And we're going to be talking about their new podcast, the Wild Type Podcast, which I have listened to it. And it's going to be an awesome podcast. It's for they call it the reptile girlies. But they are so natural. It's like they've done this before. I mean, they're obviously comfortable in front of the camera, but I just love the back and forth. So I'm very, very happy to have them on.
So Bill, purine is one of the amino acids, so it's part of a protein. So you're essentially right. So low purine reduces gout.
Okay, all right.
My medical knowledge sneaking up on me.
Okay, well, glad to have you here. We have a question as to, do you want to introduce your daughter?
Me? Yes. Sure. This is Abigail. She was having some trouble at with the noise or lack of noise in the room that she was in, but she's here as well with me. And my other daughter is over at a college. So Abigail comes to every reptile show, so I guess this is good. She likes these shows, but she was getting upset. But anyways, this is Abigail.
All right, so let's go ahead and we're going to practice our giveaway again. And let's see what we're going to today. Okay, so now we're going to try.
Everyone's saying hello to you, Abigail. Say hello. Okay, I know you don't speak, but you speak in different ways. But yes.
Okay, I can go ahead. This is what we're going to try here. Boom. We are going to I'm going to send you a fogger input. Now, I've never shipped one of these, so I'm going to have to figure out a little box or something. But this is, let's go ahead. Let me set it up. Let me set it up here. So
Bill, what size pipe would go into that? Is that a 3/4 or?
Okay, this is going to be your standard, inch that comes off of your, yeah. I guess it doesn't work for me to show you the fogger.
All right.
It's the standard.
So do you put a pipe in there, or what does it fit on the inside or the outside? What does it fit?
What it's meant to do is you have those tubes that you can just stick on here, and it will eventually it's tapered so it'll stick on.
Okay, so it goes on the outside of it.
Yes, it goes on the outside of it.
Okay.
And this is designed so you can, and I will send with screws so you can screw it on to the side of your cage.
Okay, that's good. That was just I use 3/4 inch pipe and I have different fittings. So, but I don't have any that screw onto the cage. That's cool.
And you can choose between white and black. So you just let me know which one you want. And so, okay, we've got the foggers coming in, 20 entries. Excellent, excellent. And boy, and I will ship internationally on this one. That's always a challenge. But just so you know, this has a lip here. So what it's meant to do is to go onto the screen, the screen side. So if you've got a different cage than your standard Reptibreeze or something like that, then you'll just have to adjust in some way. But hey, you know what? It's free. Let's see.
No better price than free, Bill.
That's right. That's right.
Unless it comes from
Hey,
the blogger itself. So yeah.
hey, we've actually got Jonathan Hill, Iperdalis. Okay, so let's go ahead and we better do this giveaway right now because our next guests should be coming sometime soon. So let's go ahead and do our TNA. Hey, that's Ashley. Do I remember? Did I remember that correctly? Ashley? Oh,
No, I don't know how you remember all these people because I have to meet them or something. But
it is a special hobby of mine. It's to see if I can. It's a challenge to figure out if I can remember. And I got to remember 3 different names. There's the Instagram screen name, the YouTube screen name, and the name in real life. So
I have 5 children. I don't even remember their names all the time. So
oh, look at that. Look at that. I actually remembered it.
mm-hmm. That's perfect.
That's right. It's a cultists thing. There you go. Thank you, Troy. Thank you, Troy. Oh, I think he has a secret Excel sheet. I actually do have a sheet that I sometimes use. But the thing is, you gotta constantly review it and have it on your in your mind. So, all right. I am going to check to make sure that our guests are doing okay. Sean, would you be willing to say hello and talk with the people in the chat?
Sure.
And everyone, then this will happen where Sean will take over for me as I got to do business. Or
all right. So what does everybody want to know about? I guess so. My latest reptile that I got is not a chameleon. It's a what do you call it? A frilled dragon, Australian kind, and he's awesome. I feed him daily by hand. He jumps into my hand, and I feed him and what have you. So that's one of those things I got at Tinley. Oh no, that's not my latest reptile. It's my snake, my boa, my Central American boa that I got from Seth Hurst at the last show. So I can't. This whole thing where I was going to go show to show and be a reptile show reporter was all about. Can you be on my podcast? Sure. Send me an email to Sean at Reptile Show Reporter. We'll figure something out. Everyone's welcome. I've got 13 episodes recorded so far, and that's how I'm going to stop this year on lucky number 13. But I do them on Tuesday at 8 p.m. every other week, the second and fourth Tuesday. So let's see. Oh,
guys, we are here.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'm going to. Oh, well, hello.
Hi. Hello.
Oh, my goodness. I am so excited to have you here. This is for everybody. Allow me to introduce the wild types. We have Lissa on the left from Lissa's Lizards and Neptune the Chameleon on the right. Hello.
Hi, guys. Hi, friends. Can you hear us okay?
We can hear you okay. We can see you. This is perfect. So these two released their wild type podcast yesterday. 3 episodes to start off with. You can find it on YouTube as well as your normal RSS feeds, your Apple Podcasts and Spotify and such. And I have listened to them. They are incredible.
Thank you. Thanks, Bill.
And yeah, I had my wife was not answering me as I was calling to her, and she had her headphones in and she was laughing her butt off. And apparently she found a Reptile Girly podcast, and
we love that so much. That she even commented on a couple of our posts, and we were just so thrilled to see it.
Oh boy! Well, let's go ahead, and this is your first interview after your launch.
Yeah, we're like official podcasters now, so it was
you
like
are official,
perfect timing.
I mean, you look at the background, and I mean, you just came off as absolute professionals. Like,
Oh,
what the
thank you.
heck?
Thanks. We appreciate that, especially for somebody that's been doing it as long as you have.
Yeah.
Yeah, apparently you didn't read the manual. It's supposed to be that your first 5 episodes are horrible as you're trying to figure out how to get the audio hooked up. So you
Yeah.
just kind of bypass that stage.
Oh,
We appreciate it. There was
Yeah.
definitely a lot of learning curves that came with it, and the
Oh,
first
yeah.
episode was a little rough around the
Yeah.
rough around the edges, but
We're getting there.
Yeah.
We're getting there. It's definitely a process. We're trying to, we're getting used to all the tech. We're getting used to, everything and figuring it all out, but we'll definitely get better with time, we swear.
Well, let's go ahead and start at the beginning. Why is this podcast?
oh man,
Oh,
I feel like we have to start out by like we've been friends
yeah,
for years.
I think we
right?
met in like 2018, 2019,
Yeah, 2018.
maybe. Yeah, like so we met years ago, and we've just been really close friends ever since. And we just realized there's such a gap in the reptile community, specifically for women. And we, felt really, really lucky that we have each other. But we realized that so many women and girls in the hobby like don't have that best friend, that
Yes.
person to talk to.
Like the relationship we've been able
Right.
to foster over the last few years, we realized that not a lot of other women in the hobby have that. And it wasn't until we would do like collabs on TikTok and people like, oh my gosh, I wish I had a best friend, or I wish I had
Yeah.
a reptile girly that I could chat with. And we're like, oh, well, we live in
Yeah.
the same city. Like nothing's saying we can't try and build a community
Right.
ourselves and kind of take our friendship and share it with, everyone else.
Yeah. And so pretty much the whole goal of the podcast, at least from our perspective, is to hopefully help create like a safe space and a community for women in the hobby to, just share things. I mean, literally yesterday in our comments, we were seeing some girls like chatting and stuff like that. And we were like,
Yeah.
this is exactly what we wanted.
Totally. Totally.
So that's pretty much the main goal.
Yep.
So how was it starting a podcast? I mean, really, you just look at the first episode, it looks like you have it all together. And
That was not the case.
yeah, we it definitely was not the case. She has done so much work trying to figure out the tech of everything.
I
And
will say the stuff that has come easily is like
yes,
the conversation, the topics.
Yeah.
Like we knew we wanted pink and purple.
Mhm.
Just getting these lights set up
Mhm.
though
that was a beating. Oh my
It was
gosh,
really hard.
Like this is very like behind the scenes tangent, but like literally we had to go through, I think, 3
There was a lot
different
of
sets
Amazon
lights
returns.
off of
Yeah.
Amazon because the first ones that we ordered like were not bright enough and were not working, and we were like, we were supposed to start filming like that week, and so we were like, great, what are we going to do without our backdrop?
Yeah.
You
So
know.
the filming and the topics came easy,
Yeah.
but the behind the scenes, and Bill, we chatted with you. You're like, oh, Spotify, so easy. You just upload it. It has been so incredibly difficult for us to get
Yes.
our episodes up there.
Ugh.
So we figured it out, but I was
Oh.
on support with Spotify and Adobe
Yes.
Premiere Pro for about 72 hours straight,
Ugh.
trying to get things uploaded.
I
It was
think-
really bad.
yeah, the video layer paired with the audio layer, like the audio layer I think was the easier part, but pairing
Yeah,
all
they
the
just
video
weren't
and
exporting correctly, but no one wants
Yeah.
to talk about the technical.
that's all. Yeah, that's
the
our behind the
nitty-gritties,
scenes
but-
drama.
well, yeah, I do. We could go off and nerd out on the back scenes of the podcast all day, but
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
maybe we'll do an episode in the future of kind of like, a tell-all of like how
Yeah.
did launch go, how it was behind the scenes of filming, because this has been probably 2 months in the making
Maybe
of like
I would say like at
serious
least
time.
3 or 4 months since we've started talking about
talking
it.
about it, but like
but
2
2
months,
months
once
of-
we're like
yeah,
we're doing this
Yeah.
and like making
really
it happen.
making
but
it happen. Yeah,
we try to be very thoughtful and like strategic, and we wanted to have a big impact with
Mhm.
the people who are listening and make sure that they're enjoying it and that we feel proud of what we're
yeah,
we're putting forth.
We're both a little bit sticklers when it comes to.
want it
we
to
were
be
very
good.
picky. We were like, we want this to look right. So
Yeah, it's been a lot of fun.
where would you like to see this go?
oh man,
So we have a note.
yeah.
And we have
We have a
phase 1
shared
and
note.
phase 2. So we're in phase 1 right now, and we have things in phase 2 that we would love to kind of work towards. But
Mhm.
really, we're just trying to get it off the ground, have some level of consistency.
Yeah.
On our part, we're being very strict of like weekly episodes. We dropped 3 yesterday, but starting Tuesday, we're gonna be doing
Yeah.
a new episode every single Tuesday. So like that's something that we're holding
Major
ourselves to.
consistency. Like we are not going to miss an episode. That is like, we're not going to miss a week. We are like adamant about that. So we just want to see where it goes. Honestly, like we would love to see it, you know, blow up and
I
take
want to
over
be on
the reptile
the
hobby.
Spotify homepage.
Yeah,
You know, just
like with the dreams,
faces.
you know, we're dreaming big.
Yeah, and
But-
we've gotten a lot of feedback. So we've shared it obviously with the reptile community, but also our close friends and family, and they have been loving the podcast and the episodes. And like, you guys are hilarious. I don't even have reptiles,
And
and I'm enjoying this.
we're just like so thrilled to hear all the feedback too,
Yeah.
of like the positivity and, you know.
So if we can get to the point where the podcast has an
Mhm.
audience outside of the reptile community, like how
Yeah.
awesome would that
that would
be,
be
right?
great.
Yeah.
You know,
it's-
and we think of all the guys that have the big TV shows, right? Like Steve Irwin,
yeah.
people who didn't like reptiles were still watching his show
Yeah.
and like falling in love with the animals and everything. And like, how cool would that be if we can do that, build a community outside of just our little
Yeah.
bubble?
And I think that's perfectly well said. Like that's kind of, we were really intentional when coming up with like the name and the brand and everything that we like wanted it to represent, because we obviously wanted it to speak to female reptile keepers and male reptile keepers too.
Yeah.
It's definitely not just all girly stuff for all you men listening. You know, but we were really intentional about wanting to make sure that it could lend itself outside of the reptile hobby, because we wanted to make sure, like one of my personal, this is more of like my Listless Lizards thing. One of my ultimate goals is to help people who aren't reptile keepers to be less afraid of these animals. And so
Yeah.
that still is something, you know, that we would like to do through the podcast as well.
Yeah.
And, you know,
it's more lifestyle-y,
yeah,
chit-chatty with like reptile being the forefront.
Right.
But we want to find, hi.
Love
Hey!
your podcast.
Oh, thank you.
You're so sweet.
Oh my God. Okay.
That's for everybody. This is Yvette. This is my wife, and she is going to be doing support as I sit here.
And I am obsessed with all of your fantastic geckos.
Oh, yes.
FYI. Always
Oh,
have
thank
been,
you.
always will be.
Yeah, they're adorable.
I'm sitting here going, I need a chair.
You want to
Have a seat.
It's
Have
okay.
a seat.
Here for a second.
We're happy to have you. Yeah, it's been a lot of
Same.
fun though.
Yeah, we've had a blast, and it's been really fun just with our friendship too, to just go on this new adventure together.
Yeah.
It's been great.
Yeah, I see a comment.
Thinking of nails.
Oh, what was that?
I'm still thinking of nails from the episode.
Yes. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But it's like, this is so much different than your traditional reptile podcast, where those are more interview style. They're more with an education focus, trying to share, you know, someone's experiences or knowledge, which I think is fabulous. But this is supposed to be more of a lifestyle.
Yeah.
And trying to build a community.
It's funny. One of my family members said the other day, I hadn't put the vibe of the podcast into words, and
I love
she
this.
did it
Yeah.
so perfectly. She was like, I feel like I met you guys at Starbucks and just pulled up a table and was like having coffee and like
Exactly.
listening in on your conversation. And like, she was like, I was learning so many things that I didn't know. And she was like, it was just so cool. I felt like it was coffee chit chat. And I was like, that's exactly what we were going for.
Yeah,
without
exactly.
knowing those words, that's exactly what we were going
Yeah.
It's a
So-
blast. I really love all the information. Relatable, hilarious. I'm cackling here and there and with my earbuds in. So he's
you.
like, what's going on?
Oh, that means
You know,
so
so
much.
I love it. I
to
look
us.
forward to all your new episodes. So
We have so much. We have
Yay.
episodes planned through July.
Yeah, we have so many episodes planned. Like we've had a running list in our phones of, we have like a shared note that we use, and we just drop in topics whenever we think of them.
Yeah.
And so we have literally ones planned through July. So
Yeah.
we're so
Right.
excited.
very good. Well, carry on. I'm gonna go watch from the other room.
Thank you.
you
Thanks
so
for
much.
the support. Appreciate it.
All right. Well, I want to ask, what was special about Tuesday? Oh, did you guys want to see the other lady in my house?
Oh,
cutie.
This is Vixen.
Oh my gosh, he's adorable. My bad. She's
Yes,
so
yes,
cute.
this is Vixen.
Oh my gosh.
Hi. Oh, we're dog people too over here.
Yeah.
So.
Ours aren't small enough to just pick up though.
That would be nice. I wish I could just pick mine up that easily.
Yeah, well, she runs around. What is special about Tuesday?
Yeah, so this is
from the behind the scenes.
yeah. So we did some research.
Yes.
There's tons of research that's been done on like when the best time to post is. And I'm a YouTuber through and through. And the weekends are always the best time for YouTubers to try and get some like initial views. But with podcasts, they were saying weekdays are the best times. And our episodes will be dropping at 5 a.m. Pacific, 8 a.m. Eastern. And that's so that people who are commuting
Yes,
or going
that
to
was
and
a
from
big
the
thing.
office, like have the ability to listen to the episodes on their Tuesday morning drive. And you're a huge podcast
I'm
listener.
a big podcast girly. That's always like, I've always listened to podcast. I listen to them while I'm doing my reptile chores, which is like my favorite thing. I'll just go hang out in the reptile room for like 2 hours and just listen to all my podcasts. So
And they usually release on Tuesdays, Wednesdays. So based off of the research that we're doing in wanting this to be more conversational with emphasis of it being a podcast more than a YouTube, traditional video, we were trying to be strategic and have it release on Tuesday mornings so that people could listen at, to and from work. And
or at work. I know
Yeah.
a lot. I have
Yes,
a lot
yes,
of friends who
a
do
lot of
that
people-
too.
yeah,
Like a lot of
while they're at
friends will
work.
do some of their like more mindless work tasks.
Yeah.
While they're listening to podcasts. So
Yeah, I tell you, since I actually loved my commute specifically because I loved
Yeah.
podcasting.
totally.
And
Yeah.
when my commute went down from an hour to half an hour, it's like,
You're bummed.
I'm really missing it.
Yeah. No, I recently moved to an area that is like about 25-30 minutes away from like where some of my friends are and like where I used to go more often. And so like it's kind of nice because I have that extra 30 minutes, but I get so annoyed when it's like 30 minutes and I don't get to finish my podcast. I have to like wait until the drive home.
Mhm.
Yeah.
to
And we
finish
are
it.
trying to have slightly shorter episodes, and
Yes.
maybe they'll grow with time, but you'll notice the first 3 episodes are under 40 minutes.
Mhm.
And that was also strategic of like, we don't want to be at the point where we're doing like 2-hour-long episodes, especially from the
Right.
beginning. Like we're trying to make them snackable, enjoyable,
Yes.
where you can
Yeah.
listen to them in one sitting, because I have podcasts I listen to.
Same.
They're as long as a movie. And it takes
Yeah.
me a couple days before I can finish it because I'm, while I'm
Yeah.
doing my dishes or while I'm doing my reptile chores, I'm listening to like small chunks.
Yeah, that was something we really thought about just because it's realistically, it's a tall order to ask somebody to listen to you talk for 30 plus minutes. I mean, no matter what, like, and even if we have, amazing topics and interesting things and good dynamic, like we can have all of those things, but listening to somebody talk for 30 minutes is a tall order.
Yeah.
And so we were like, we don't want to overdo it because as somebody who listens to podcasts, a lot of mine, I will skip through like 15-minute chunks because I'm like, okay, this is just excessive. So we were really intentional about not wanting to have, too much dead space or over talking or anything like that. So we wanted to keep it nice and succinct. And I loved the word snackable. That
Yes.
was perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I think it's the perfect length.
Yeah.
So you did a good job on that one.
Thanks.
And I'll say, from a male perspective, obviously this is for the reptile girlies, but there's so many. There's a perspective that I don't know about, and it's like discovering a whole new world.
Yeah.
I love that.
I know someone had asked what, future topics that
Oh, yeah.
are coming up. So like ones we have are like things that we experience as females in the hobby. And like,
Yeah.
yes, we would love for women to be able to listen to it so they feel heard or can relate to it, can weigh in. But how awesome would it be for guys to also hear from a female perspective
Yeah.
what it's like to be a female keeper in the hobby, right? Or like,
100%.
how do you make friends on social media, right? How do you find that
That's
community?
another one. Yeah.
And that's something we're planning on talking about. But that's something, yes, can relate to females, but guys want friends too, right?
Right.
And so they can take these tips and tricks, and we've got a lot of fun stuff coming up, but it is hopefully with the goal that guys can weigh in and give
Oh,
their
yeah.
perspective. And like, this is not exclusive.
No, yeah, it's funny.
not
We
exclusive to
got
the
a lot
girlies.
of, we got several comments yesterday that were like, is this for guys too? And it's like, yeah, of course. Like,
Yeah.
we wanted to brand it for the girlies, but it definitely, it lends itself to
It's a
all
reptile
genders, all
podcast.
sides.
It's
It's
for
a reptile
everyone.
podcast. We're going to have stuff that's relatable to anyone and everyone.
Yeah.
So,
I think it's hilarious hearing all of the things you have to go through, like nails. I had never thought about that.
yeah, it's funny you mentioned that because a lot of guys probably don't even like think
No.
about that. And it's like, no, that's something I'm constantly conscious when I'm holding my snakes that I'm not like jabbing them with my nails. Like I have to be conscious of
Yeah.
that.
But like, how does it feel to go to a
Mhm.
reptile expo and be a minority, right? And like be like in in the hobby. And then like you have a lot of female breeders, but they're
Yeah.
pretty much like gecko breeders.
Yeah.
We don't have a lot of female snake breeders, right? So like things like that, and things that we've seen change in the hobby because we've been doing this for over 5 years, 10
Yeah.
years, you know. So
However
we've
long.
seen things evolve over time with the hobby being female keepers. And so it's really cool that we can share that perspective. Our listeners can weigh in, and then our male listeners can give their 2 cents as well. We'd love to hear it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's just the other reason we're doing the podcast is because, like she said, we've been doing this for 5 years on social media, keeping reptiles, everything, and we've seen how many more women are in the hobby now, and it's crazy. I mean, 5 years ago there was like half as many women in the hobby, and so it's been really cool to see that growth from that perspective.
Yeah.
And so it made sense.
Yeah, and and I just there's some other things that come from a female perspective that were like I will not realize because I haven't lived that life.
Sure.
And I remember in a previous life of mine, I was a martial arts instructor, and I would be
So cool.
teaching the basic wrist grabs and stuff like that. And people ask, where would I use it? I said, okay, this is just basics. No one will ever grab you like this. No one will ever go out like that. And a woman in my class goes, yeah, they do.
Right.
And that just opened my entire world. And I just started listening and saying, okay, what is your experience?
Yeah.
Because it's a totally different experience. And
That's a great way of putting
You're gonna
it.
love the episode where we share what it's like to be a female keeper
Yeah.
in the hobby, because we talk about things like that, right? Where most guys don't
pick up on it.
Yeah, the same things that we'll do. And it's not like
They shouldn't
bad
be.
things,
Yeah, it's
but like it's just subtle things that you probably don't
Yeah.
know unless you're in it.
well,
Totally.
the next class, everybody had to come to class with a towel wrapped tightly around their legs, and we were having
Wow.
mini skirt training.
There you go. Yeah.
Honestly, that's
It's important.
really smart. That's super important. So somebody in the comments mentioned nail color, and we talked about that in the episode, but that's a big aspect of it, specifically with chameleons.
Yeah.
So chameleon people, if you're wearing red or blue nail polish or something,
Or
they go
like
straight for it.
An aqua hornworm
Yeah.
color, because they'll try and get your nails.
You've kind of got that color right now.
Don't
A little
get
bit.
it. But like they'll go for, and you'll see their little tongue start to come at you, and you don't even have
And
any
you're like,
bugs.
I got nothing.
Yeah.
Nothing.
I had my chameleon Apollo. This was actually a blooper at the end of one of my YouTube videos. He ate my necklace. Like his tongue hit my, he tried, it was like a little turtle pendant.
He didn't actually eat it.
He didn't actually eat
Okay,
it.
I'm like, let's clarify that.
No, he didn't actually eat it, but he did shoot his tongue at it, and that definitely freaked me out and could have ended very poorly. Ended up being fine. But do guys deal with that? I don't know.
I had a chameleon go for my eye.
Yeah, I haven't.
had that too.
That hasn't
Yeah.
happened to me yet.
They also, this is similar to the nail thing, but with girls, and men wear rings too, but with rings, my chameleon used to go for my rings all the time. I had a snake ring that had a little red eyesight or red eyes in it, and he would go for that all the time.
Yeah.
Oh.
Struggles.
I would have not have thought about having to worry about what you put on your nails
Yeah.
because of how the reptiles would.
Just girly things.
Just girly things, man. And the other thing, somebody else mentioned it, my nails always have dirt under them. I have to really clean them because I'm always digging around in my bioswale. So
Yeah.
that's a whole other.
Yeah, I
There's
was
so many
working on
things.
a laying bin this morning and had dirt in my nails, but that's just the
It's just part of it.
the joys of reptile keeping.
All right. Well, what would you all think about doing a giveaway for a wild type t-shirt?
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
All right. Let me let's get to the right one. All right. So first of all, what are there any restrictions on who can go? We have an international audience.
Anyone,
Yeah,
fair
anyone.
game. We've got, I think it's extra small to extra large. So there should be sizes for everyone.
Yeah.
We do also have one more design that we just came out with.
Mhm.
It's the black shirt, but with the purple pink logo
Yeah.
on top of it. So there's a third option. We just didn't get it up in time to
Right.
send it to you, Bill. Sorry,
Okay.
but there is the third option.
Yes.
Okay, let me get this.
And you'll be the very first person to get
Yeah.
a T-shirt. We haven't even ordered ours yet.
ordered ours yet. So you will literally have a wild type T-shirt before we do.
Yeah. Well, we'll probably
All
place the order
right.
at the
Yeah.
same time.
We'll place our order very soon.
We'll
so.
make
Yeah.
sure that make sure that I spelled that correctly. So we have the wild type, and I can go ahead and hit this draw. How many entries
Dun, dun, dun.
should we just count to 10? Well,
Yeah,
okay, but
yeah.
everybody is. We're gonna let everybody. Let's go talk a little bit while everybody is typing in
cool.
wild type.
Yeah, make sure people get in on the
Yeah, get in on the
T-shirt.
giveaway.
All right. Well, I love the purples and the pinks and the stuff. They're
thanks.
very
Yeah.
very nice.
Yeah.
We
Yeah.
wanted it to represent women, but also, and somebody commented this yesterday, which I really appreciated. Somebody was like, the pink and purple is really nice compared to all the greens out there in the reptile
Yeah.
hobby. And green is literally my favorite color.
Mine too.
I love green, but I think that was something else we kind of intentionally did because there's just so many green brands. And so we were like, we're not going to we'll have green accents.
Yes. Or
But-
the green leaves.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if no one's really commented on the logo because I
Yeah.
feel like there's so much discussion on the
Well-
podcast itself. But it has a cute little chameleon tail
It's
in
so
it,
cute.
and then a little snake
in it.
in it
Yeah.
too. Yeah, we tried really hard to kind of representation of like my chameleon stuff, but then
Yeah.
your snake
Also
stuff.
snake stuff, making sure we get all the animals in there. you
Yeah.
know.
Well, what about the leaf? We often see a leaf.
Yeah.
Yes, the
Monstera
monstera
leaves.
leaf.
Mhm.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like if you're into reptiles, you're into plants. They
Yeah.
go hand in hand.
Yeah. We don't
So-
want to ostracize the plant people because we're all plant people too, you know?
That's right. Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
I love this comment. I rock that shirt as a guy. Absolutely.
Heck yeah. Love
Let's
that.
go.
Yeah.
All
I
right, so
have
let's
to
go
say-
ahead and we will draw.
Cool.
Perfect.
Oh man, this is exciting.
This is so fun.
All right, let's see. And I'm gonna put down my
Hey.
banana candy. All right, banana candy. Let me put my email. You have to banana candy, please send your address to bill@chameleonacademy.com down at the bottom and specify. We specify black or white, correct?
Yeah.
Black, white, and then also the color of the logo. So you can either
Yeah.
have like a white logo, a black logo, or the pink and purple logo.
And what shirt size?
Oh yes.
Okay, yeah. So we need a size and color,
Yep.
or else they will just give you a random color.
Yes.
We'll probably go the black with
yeah.
the classic
With the
pink and purple. That's
Totally.
That's probably what we'll end up.
yeah, that's our favorite.
But I really want a crew neck of the black with
I
the white
know.
logo.
I want the white hoodie.
We also have cups,
Yeah.
coffee cups. I know you do your coffee
Yes.
chats, so we have coffee
We
cups.
got cute little coffee mugs. We've got
Yep.
a cute little notebook. I'm gonna order
Yep.
the notebook for my notes during the podcast. So
Yep. Oh, we have hats too.
yeah.
We've got all kinds of goodies. The merch is linked on our socials, so feel free to check it out for anyone who wants to.
There we go. Then we got people who want to know.
Yeah, today you can buy them right now.
It's already set up. So you guys, it's all in our link tree. You can find any of that at the Wild Type Podcast on
Yeah.
any of our socials.
YouTube, Instagram.
And it's all
all
in
that.
the link in bio.
You'll see the link. It says merch store. You can
Yeah.
go in there, get some merch.
Yeah.
All right,
We
so what kind of
appreciate it.
merch will be coming up? Because
Oh,
this is an
gosh.
awesome logo.
Thank you.
Yeah, I know we want to do like some like catchphrases we get
Yeah.
from like the podcast, like things just like when you're listening to a podcast and you kind of like build some inside jokes with
We
your
would
listeners.
love to get to the point where we have like inside jokes, little terms that we use or different things. And
Catchphrases and stuff.
so I think for right now, the merch store is going to like stay as is with just like the branding, but eventually we want it to morph into, more specific stuff to what we talk about or the podcast or little catchphrases, inside jokes, stuff like
Yeah.
that. We would love to get more creative with it in the future.
Yeah, I know, Bill, you've put in a request for some merch already.
Yeah. And I love that one. So we'll definitely be doing something like that.
Hey, I'll rock it if that comes to be.
Oh, yeah.
I'll be wearing that one.
I'm
I-
wearing my ask me about my pet chameleon shirt today,
Yeah.
so I thought that was fitting for this.
I love that.
Yep,
one.
yep.
This live stream. That's
Perfect.
All right,
Neptune the chameleon merch.
So I'm going to ask everybody, if you got questions for the ladies, please put them
Yeah.
down there. I'm going to
Oh,
ask,
good.
how in the world are you going to be able to maintain this with a YouTube and TikTok career?
And full-time jobs.
Yeah.
And, oh yeah,
And full-time
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, we just filmed episode 7.
Yeah.
So we're already a couple episodes
Mhm.
ahead of the game, and we are
Mhm.
getting faster and faster
We're
with
getting
like
a lot faster.
editing and stuff. So the turnaround time for us to produce an
Mhm.
episode is becoming significantly less.
Yeah.
We also live 10 minutes away from each other.
Right. So
So-
it's like, and we already like hang out and talk daily anyway. So it's actually, I would say, not necessarily easier because we live so close, but
Definitely,
it
yeah,
helps,
definitely helps.
a lot. And so for me, I mean, I'm just doing my best to juggle all the things, you know. It's like I love my Listless Lizard stuff. She loves her Neptune the Chameleon stuff. We support each other. And then now we have this joint
Plus it's-
venture.
It's stuff we already do. It's an extension of what we do. Like I'm already in YouTube
Right.
doing video
Mhm.
stuff, right? And then she's focusing more on like the social media piece
Mhm.
of the podcast, which you already do every single day anyways. So like this is just an extension of something that we're already doing. The additional time commitment is just sitting and filming,
Yeah.
which we'd be talking and hanging out
Anyway,
about
and
this
that,
stuff.
when we were talking about planning the podcast, like that was kind of something we had talked about, is like we wanted it to feel like our conversations that we are already having every week. We just have a specific topic.
Yeah, just a
this
little
time.
more structure.
Yeah.
behind
So
it.
it really is just kind of our hangout time, honestly, which is fun.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
So
That
and
works.
we're gonna try and do a good couple month stretch, and then we'll probably take a month off just
Yeah.
to like recover and recoup, and then because podcasts have seasons, so it kind of
Right.
gives us the ability to kind of just like take a month, chill, come up with
Yeah.
some new ideas, try new things, whatever we want to implement, and then start
Yeah.
recording again. So that'll come a few months
for sure.
down the
Yeah.
line.
And ultimately also something that helps balance life and everything is us, like she said in the beginning, kind of getting ahead of the episodes. We're not doing
Yeah.
it weekly editing.
We're
everything.
anticipating the holidays, so like we know we're
Yes.
not going to be filming over Christmas,
Christmas
right?
and-
But
yeah.
we can get a couple episodes in our back pocket, so then
Right.
we'll be set up.
So trying to be strategic about planning ahead in advance so that we're not on like a crazy time crunch.
Trying.
Like
We'll see how long it
we're
lasts
filming,
for.
editing, and posting tomorrow or anything. So
All right. Well, we have some questions about Neptune.
this is such a good
Oh
one.
yeah, I have a YouTube video dropping. I was gonna drop it today, but I didn't want to intrude on the the chameleon powwow that's going on over here. So it'll be coming out tomorrow. So I'll give you guys a little sneak peek. But Venus so far has not been receptive to Neptune. Neptune is doing everything
Yeah.
right.
Oh, he's all about
head
it.
bobbing, fired up, pursuing her, like he's doing his job. But Venus is like hissing, gaping, biting him, just not having it. And I'm actually afraid that she's gone gravid. She's starting to turn gravid color. So I think
no.
we've missed the window, which is really heartbreaking, honestly. But so we'll just, she's got her lane bin, so she's, all set up if she does actually have eggs. But it doesn't look like it's going to happen this time.
All right.
When is the window back open? Because I don't know anything about
Ask the
chameleon breeding.
chameleon
Yeah.
expert.
Like, what is if she is already gravid? How long does she have to wait again to try
Okay.
mating again?
Oh boy, don't we wish we knew?
Okay.
Yeah, it's actually, Jonathan, are you still on? Because I know you would have this down as to after a female lays an infertile clutch, how long until she is receptive again? And this is a huge question because I had a pair of first for minor, and the female continually cycled infertile clutches. And once she laid a infertile clutch, I put her in with the male, and she would have nothing of it. And it just went on and on and on. I got about 4 infertile clutches from her, and it just was
I know, it's making me nervous because Neptune's 5, right? He's a little over 5 years old now, which is like definitely up there in chameleon age, which is why I was really wanting to get this project going now, and why I was wanting to breed Venus in her first clutch, because Neptune doesn't have forever. And so now I'm nervous, because if I didn't take this time, which they haven't even made it because she just kept trying to bite him, then I have to wait for a future, future clutch. Yeah, really tough to put a time frame on it because it's variable. Yeah. So it's
I figured that was the answer. I was just like, is there like an estimate on that? I've never tried to breed, so I
try. I once they do their laying, I shower them. I put them in the chameleon spa with food, water, and in about a week I start trying again, because I do not want to miss that window.
Yeah, makes sense.
But the thing is, it's just so each one is individual in what they're doing, and obviously. My strategy didn't work for me with my first Verminer. Now, Pardalis are a little bit easier, but yeah, it's tough.
Yeah, I'll give Venus a little bit more time, but if it doesn't happen for her, or she's just not interested in breeding, which is also a very real possibility, then I'd have to consider maybe getting a female that's already ready to breed to pair with Neptune, because I don't have the luxury of time of raising another baby female up to being, breeding size and age and everything else.
We want Neptune babies.
Yeah.
We need that legacy child.
Yeah.
Okay. Leisha's asking, when females show that they are not interested in a male, is it likely that they could be in the future with the same male? I will say yes. Yes, it's possible. Now, one thing I want to ask, when you were talking about dating.
This is a big subject change.
Oh, yeah. Let's get into it.
It's something that was very interesting, because I remember when I was dating, a guy with reptiles, I knew, okay, that was bizarre. I remember my college, the girl I had a crush on. Oh my goodness.
We're getting Bill's dating history right now. This is
I
awesome.
love this so much.
And I had a leopard gecko, Flavia, the cutest thing in the world.
Yeah.
And so I brought her to the apartment, and she was talking to my roommates, and I got Flavia, and I'm just sitting with Flavia in my hand next to her, just waiting for the conversation to be over. She just glances over at my hand. She screeches and plasters herself on the far wall. And
this is a leopard gecko, mind you.
It's a leopard gecko.
Yeah, if it was a snake, okay,
I can a little bit more understandable. As somebody who has snakes, I can understand that a little bit more.
What is it if you're startled, right? If you're not expecting it. But a leopard gecko,
they're the cutest things ever.
The cutest things in the world.
Yeah.
Like, that's crazy, man. Oh my gosh.
Did you hear from her again, or was that
Yes, I did. Apparently it was just more of a shock, and I didn't realize, I truly didn't realize how much reptiles could elicit a fear response in people.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, snakes, I fully understood, but something, just any reptile like that. So I was shocked. And
it is shocking. That's a really good perspective too, is because for us in the reptile keeping hobby, there's nothing shocking about these animals, and it doesn't elicit a fear response for us for the most part. And so it is surprising sometimes, because we forget, because we kind of get in this bubble of people with reptiles and our comfort level with it, that sometimes we just completely forget that quote unquote normal people.
I will say though, if I was hanging out with a guy on the couch and look over and he just had a millipede or a centipede, those things freak me out. And I would have been on the other side of the room real quick.
Oh yeah.
Because whenever we go
not
to
a bug person.
The reptile expos, and they always have a booth, right? Of the tarantulas and I can get down with some tarantulas, but it's the millipedes and the centipedes. I'm just like this past the booth.
Oh yeah.
Don't look.
Yeah, well,
so that I can't do.
To be fair, I said, I'm going to go get Flavia the leopard gecko.
Yeah.
And so
Oh,
it wasn't
then
like I
that's
just
on her.
showed up
That's
with
on
a critter.
her. That is her fault. That is
That's
not
not
your
that's
fault.
not you.
Uh-uh.
That's on her.
No,
Yeah.
And-
Fully supporting you, Bill.
Well, yeah, but the end result was I wanted to impress this girl and not scare her.
Yeah.
No, she was fine afterwards, but I guess
And we talk about this obviously on the podcast, but it's just funny, like the responses that you'll get from people. And we said this, but it's overwhelmingly positive for the most part, I would say. But we all have those weird experiences like that.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
It is crazy.
all right, but I'm actually surprised, and I don't know that I should be, but I am, that you would have that kind of response in guys who are traditionally
Yeah.
more catching
Like
snakes
in the dirt.
Yeah.
Catching
Well,
stuff.
like
Yeah.
my husband is so not a reptile guy at all. And so it was great when we had our first date. He asked the dreaded question. He asked the,
Do you have any
do you have any pets question. And so I had to tell him literally on our first date about the reptiles. And it was great because he was able to, like, he would right away, because from the way that I was talking about it and showing him my Instagram and everything, he was like, this is so cool. You're so passionate about it. And he was like, I don't get it. Like, I'm not
I think
into the reptiles, but
I think the quantity though
Yeah.
is the kicker. Like, I think if you had one chameleon or
Mhm.
one gecko, people can get behind that. But when you have 14,
right.
then I think that's when people get a little like big-eyed, like, oh my
Mhm.
gosh, like,
Yeah.
and then that's when they get uncomfortable
Right.
with it. Yeah.
And the snakes, as a girl, like, surprisingly, like you said, the snakes are a little bit of a deterrent, even
Yeah.
for dudes. I mean, it's very surprising. Like I said, we get in this bubble where, in our world, nobody's afraid of snakes. But when we meet people who aren't in the reptile keeping hobby, there are a lot of guys out there who want nothing to do with snakes.
And I think there's just some judgment for having a hobby that's not traditional. Like, I don't think it's unique to reptiles. I think just being a female where you have hobbies beyond just like the stereotypical
Girly hobbies.
girly hobbies, sometimes that's met with some judgment
Agreed.
from guys, just because you're doing something that's
Outside of
different.
the norm.
And reptiles in particular take up such a big part of your life. They take up a big part of your home, just like square
Physically,
footage, right?
yeah.
But then
And then the time and effort that it takes to care for them.
financially,
Mhm.
yeah.
And then on our end, it's extra because it's also,
it's part of our
basically an
jobs.
extra job. So
Yeah.
it's, I think all of those layers to it definitely add to, like, oh, this is a big deal.
Yeah. And maybe we should do an episode of like dating as like social media influencers, because I
Mhm.
will say, as my Neptune account has grown, it has become a bigger part of me, and like I have a bigger reach, like
Yeah.
then some guys get weird about the
Yeah.
fact that you like, I'm like, yeah, I have chameleons. They're like, cool. I'm like, and I make YouTube videos, and they're like, whoa,
What? Yeah.
time out.
You
And that
definitely
gets
get some hesitation from that as well. Big
that
time.
gets weird too.
Yeah. Even my husband, who is like the most supportive, if any of you guys have seen him in my TikTok videos, he does a fabulous job and I'm so proud of him. But it took him a while to get a little bit more comfortable doing the camera stuff and, like, making videos and things like that. And he's still not nearly as comfortable with it as we are. So it definitely, is an adjustment. For a lot of
Bill's
people.
brain is turning right now. I can see the
It's really, I just cannot. I mean, all these things. If I was on a date, single on a date, and sitting on the sofa, and from the other side of the sofa, I heard, "That's a day gecko," I would immediately. Whoa, okay, wait a minute.
That's exactly
Game
what
has
happened.
changed.
Yeah. No, he immediately, it was like the whole dynamic between us shifted and he was like, what?
That's a reference from the podcast.
Yeah.
If people watching
Maybe we should ask.
haven't listened in, but there was the Geico gecko, and you were saying
Basically, I had gone on a few dates with this guy. We were in a good groove, and we were sitting at home, like at my apartment, watching like TV or a movie or something, and some commercial, the Geico gecko commercial came on, and he made a comment about it being a leopard gecko, and I probably very rudely
instinctually was
said something.
out.
I was like, that's not a leopard gecko, that's a day gecko. And he immediately turned around and was like, how, A, how do you know that? B, why is it clearly so important to you that you're
You
looking
had
at me
to
with
felt the need
disdain?
to correct
Like,
that. Yeah. No,
so,
it's we do want to do future episodes
Yeah.
on dating and just like because I feel like we just kind of at the very high level,
yeah,
just
very
like
high level.
surface level, just kind of gone into it. But we have plenty more stories. Trust me.
Oh, yeah.
What it's like to date as reptile keepers, and like I was saying, as social media influencers, that's a whole nother category.
Whole other layer to it.
Yeah, well, when you start getting into the roach colonies, that's when it gets interesting.
Yep.
I couldn't agree more. And we even mentioned that briefly on the podcast. We were like, oh, yeah, don't even get us started on the bugs.
On the
Because when they
bugs,
find out
yeah.
that you keep hundreds of bugs in your house in addition to the reptiles, it's a whole other layer.
Yep.
All right, so I think we ought to do another giveaway here.
Woohoo.
Let's do it.
Let's go ahead and let me make sure I set this up correctly, because there was one where I actually spelled it incorrectly.
Oh.
That didn't work so well. Let's see, I'm working on this. Okay, and let's talk about a
Hey.
30-minute consultation with Neptune about chameleons. And
This is so valuable, guys. This
Neptune,
is
tell
so
us
valuable.
a little bit about this.
Yeah, so for anyone who doesn't know, I do consults on the side. So I get tons and tons of questions from people who are wanting things related to their specific setup. So these calls are really great to do an entire enclosure review. What I do is have you fill out a questionnaire. Beforehand, you upload a picture of your chameleon in your enclosure. Then I send you a Google Meet video link. It will chat for a full 30 minutes, and I will go through top to bottom every single aspect in your husbandry and give you custom, personalized, detailed feedback. We're talking like nitty gritties to take your care from like an A- to an A+. These are also really great if there's any like health concerns or behavioral things like, hey, my chameleon doesn't seem super friendly. Do you have any advice on how to do that? So a lot of people will book these calls, but these are available on my website for 15, 30, 45, and 60 minutes. So if you don't win this giveaway, you're always welcome to book those through neptunethechameleon.com.
Literally, she is a wealth of knowledge and information. Like when I had my chameleon, she was so helpful with everything. And
I
so
appreciate that.
any questions that you need, she's my go-to. I ask her all kinds of questions. So it is very, very helpful.
And the advantage of having someone to talk to is
Yeah.
you can watch all of the videos, listen to 300 podcasts, read the websites, but there's always those individual circumstances. Everybody's
Totally.
circumstance is unique,
Mhm.
and so you need to. Sometimes you just have to ask a question about, okay, I know all of this about feeding and caging and everything, but this my particular situation.
Right.
Right.
And
And that's
so-
usually, and if nothing else, I also have people who are new keepers. They don't even have their chameleon yet. They've watched your videos, they've watched my videos, they've done everything right. Sometimes it's nice just to get the thumbs up from someone that you
Yeah.
know and trust who knows about chameleon care, can go through everything and be like, yep, looks good.
It's-
And if nothing else, that has huge value.
Yeah, that extra layer of like confirmation of like, okay, I thought I was doing everything right, but now this person whose opinion and like knowledge I trust gives it the stamp of approval is huge.
Yeah. But I always find something. There's never
There's
been a time.
always something.
There's never been a
There's
time where I've
always
done an
something.
enclosure review and it was absolutely, there's always something that I'm like, ooh, I would tweak.
She found
This and
numerous things with my care and my stuff and was the most helpful. So
Yeah.
All right,
all have
Neptune.
room to improve.
Give me a 3, 2, 1 countdown, and I'll draw.
3, 2, 1, go.
Yay! Leisha! Okay, Leisha, let me write this down. Please send your email to the email address at the bottom,
Yeah.
and then I will pass that on to Neptune, and she will get
We'll
in
get a
touch
call.
with you.
Yeah, I will say I'm going on vacation for a week. I'm headed to the airport after this.
I'm
so
literally driving her to the airport.
so I will email you when I get back from my vacation, and we'll get a call set up.
Thank you. Oh yes. Okay. So I'm getting a transitioning of the guard. Well, now, Lissa, would you do the honors of? We need to do a giveaway for. Let's see. Where is that? 16. There we go. We have 100 dubia from
Ooh,
Gold Coast Roaches.
love it.
And
I'm
so
a
let me set this up.
big dubia roach fan.
Is this a pack of 100 dubia roaches?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And so
Sweet.
this is a box of 100 dubia roaches.
A lot of
and
roaches, and dubias get expensive.
oh, they
So
do.
that's
This
great.
is my I have a subscription with Gold Coast, and so every week I get 100 of these things.
Oh, nice.
Well, actually, let me get this. Got to enter this in correctly. And Gold Coast. Okay, everybody can just start.
Got some entries coming in.
Heck yeah. Everybody can use more dubia roaches.
Okay,
You can never have enough.
yeah, and so I love the service that I've gotten from Gold Coast. It's been a great place to get.
I'll have to check them out myself.
And
That's
dubias
awesome.
last a very, very long
Yeah.
time. So even if you only have one chameleon, 100 might seem like a lot, but those suckers will last you.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits of dubias, big time.
Yeah, they're my favorite.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the one thing is some chameleons won't take dubious for whatever reason.
Hey.
Mine did. I have
Okay.
a story on that.
I have a video, tips and
Yes.
tricks for getting your chameleon to eat dubia roaches. And I
Mhm.
literally gave her
Yeah.
step by step what I say in that video.
100%.
And now
So
he eats roaches.
my chameleon Barney, he's since passed, but when he was younger, he would only eat super worms, and he was like, and other worms, but he would not touch the dubia roaches. He would touch crickets. He was fine with crickets and worms, but he would not touch the dubia roaches. And so I did the tough love method thanks to Neptune. And I basically, he didn't eat for, I want to say, about 2.5 weeks, which is terrifying for us pet parents. That was horrifying. I was freaking out. And then he finally caved and he ate the dubias. So that's my biggest advice is they will eat what is
But
available
you have to
them.
make sure they move around. A lot of people
Yes.
put 2 in there and then they hide in the corner. So
Yeah, that's a great point.
you have to throw a bunch in there and then they run around and bump into each other and your
Mhm.
chameleon will eat them.
But after that one trial run, Barney, with my chameleon, would eat all the dubias. He never had a problem. He never turned them down ever again after that.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I need to make a. Unfortunately, this has to be in the continental United States, and if you're in
Oh.
Florida, you're going to get another. There's a what is it? Discoid. You'll have to get
discoid.
another type of roach. So,
But from what I hear, discoid roaches are very comparable to dubia roaches. Like
Yeah.
it's the next best, and I think it's quality wise or nutritionally,
similar,
it's
yeah.
pretty similar.
yeah. So people in Canada or Finland, I'm sorry, Anina, we won't be able to ship outside the United States just because laws, regulations, and all that kind of
Rules.
Yeah,
wonderful horrible
legalities.
So I'm sorry about that. But all right. Lissa, go ahead. Give me a 3, 2, 1 countdown.
Right, let's do it. 3, 2, 1.
And we're going to draw.
This is so fun. I love this.
Yeah. I wish we were entered.
I know, me too. This is
To win some
awesome.
dubias.
Well, Miguel. Oh my goodness.
Woo!
Congrats.
Awesome.
Oh, Anita says, was thinking that if I win, that was wonderful. That was very good thinking. Thank you very much. But let's see. Miguel, I'm going to write this down. Where's my dubia Gold Coast? There it is. And then,
What were the other giveaways you've done so far?
Yeah, now I'm curious.
oh, yeah, we got, okay. Well, first of all, we did, let me get this down. These are the refrigerator magnets.
So cool.
The emergency refrigerator magnets and with all the information. So
I love that.
let's see. We got time. You want to do one of these?
Let's do it. Who wants a
Let's do it.
magnet?
Okay, somebody needs to do a magnet. All right, everybody. Well, wait a minute. See, the thing is, let's see what happens. Thing is, it may it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't freaking matter. But I got to spell this correctly.
Who wants a magnet?
Okay, we're going to do Who Wants a Magnet?
Oh, you get to fill in your information. That's
I
cool.
love that.
Yes. So you fill in the name, species,
I love
your vet,
this.
your vet's phone number. The most important thing is the emergency vet's number and phone number, because we always get prolapse on Saturday night.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Yeah, I have my emergency vet magnet on my fridge. One for the lizards and one for my dog.
Yep.
Just in case.
I love the chameleon logo on there too. I love that logo. It's awesome.
Oh, I do too. So, all right. So we're going to, I'll have you both together give me a 3, 2, 1.
All right.
3, 2,
2, 1.
Boom.
Draw.
There we go. And these are can be sent internationally.
Love it.
CNC.
Woo! Congrats.
Woohoo.
So
Such a cool
CNC,
magnet.
please send your email, your shipping address to the email that you're seeing down at the bottom of the screen.
Scream. There you go.
Yes.
Oh, let's see. This is the Gold Coast Roaches is here. We can send you pictures of 100 roaches in some. Talking about Anina in Finland.
There you go.
Oh.
This is going to be so sad, because Anina and Tia are such good attendees here.
Oh yeah.
Oh, we're gonna have to. Oh, well, you've got to see these. You know what? Maybe we'll do this.
We could do it later, but
Should
I
we-
just wanted to.
You need
Sorry.
to. You need to show them.
Okay.
What is it? What is it?
Okay, come on.
Raffled.
We'll do
Who
one.
remembers? Okay. Who remembers the Christmas hat Mr. Strand, used to wear all the time?
Yes, on the
Oh
podcast.
my
I don't want to
gosh.
mess his nice, he got
Oh,
his ears
Go
lowered.
ahead. What the heck?
So that one is his original.
It's so cute.
It's so cute. So they will be raffled sometime. 3
well, let's
of
do
them.
it right now.
Well, you got 4 more hours to go, buddy.
Don't give away all your
Yeah.
giveaways just
Yeah.
yet.
Well,
But
okay, so this
I'm
is
just gonna
another
let
one.
you know right now. There's,
I'm jealous. I
the
want
dark,
that.
There's the dark green. There's the lighter green.
Oh.
And there's the olive green.
Wow.
So there's
I
3 of them.
I'm so
Anyway,
obsessed
whenever
with
he
that.
decides,
That's awesome.
there you go. And they're totally funny. My fingers hurt from all the crocheting from.
I
other
was gonna
people that were
ask,
like,
did you
"Oh,
crochet those? That's amazing.
Yes, I did.
Wow.
But
I'm
I
so
don't know-
impressed.
I don't remember the artist's name, but I bought the pattern because
Okay.
I can crochet and I just didn't
Right.
want to figure it out. She is also a chameleon keeper, and I wish I remembered her name. So I'm just gonna have to go back.
Wow.
And
I'm so impressed. Those
yeah,
are
so she was like,
beautiful.
"Yeah, I have reptiles too." So anyway, I was like, "Well, I'm so glad I'm supporting a fellow reptile, person." So
Yeah.
I love
there
that.
you go. So I'm sure he can bring him up whenever you want.
Okay, we will.
Okay.
It'll be there, but you need to come on and present those. And
Okay.
and then we did fogger inputs. This is something
Oh,
you can
cool.
just attach to the side of your cage and put your fogger
Love it.
hose on.
Perfect.
Love it. Oh, that's
All right.
awesome.
So, well, I need to ask Neptune. I know you have to fly off on some jet set adventure, which
Yep.
is,
Yeah.
I mean, you're a famous influencer, so that's to be
Please.
expected.
Oh my gosh.
Please, no, this is a vacation. This is not work.
Yeah.
This is strictly vacation.
All right. But okay. So the final question I've got to ask is, have you been recognized in public outside of a reptile venue?
Yeah.
I love this. Wait, she has her. It's
Two.
I know this story. And it's
All right,
hilarious.
please.
Wait, which-
Last
I
minute.
think you're thinking of one. Okay, yeah, there's two. So one time I was at my local mall at
Mhm.
like the Apple store, you know, like shopping or whatever. And I was just, I don't know, went to the mall, came home. And then when I got home, I had a comment on my YouTube page like, hey, were you at so-and-so mall today? I think I saw you. And I was.
Crazy.
I was totally at
Crazy.
that mall, at the Apple store, and that person saw me. They didn't come up and say hi or anything, but they definitely recognized
Yeah.
me and like commented on
Yeah.
YouTube. So that was one of them. And the second one, which is the one that you're thinking of, going back to dating. I was on Bumble, you know, the dating app, and had my profile and everything else. I get a DM on my Neptune account, a screenshot of my Bumble profile, and someone asking, "Hey, is this you?" So one of my viewers found me. They must have been in the same area as me, and like saw my Bumble profile.
Oh my
picture
gosh.
pop up.
She sent it to me and was like, oh no. I
Oh,
was like,
no.
oh, that's like worst case scenario.
Yeah, and so I was like, oh my gosh, I was like, yeah, that's me. And they're like, oh, I thought someone like stole your pictures, because
Which is actually very nice
That's
and
right.
very fair. It's like, because if somebody
do
was
do that.
using, you know, our photos, we wouldn't want that. But no, it was you.
Yeah, and I was like, just because I had my name and everything, right, and like obviously my location. I try to keep my personal info, you know, a little bit hush hush, and I was like, please don't share, you know, any of my
Please
stuff.
keep it a secret.
And then he was like, well, do you want to grab a coffee? And I'm like, no, thanks, I'm good.
I don't think I've ever been outside of like an expo. I will say when I go to my local reptile shops, I know all the employees, I know all the managers, everything, and then they would like I'll often a person or two who's shopping in there will often recognize me, which is, you know, to be expected in a reptile area, like a reptile spot. So you know, that is never that surprising, but I haven't had like an in the wild scenario.
Yeah, I've had
So yeah.
I've had one, but I've just relatively recently got involved with video.
Yeah.
So this is back when I was podcasting, and I was standing in line at Starbucks, and we're all just going in line. And I get up to the counter, and I give my order, and the person behind me says, "Are you Bill Strand?" It's like recognizing the voice.
Yeah.
And even in a reptile show, I'd be walking around, and not until I talk, and then all of a sudden,
Yeah.
You do have a recognizable.
You do have a very recognizable
voice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I would say it's funny at expos, I'll be like walking around and I'll have somebody just walk by me and I'll hear Tarzan's awesome talking about my yellow anaconda. And I'm like, thank you.
And
I don't know who that was.
And then I get, is that the Chameleon Girl from YouTube?
Yes.
Like two people will be whispering to each other as we're like walking by.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
I'm like, that's the Chameleon Girl. Like, so we definitely like hear those things, which is always really funny.
yeah.
Oh, well, you're going to be the wild type girls now.
Yeah.
Hey, we'll take it. We'll
Yeah.
take it.
Chameleon Girl, Snake Lady, Wild Types, we're all for it.
Yep.
Got all sorts of nicknames. So, all right. Do I need to let you go?
Yeah.
I think
It's-
so. I
I
gotta
think so.
get this girl to the airport.
Yeah.
You.
I don't want to be stressing about it.
All right.
But it's good. But
Let's,
thank you so much for
next
having
one.
us. And
It-
for anyone listening who doesn't know, Bill was a super big help for us when we were kicking off our podcast.
Huge.
So like we want just an extended thank you to you for helping us get this kicked off the ground. So
Truly can't thank Bill enough. Not only was he super helpful with all of the advice for how to set up a podcast, how to do everything, he also knew the secret before everybody
yeah,
else.
he was our very first fan.
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Well-
we're super appreciative.
I am very glad to be part of helping this get off the ground. Whatever part I played, it's honored to be, and I love what you've done. So,
Well, thank you.
okay.
Appreciate it.
I
You
wanted
bet.
to say bye, ladies. You guys are awesome.
Thank you.
No, we adore
Holiday
you.
Season, vacation, whatever.
You
Thanks for being
too.
here.
Oh,
All
thank
right.
you for being here.
Thank you.
All right.
Bye.
We'll see
Bye,
y'all later.
guys.
All right.
See ya.
Bye.
Okay. Bye.
I have
Let's
a little
see.
thing in my hand.
Do. All right. That was amazing. And they can now go off on their jet set life.
Mhm.
And we are going to be here very soon. We should have Jonathan Hill. Jonathan, if you're in the comments, you just sign in with the link. And my wonderful wife has brought me some cold brew. And let's see. We need to get good old Jonathan here. Oh, wait a minute. Liza's. Do you have a fan? No, she didn't have a Fant in her hand when she came over here. There is a Fant in that cage right here. Although honestly, I was looking this morning and I couldn't find him, and that's what you get for having a Fant in a large cage. And I tell you, if you guys have Fantasticus, give them a large cage. I think Europlatus get. We don't understand how active the Europlatus leaf-tailed geckos are, because at night they're sleeping while we look at them, but at night they are bouncing all over the place. So I love having Fantasticus in a 3-foot tall cage. So, all right. Everybody's here for Jonathan. Jonathan, we need you signed in. I know he was signed in as a guest. Let's see. Shoot me the link again. All right. We'll get you that. Everybody just hang tight.
All right, Bill, I'm going to answer some questions that they left me before we went to this episode.
Okay.
Someone asked me about my quads, and sadly, I only have one male quad gristler and one female quad. So never the two shall meet until I get desperate. But so that breeding project is over. Snake types, I think Two Turtle Tom asked me about it. As Jen fades in and out of the picture, you can tell it's a fake background. I just have the boa and several ball pythons. Sadly, my what were they? Corn snakes passed. So, anyways, those are the answers to the questions. I took them down so we could talk about them at this point. I don't know where Jonathan is at. He's
Oh yeah, I just got him a link. He just needs the link again. And see, everybody loves Sean. The reason why Sean's not part of being on screen is because he is taking care of anything that happens behind the scenes, because when you're on camera, you can't really deal with things that are going on, like in the chat or technical or the guests who are about to come on need help. And so that Sean is my backup.
Terrorists hit California. I'm in this undisclosed location so that I can keep the show going on, because the show must go on whether Bill's there or not.
That's right. That's right.
All right, there's John. So I'm going to fade.
Okay. Now, Jonathan, your mic is I'm going to try to oh, you've got to unmute yourself.
How about that?
There we go. That is absolutely perfect.
See, you tricked me. I was ready for Riverside, and this is something different.
Yeah, such all this different these different softwares. So, all right. Well, welcome to the show, and you've just released a podcast.
Yeah.
How is that? And for those who don't know, that Jonathan has joined me. And by the way, okay, I know you as Jonathan, and other people call you John. What is the official name?
Well, I think it's appropriate given the generational difference.
Wow, wow, medic.
but yeah, no, I go by both. It's
okay. All right.
Yeah, in a more formal setting, Jonathan, John is what a lot of people call me. But I answer to both. Yes.
Okay. Well, yes. I've I've called you Jonathan from the beginning, so I don't know that I could, us old guys don't know if we can change our habits.
It's fine. I see it as a respectful thing, so it's not.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So, well, it's been wonderful because Jonathan has created a podcast that he's putting onto the Chameleon Academy to relate his insights from being a panther chameleon breeder, and the whole panther breeding community has grown beyond just how do we do it, and there's culture, there's issues, there's discussions within the panther chameleon community, and so he's involved with it all, and so it's wonderful to have you join the podcast with that insight.
Yeah,
so
no, I'm pretty excited about it.
Yeah, let's just start off with telling people about the podcast and your experiences making it.
Cool. Yeah. So first, it was an opportunity to just reach out to people that I wanted to talk to anyway. So people that I'd worked with for a long time, but we'd never kind of sat down on a Sunday and had a chat. So that was really good, just to have an excuse to finally do that after all these years. But I think we were thinking about big topics where we could add value. And the first one, I think, is in selective breeding topics, helping people understand the genetics and locales and kind of the base foundation of breeding the species, trying to selectively breed the species. And so that's where we decided to start.
Okay. Yeah. First episode was great. Next episode goes on Monday.
Yeah. Professor Anderson. So
yes. And Dr. Anderson was going to be on here, I think, next.
Yep.
He's going to be in. So, well, tell us what would you like to accomplish with this podcast? Where would you like it to go?
I mean, the way I see it, I don't really have an end goal. I think the way I see it is each episode is a conversation about a topic in a mini series. So we will continue to add to specific topics as the podcast goes on. So people who want to talk about selective breeding, reach out to me, and I'd be happy to interview you and get you slotted for that. When we start other mini series, it'll just continue in the same way, where we continue to explore those topics and expand on those series. But the place where I'd like to go with it is to have it be a resource for people in the community who feel kind of in the dark about certain things, like why they get reactions on social media or when they put things out, like to basically understand the culture around selective breeding, because often you'll find some people who have come from breeding other animals or breeding other species, and coming to chameleons can be a bit of a shocker. They're like, they don't realize what the norms are, and then also what people are even trying to achieve with their projects. And so I think that this should help you understand that, and then also as a customer to kind of be a bit more savvy in selecting the animals that you want to acquire, and being able to understand, like, how is this animal over here different from this animal over there, because that's, I know, is a huge challenge. When I started in 2015, it was like, you look around and all you could see were some sire pictures and some stuff on websites, and there's just not that much information. And I think now there's a lot more for people to use to make a good choice.
So Alaska Girl here went and made a family tree diagram after listening to the podcast.
Nice. How
Really?
I would like to hear how you did it. Did you go and like piece together a bunch of posts, or how did you just look up the email that you got and try to build a tree off of that? How did you do it?
Yeah, and it's interesting. So if somebody says, wow, this is a great idea, I'd like to know the lineage of my panther chameleon. How would you go about doing that? I mean,
Well,
if you buy from Hyperdalis, it's actually easy. You go to the website, hey, there it is.
yeah, for me, I try to make it easy for people, right? You have as much information as I know is on the website, period. I mean, some breeders, that's like 10 generations and kind of ridiculous. For other breeders, it's less. You know, I don't know as much, so that's what I put up there. And so I think the way that I piece those things together, though, is I'm often doing a little bit of internet sleuthing, lots of Google searches, lots of like visiting groups and pages and searching for posts, like old posts, and pulling all that information together to then figure out how they're all related. Because often you won't find it all in one place, right? You're going to be pulling together like 5 or 6 different Facebook posts that mention one of the relationships you need, and then you pull all those together. Now you have 5 or 6 relationships that you can tell a story with. And then often you can go to like Internet Archives. If there's a website, you can always look at old versions of that website and pull the lineage information that way too. So Internet Archives are a great place if you really want to nerd out. You know, just start looking at older versions of a website, and you can figure out the lineage as long as that website existed. So
Okay. Chris is asking about a program.
yeah, so the program that I use to organize the information is called Gramps. I've also used Kintrax. Kintrax is more for animals, and so you do have some more kind of like calculated distance capabilities in Kintrax, which is really nice for breeding purposes when you're considering a pairing. But Gramps has nicer visualizations. So that tree that you see on the website comes out of Gramps. It's one of the visualizations. And so you just enter data in there. You enter people. It's all stored as people because Gramps is for people. And then and then at the end, you can see the relationships on the charts. And there's a bunch of different charts that they have available in that software. But the thing that's nice about it is as you enter that in, so if you have you get a new animal, say you have one animal, you know all the lineage of the sire. All you have to do is enter that one animal and say that it's the son of the sire, and boom, you get the whole tree. Like you don't have to build it every time. It makes it a lot easier to manage.
All right. So Alaska Girl came and gave you a little idea of what she did.
Okay, I took 2 names.
And I'll read this because I guess this doesn't come out on the video when it's saved, but I saved the original listing for my guy, took the 2 names, sire and dam sire, then started searching for those 2 for the pairings that they came from and the names from all those pairings.
Yes. Yep. And so you piece together all the old posts to find the lineage. Very cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's often the case, right? So if you do know that there's like shared lineage to anything that I own, then you can often just go to my website and just pull it in from one place instead of having to look through old posts. But that's cool. Yeah.
All right. Love that you are combining technology with reptiles, pushing the whole community. That's right. That's what makes Jonathan so popular.
Well, no, I actually do write software for my day job, so it makes it easy.
No, you actually write the software.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess I don't know what a data scientist does.
Yeah, it's like a software engineer that does data analysis. And
okay.
I mean, on one hand, you have people that are focused entirely on machine learning and algorithms. And then on the other hand, you have people that are doing more software engineering and gluing the 2 together, right? So that you can actually use the algorithm. And I sit more on the usage side of it, like building software to use the algorithms.
Oops. How cool would it be to have tracking genealogy and all captive bred chameleons to be the norm? Well,
Yeah.
let's ask the question: how important is it, and at what level is it important?
Yeah, that's a good question. I believe that I obviously believe it's important. I've spent many years doing it,
Mhm.
and doing it to an extent that's much more than the average. So I'm an extreme uh, perspective on this, but the because for me the way I see it, it's about transparency, it's about trust, and it's about building strong networks with other breeders and your customers. And so if you share that information, it helps do that. And so for some people, they're focused on like the outcomes with the animals. I'm also very focused on the outcomes with people. Um, I think that it's just as important with your relationships and the people that you can work with and serve as a business. Um, I think that that's the primary reason that you do it. Then there's other reasons, obviously things like understanding whether or not animals are related, um, being able to try to deduce what could be in a female from a genetic standpoint, and not other species. It's not going to be as important because they're not sexually dimorphic, like panther chameleons. For panther chameleons, it's very important on the female side, um, and so that's kind of the way that I look at it. Is on the one hand, it's helpful for people like customers to make choices. On the other hand, it's helpful to build those relationships. And then also, I'm just a big fan of transparency in general, across the board, whether it be lineage or uh, husbandry or health or you name it. I think that we should be transparent. So I think that that's part, like it just it 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 flows nicely into that.
Okay. Have a question. Any update or worse about genetic sequencing locales?
So we did do an interview with Benson Morrell, and that will probably drop in January. But for you guys right now, they're working on releasing a commercial option for the genetic test in Q1 of next year, and then a more advanced test later in the year, possibly the next year. And the simple test will just check for a match to the 2015 study and the haplogroups that were defined there. And then the next test will require full genome sequence, and then um, they'll be able to do things like test for inbred coefficients, test for paternity, test for all sorts of stuff because the test will be more expansive. And so that's a probably a short answer to that, but the episode will drop in January for a more detailed answer. If you have any other questions.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
All right. And what is your ambient temperature and humidity right now for your chameleons? Yeah, we
My
don't care about you, your chameleons.
ambient temperature for my chameleons. So what I've been doing lately is I do I drop the whole house down to like 66 at night. And then in the chameleon room, I have fans pulling air out of the room, and the room stays a little bit colder than the rest of the house. So it's probably more like 64, 63 in the chameleon room. And then during the day, it's up towards 74, 75 as an ambient. So but it's only there for maybe like 3 hours, and then it's dropping back down. Um, and then humidity is variable based on the season. In the winter, it's very difficult to keep my humidity as high as I would like at night. In the summer, it's maybe too easy. And so so it depends on the season, but I do shoot for that 50% daytime, and then as close to 100 as I can at night.
Okay. There's we hear about Nosifali being gone. I don't know how much you've been involved with Nosifali. Are you familiar with?
Yeah,
the-
yeah. I've heard people say that the wild population is no longer pure nosy folly, and the habitat is degraded to a point where it's probably never going to come back. So that's what I've heard. Yeah, sadly, some of the captive bred lines might be the best things that we have for those.
Interesting. All right. Now, Jonathan, you have. Let's talk a bit about the importance of the females, female panther chameleons. And we are leading up to a giveaway of a female, actually two female panther chameleons that you are giving away. But let's, this is a very important, let's talk about the importance of the female genetics and the particular ones that you're going to be offering to the watchers here.
Sure. So with panther chameleons, you can look at the sire to see what he has from a genetic standpoint. You can see the traits that he carries because he shows the male traits that we're often breeding for, right? So you can do a really good job watching him when he sleeps, watch when he fires up, watch when he sees another female or looks in the mirror, whatever it is. You can see him in all those different states. You can see him at rest, and all of the colors and all of the things that he does in those various states are the traits that he carries, right? You can find that out by observation. Whereas with the female, you can't, right? And when you breed the two, it's like mixing paint. So on the one side, you can see what you're mixing. So you could see that you have yellow and blue on one side. On the other side, you can't see what you have. And if you have orange or you have red, and you're trying to shoot for yellow, in my case, when you mix orange with yellow paint, you don't get yellow. You know, when you mix red with yellow paint, you don't get yellow, and that's the reason that the female is so important. Is you can't see it, but when you're going to see it later in the offspring, that female didn't actually have yellow, and so it's definitely better to know up front when you're doing those pairings, and you kind of understand the colors that you're working with. The female side is 50%, but it's also the 50% unknown, where most of your mistakes or the mystery the mystery in that pairing is stored in that female, really. And so the more information you can deduce about her, the better informed you're going to be about what you're going to get.
All right. So I'm going to add this to the stage here. Let's talk about Manjaka times Noko. And yes, everybody, this is, I mean, you can start putting down this right now, but we're gonna talk about this a little bit. Tell us about this bloodline and who would be interested in this bloodline. So
this was a really cool combination with F1 Manjaka in the middle there. He was produced by Chris Neely and Billy Barr over at Colorado Chameleons. His sire is a wild-caught chameleon named Arlo, and he was bred to a female from Linda Nicholson to produce the sire here. So I acquired Manjaka from Chris, and Chris produced him with a female from Linda. So some really cool, unrelated yellow body blue bar genetics on the sire side.
And actually, I'm sorry, Jonathan, let me say this can only be sent to the continental United States. We can't send to Hawaii. Alaska is a real problem nowadays, and we can't ship this internationally. So if you're if you're typing, starting to type for the giveaway, just know that there's restrictions on this one. And because everybody's getting excited about this, what will be required of the person before they receive their female?
Okay, yeah. So logistics wise, terms of service that I use for all of my transactions will apply to this giveaway. So I'm going to want to see pictures of your enclosure pre-shipment. We'll have a quick conversation if there's anything that needs to be adjusted. And this time of year, it's really important to do hub to hub. I do hub to hub no matter what, but right now that's going to be a much harder no if you try to do it to the house or anything like that. It's going to be a hub pickup. I'm always hard no on that, but the only exceptions I've had is when someone say someone's disabled or something serious where it's like, okay, we don't, you don't, that's a valid excuse. But I do hub to hub, and then after that, keep in touch. I want to be involved. I'm always involved with everything, so I'm here as a resource. Whether you have questions about diet, lay bins, receptive cycles, anything like that, I'm happy to help with your female. So,
okay, I am sorry for for interrupting. Please continue on talking about that and give me. And Jonathan, I am going to put you up. Sean, would you be able to come?
I'm here.
All right. I am going to take a little break because I need to get my hoodie on because I'm a little bit cold. And so, Jonathan, please go on explaining about this bloodline, and I will be right back.
Cool. Yeah. So that was the sire in the middle there. And because the sire is 50% of the information in this pairing for the female, that's why that's the big picture. The two chameleons on the top are the closest males to the female Noko, and Noko is right in the middle there. So you have Nugget on the left. Nugget is one of my favorite third generation yellow body blue bars in my project, and I paired him to a female from Chromatic Chameleons from Chromatisk on the right. So Chromatisk was from JJ and produced by Chromatic Chameleons. I used one of their females with my male, Nugget, and produced Noko. I want to say it was maybe 2021 or so. And this female is her daughter with F1 Manjaka. So she's an F2 and has my project extended on through the female's lineage. But I utilized some new F1 genetics for this on the sire and chromatic female back years ago. So but I think that's the kind of thing that I would hope we can be very transparent about with our projects, because when you understand all of that, then you can figure out what you can do with her and make sure that you're you know what you're working with from a genetics standpoint. So
and I have a couple of chameleons from John as well, and I have a couple of a male and a female from Manjaka. This was Manjaka versus Locana, but they are incredible. He is enormous. I call him. What did I actually call him? It was something really close. It was.
Some of those have been pretty impressive size.
I call him Mancana, but he's like, I didn't. I'm not really original. But
I like it.
But he's enormous. He's like the biggest chameleon I have, except for maybe my my wild caught. What is it called? Bungee. My wild caught Mbanja. That was the father of the eggs that I showed on the internet recently. But he's just enormous, and he is loving his new cage. And I got him in a dragon strand cage, of course.
Nice.
So he's loving his new cage and
Nice.
going all around. And she is like got the coolest pattern. I've ever seen. So yeah, these are going to grow really big. So don't have a small cage for these. The female is probably the largest female I have. So
Yeah. Oh, so Zev Green asked if this female is related to Jackson or Beans. So Beans was a female that I acquired from Brian Stewart, and not related to any of the animals here in the short term. Jackson is a male that I produced with Jack and Mavo Kelly, and Jack was from Jude and Alla. Nugget here was from Jude and Kako. So the relation between Jackson Beans and this is about 6 generations of separation to the common relative, and that's statistically irrelevant. the when people say that they're unrelated, I'm always like, yeah, that's just because you didn't dig far enough. They're related. Like you just have to figure out how they're related and whether you're comfortable with that. And that's the challenge with the captive breeding market, and often why I think lineage is really important.
All right, we have a question from Craig. What do these big male panthers weigh?
So I would say some of the bigger ones that I've owned are between 220 and 250 grams, but I want to weigh some of my larger ones right now. They put on a little weight, so maybe we'll see if we can push it a little bit bigger. But I mean, honestly, it's really just about their skeletal structure, if they're a healthy weight and things like that. But some of them, they're big bodied, nice and long and good size, and they can get to be about 220, 250 is pretty big.
All right, I think we need to go ahead and do the actual giveaway, and
nice.
We can do everybody. I'm just going to do a 3, 2, 1, and we are going to draw. This is for. Oh, this is Eric.
Cool.
Eric. Okay, let's see. DJ key. Okay. Eric, the email down at the bottom, bill@chameleonacademy.com. Send me. Really, all I need is the address.
Yeah.
Well, actually, the email, because you need to communicate.
I'll be in touch. Yeah.
All right. So, Eric, go ahead and send your email to bill@chameleonacademy.com, and I will pass that on to Jonathan. He will get in contact with you.
Yeah, and on the picture thing, I like to try to keep it casual, but obviously if I see something that's problematic, it's going to turn serious, right? So that's just something to say. It's like most of the time it's a good conversation. People are very eager to have me take a look at their enclosure and provide advice, and that's the way that I like to frame it. But at some point, it is also a control on like whether it's going to happen or not. So,
all right. Well, here's a question, Sean. I want to ask. Do you want to come on and stay on and hang out, or do you have things to do over there?
No, I'm happy to stay on hang on. It's just that he's been intermittently crabby, so I'm trying to.
Bill, I did have a question for you.
You did? All right.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Yeah. Because you asked that how important is lineage question, and I was wondering. So there's the old school mentality, right? Is less lineage is good because it's less work, right? And so I know that there's a lot of people out there that get mad at me for this, and I'd wonder what is the old school inner thoughts going in your head?
Well, it's really the thought that I was, it's like significant digits on a calculator. At some point, we are now going beyond what is really necessary and
Yes.
valuable.
Yes.
And so it's very easy to, when we get all these charts and going back all these generations to, it's nice information, but there is decreasing
value
as we go on. The question is, at what point is it valuable, and at what point is it just a fun exercise?
Fun exercise and detracting from sales, which is important to put out there, because people will put too much value on it and avoid your project because they can see that it's related to theirs. And that's, from an old school perspective, why they hide it, because they don't want people to see that they're related and avoid the purchase.
But if it's related seven generations back.
Exactly. Even though it's not important, right? So they make that kind of executive decision to hide it because it's not important, right?
Okay.
But that, in my opinion, is, we should just educate people, right? Lose the sales. Like, be transparent. And if people think that it's important, it's kind of up to them, right? You know, at least from my perspective. So the way it's like, if someone is going to avoid my project because their goal is to have it unrelated to everything that they know, right? Like they can't be any relation, zero is their goal. Then I want them to be able to achieve that goal, even if I think it's a kind of it's not like practically important, right? So, but it's important to them. So it's like, that's kind of the way that I see it.
Okay, and that I like that approach, because when I was talking to you about wanting actually Antilles, who's back there and who won't get out of that cage, as much as I try to get him out of that cage, and so Antilles came from Jonathan, and we were talking about lineages, and he said, okay, this is the entire lineage, but it's really about 3 generations past that is very important. Beyond that, there's going to be
it's more of a fun exercise. Yes. Okay. Whereas when the risk is really, if a recessive trait or a bad gene is in there, you want to understand what the probability is that gene is going to be expressed in your animals when you do the pairing. And when you go beyond 6 generations to the common relative, that probability drops below 1%. And it's more like 6% at 4 generations, and it's at like 25 at 2 generations, right? So the difference is exponential. It drops exponentially as you add one more on each side of distance. And once you get down to 1%, it's practically negligent. Like, it's not going to compare to any other thing that could cause problems with your animals. And so but the thing that I think people need to remember is, if you hit on 1%, if you hit on that, it's immediately 25% of your animals. It's not like only one of them. It's like 1% of your clutches, you're going to have 25% with the problem. And that's a big problem, right? So that, I think, is where what people don't really understand is what the risks are. And there's something really interesting, is like, if in some ways, if you pair them too closely, or too closely, you do a really close pairing and you don't see negative outcomes, then the probability that bad recessive is in there is low. And so from that point forward, breeding them closely is not as risky, ironically.
Okay.
Because you've kind of like tested it out. You've seen if there's something bad in there, and then you know that there isn't, right? Because as you do it multiple times, the probability that something bad is present in the genes that you're working with goes down, right? And then you're like, okay, well then the necessity of trying to look for unrelated combinations goes down too. So it's a complicated thing, and I think that instead of avoiding that conversation, we should just talk about it. And like, people have different perspectives. That's cool. My perspective is precautionary principle applies, and you just try to be as cautious as you can while you're trying to breed. So
All right. So here's something I'd like to talk about. Especially you get a lot of responses back. Oh my goodness, this thing is so big. Is this really a 3-month-old chameleon? Because you've optimized your husbandry. You raise them individually, and you've got them under ideal situations, and they just grow huge. Now,
they grow at a natural rate. Yeah.
Well, let's talk about that natural rate. What I am concerned about, or we should talk about, is this truly the most healthy way, or does it really matter that they grow that fast? And the direction I'm coming at is, does this move the needle as to what's possible, or is this moving the needle as to what we should expect, should do? Meaning that if they grow slower like they have before, is that still acceptable, or should we see that as less than desirable?
Well, I think that if someone wants to do a counter example where they try to feed them a little bit less, possibly like the try to emulate what it would be like to be in the wild, have lots of space, scarce food options, and have some of them die off, and truly get to like a natural growth rate. That'd be really interesting. I mean, I think the problem with that perspective is it's often being used to just justify subpar care, instead of like trying to argue for something better. And so if all you're doing is the same thing that we've been doing for 20 years, and then you're throwing this argument out as cover, then I don't think that that's very helpful. Whereas if you are actually trying something new, and then you say, the reason I'm doing it this way is because I want to control their growth rate to make it a little bit slower, whatever it is, that's fine. But I think it should be based on an understanding of the species. These guys grow to sexual maturity in the wild to be at about 6 to 8 months. They're going to breed in their first year, and that's just, if you look at how the species works, that's what it does. And so if you're not trying to achieve that, and you're trying to say, maybe it's like a year and a half, and I'm like, well, show me the wild place where that happens. Because it doesn't. So that would be my counter to that statement.
I didn't experiment with essentially my entire clutch. I just had a clutch of panthers, and I had them outdoors. They were in individual cages, and I was like, great. And I had them outdoors, but they didn't grow like at the rate that
we talked about this. I had the same experience with my babies outside. They grew slower than the ones inside.
I'm thinking, and I guess that makes sense, because you don't have the ideal condition. There's a lot more variation, and so they won't eat as much when it's older.
And for me in Maryland, it gets way too hot. Like those guys, it gets way too hot. I do my best to shade and a bunch of things in the outdoor setups, but the conditions are not ideal, right? So they are spending time hiding, spending more time hiding, less time eating, less time growing. They do really well in the early spring to early summer, but midsummer, there's just like a 2-month period where in July to August where it's just not good for them. Right. So they don't get 3 months, like 3 solid months of growth in an outdoor setting.
Yeah, so that was I was thinking, yeah, natural sunlight, natural UVB, and okay, there's a lot of variation in temperature, and boy, it just didn't turn out. I mean, they're all healthy, they're wonderful, and
They
great
live
colors, and
they're great. My F1, if you want to look at a group that was outside, Wild-Caught Dia of Alsari, those guys were outside. And if you compare them to Zozoro Artilli, those guys were inside. And they hatched within like a day of each other. Zozoro Artilli, I had those listed like 3 weeks before the others. And it wasn't just because of the other ones being F1. The F1 were a little bit smaller. And I mean, there's obviously the new genetics and other things in play there, but yeah, they were outside, and I've noticed not just with that clutch, but others that outside does tend to slow them down a bit.
yeah. So anyway, learning, always learning all these great things.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the point would be, it's like if we could nail down what the health problem is, or like what the thing is when they do grow faster, like what are people seeing that is actually a problem? Because it could come up later in life, right? We could start to see it at like 5-6 years. We don't know. Some of this stuff is pretty new, right? So we would have to definitely keep track of those adults and see whether they're, say maybe they have more gout or like joint issues or something, like there's valid concerns. I would say.
Okay. All right. We are getting to the point where we need to talk about our second one. Jonathan, can you say a little?
Xandrin. It's all good. This is Xandrin Mara.
I'm sorry. Did I spell it incorrectly?
Yeah, it's all good. We can correct that later. But Xandrin, Zand.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Xandrin Mara. So Xandrin is Nugget's son, and he's the animal in the middle there. He's from our 4th generation, and I paired him with a female from Kaitown Chameleons, Sammy, and Legion's son Nova. So Legion was a wild caught that I've been tracking for years, and we're just waiting for that new line to be paired nicely with another yellow chameleon, and finally got it with Mara. That was like that. I had been tracking that for like 3 years before I finally was able to add it to the project, and so Mara was really an exciting addition. And then so that's what that is on there, is the female lineage for Mara is Sammy and Nova.
So, okay. Yeah, Anne is asking, can I play even out to the US? Unfortunately, no. I mean, you can. Well, the thing is, if you win, we have to go. We have to draw again. But yeah, unfortunately. So okay, let's go ahead and do this. We'll bring up. We'll let some entries go. We'll go another couple of minutes while people put this in. So how old are these? How big?
These 2 females are breeding age.
Okay.
They're probably around 50 to 60 grams. I haven't weighed them, but I'd say they're probably about in that range.
Okay.
Yeah, good size females.
All right, Bill, can I show one of my chameleons from John? I could probably put it on here.
Well, yeah, pretty okay, everybody. We're gonna have a show and tell, and then we're gonna do our drawing.
All right, so if I can do it, I figure out where I gotta put it into the things because it's not in the picture. So just give me a sec here.
Okay.
And this is my guy here, and okay, there we go. There he is.
Oh,
He's
nice.
bigger than that now. That's not his
Nice.
real size. That's him versus background. But he came out. That was me actually walking him over to his new dragon strand cage. He was not pleased, but then he got in the cage and he was very pleased. But
Yeah.
he's
I like
good size and he's not happy there, obviously. But that was because I don't hold him all the time. But yeah, that was he's even larger than that. I haven't weighed him either, so I don't know how much he weighs. But
I know the funny thing is the holdback that I had from this group was Renoka,
mhm.
and he's gorgeous, but he's orange.
Wow.
Yeah, and the reason, and it's a really interesting result because there's no orange in his lineage, and my theory is if you look at chromatisk at the very edge of his yellow, there's a lot of red and orange right at the edge, but he doesn't have very many edges. Whereas when you look at Manjaka, his yellow has lots of edges, like edges all over the place. It's like the yellow has depth and radiates. And so when you combine the two of those things together, like the orange and red at the edge with a lot of edges, it appears orange, right? And that's pretty cool.
All right,
Yeah,
I got two things. First of all, everybody, just enter once. No matter how many times you type it, you will be entered once. Also, we have a real problem that needs to be addressed. Apparently, someone's being responsible, and I try to have standards here.
Yeah.
Somebody call Troy and send him to the grocery store or something, because this vibe just isn't working here.
Tell him there's something wrong, an emergency that we got to take care of and get him out of the house for a period of time. Just for, of course, the problem is this is live on mobile and everywhere, so we could be watching this from somewhere else at the grocery store.
All right. So we're going to go ahead and do the drawing here. All right. Who is it going to be? Marsha Ann.
Awesome, Marsha. Cool.
Marsha Ann. Oh, I actually have. We'll go ahead and Marsha, send me an email. I actually have your email, but you know what? Let's just be consistent and just send it to your email to bill@chameleonacademy.com, and we will pass you over to Jonathan. So congratulations, Martha. All right.
Cool.
So where are you going? What is your idea for your podcast? Where are you going next as far as topics?
After Chris, after Professor Anderson, we'll be talking to Torsten Negro and Alex Lobb over at they help put together madcam.de, which is one of the major resources that we use to understand the local forms of panther chameleons.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they got a lot of good field data and pictures of all the different local forms, a description of the area. They talk about natural barriers that help it stay isolated from any adjacent populations, and it's really, really well done. Alex, I didn't know, but Alex wrote her PhD on Pardalis, and she's been key in writing a lot of the website content. So it was a really, really great to meet her.
All right. We got Chandler is asking something about making your own supplementation after dealing with the gular edema, the Earth Pro full cycle. By the way, it's not gular edema. It's something else that was coming from, I think it's the magnesium.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, I've been experimenting with just plain calcium, some carotenoids, and bee pollen on a regular basis, and then multivitamin every 2 weeks.
Did you have a problem with just Earth Pro A, or are you going through the entire cycle?
I mean, I wouldn't say that I had a problem with Earth Pro A. I did see some animals with that issue, and I wanted to see if
with just Earth Pro A.
It's Earth Pro A plus Repashy, but even if I was doing Earth Pro A and Revitalize D, um, there were different things. It's like I I I personally don't stick to one supplementation strategy very long. I I've tried a lot of different things, and when it comes to Earth Pro A, I used it for a long time to understand D3 synthesis, right, and vitamin A requirements, and then I know, and that was when I kept animals at UVI3. Wanted to understand that. Once I felt like I did understand that pretty well, um, I tried out some of the old school methods just to see how those worked in comparison. I've used even what's that? There's a yeah, you name it, I've tried it
Okay.
for some duration, and right now I've been using a plain calcium carotenoid pollen mix, kind of similar to what Bert Koch had he does, and I thought I it was funny because he made a video about it, and I was like, oh, I'm doing the same thing, man. And so we've a lot of us have been trying different things. I think that was primarily because I was wondering if the extra magnesium. Also, there's just more in the Earth Pro A on a regular basis, and I wanted to isolate certain things. I wanted to remove everything, or just remove like one component of it. So they have um, vitamin K in there, and they also have vitamin B, and that's going to be in your bee pollen too. So it's like,
Yep.
I mean, there's all sorts of stuff that it's. What my goal with what I was doing right now is just to like see if K is part of it, and
Okay.
yeah, it's working pretty well for me. I I think supplementation is overrated in general. Um, as far as its impact, it's mostly kind of like a cushion for mistakes, in my opinion. It's like if there's something that's lacking, you can add it through supplementation. Um, so if your lights don't function properly, your vitamin D3 is a backup, and if your gut load doesn't include enough of something, then you're going to get it through your multivitamin and all that kind of stuff. So it's like the way that I see supplementation is it's your backup, it's your safety blanket.
Okay. What's going on with First for Minor?
So with First for Minor, I got a really good clutch last year,
Oh.
hoping that they do well. They're incubating well, and if they hatch, it will be early spring. So that's fingers crossed. I've got males waiting, and
Yeah.
and 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 a nice healthy clutch. So my hope is that that continues to go well. I know that this past year, light cycles and humidity cycles were key in getting them breeding earlier, and they laid healthier clutches sooner, which was not the case the year before that. The year before that, they were not willing to breed until almost the early to midsummer, and it had taken that outside period to get them to a point where they wanted to breed. It's like as soon as I could get them outside, they had to be out there for a few months, and then they were willing to breed. This year, because of the like paying really close attention to humidity and light inside before getting them outside, they were on track to breed earlier in the spring.
Okay. Yeah, it's interesting. I didn't get breeding until I took them outside as well.
Yeah. Outside absolutely is important, but it can't you can't just rely on it. Is what I found. It's like you can't just be like, okay, we'll keep them in the winter inside, and then take them outside, and when that'll trigger it, and we'll be fine. You really should get the cycle going in the winter before you're taking them outside. So shortening your days, and then ramping up your humidity as the spring starts. So
All right. We are waiting for Dr. Chris Anderson to join us, but so let's do one last question here. What are you doing for gut load?
Lee, so I recently got a bunch of great gut load from Lee Reddy. He put together a new product, feeder fuel, and he's experimenting a little bit with the traditional cricket crack recipe, which has a lot of beans as a source of protein. There's tons of different types of beans, and in Lee's it's more nuts and seeds, and I think that's kind of cool. So I'm trying that out right now. He's been trying to innovate on gut load.
Okay. Well, we're waiting for Chris. Let's go ahead. We should do another giveaway. Let's see. What do we have? Oh, we need to do another dubia roach. Let's see. 16. Look who's hello, Dr. Anderson.
Hi.
All right, we are doing one last giveaway here before we jump on to the next one.
Perfect.
Let me let's make sure I spell this right.
What is that background, Chris?
It's my house.
That's beautiful, dude.
Oh,
Thanks,
hey, that's on the Zoom. All right, everybody. This is 100 dubia from Gold Coast roaches. Once again, this can't go to Hawaii, Florida, and it can't go outside of the United States. That's just lots of rules and such. But, oh, Stephanie made it. I just had to have 3 hours into it, Stephanie. That's the thing about Stephanie. She may come late, but she always shows up. We love it. So, okay.
Should I drop off? Is that a...
Okay, yeah. Jonathan, thank you very much. We'll have you drop off, and we will see you later.
Watching. See ya.
Yeah. Okay. So who all is in their pajamas? That was a big thing. People were wanting to have a pajama party here. So yeah, who is in their pajamas? Okay. We're going to go ahead and bring up the giveaway here, and we're going to draw it and then get to talking to Dr. Anderson. Eliza Ann is in her chameleon pajamas. Madison is working, but you can still work in your pajamas. So, Sherbert, the Sambava. Wonderful. The Sambava. All right. Please send your email to bill@chameleonacademy.com. That's going across the bottom. And we are going to pass your information to Gold Coast. All right. And we are welcoming Dr. Chris Anderson to the show. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Yeah, you do have a nice background there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Thanks.
Sell that to Zoom.
Yeah.
All right. And so we are talking about healing in science and conservation. And so I'll just start with a very open-ended question. What is going on these days? Is there anything new that is exciting?
Yeah, so as far as chameleon science and chameleon conservation goes broadly, we're always learning new things about chameleons. We're always, it seems like, new species being described every year. Conservation wise, we're always a little bit saddened and alarmed at the general conservation status of chameleons. They tend to be fairly heavily threatened due to their high levels of local endemisy. But chameleon science generally is interesting and exciting because, we're obviously all interested in chameleons, and there's a lot to learn, and not enough people working on them.
Well, I want to talk specifically about Madagascar because I hear, we hear about the environmental destruction,
Yep.
and it seems like it's not stopping.
Yeah.
And yet we have chameleons coming in, being exported. At what point does this all just blow up and everything stops?
Yeah. So as far as stops, as far as the trade goes, or what do you mean by stops?
Well, I guess it seems to be kind of superficial to be caring about trade, but yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess there's a few aspects to that question. I mean, obviously this is a developing country that is relatively poor, large populations with large population growth, and there's a need for resources, and a lot of the times that involves clearing of habitat for survival of local populations, and I mean it's a hard thing to deal with. But it's also, like you can't, it's hard to say, oh, you can't, make a living. You can't live. You can't do the things you need to survive in order to just protect some of these habitats. So it's a real double-edged sword in Madagascar, but that's a widespread problem. And so, if you look at the overall history of habitat destruction in Madagascar, habitat modification in Madagascar, they have a really long, track record of slowly dwindling a lot of these habitats. And if you visit kind of the east coast of Madagascar, it's really quite evident, where you see these huge sprawling landscapes that have basically been clear cut and deforested, that at one point were likely predominantly forest habitat or of various types, and other natural type habitats. So there's a real problem in Madagascar with, and other places in Africa where chameleons live, with habitat modification and destruction. Fortunately, there are quite a number of reserves and national parks and various other properties that are protected. There's still, some issues with encroachment and local, subsistence use within the park that needs to be controlled, and varying capabilities of actually controlling some of that, surrounding influence. But by and large, a lot of those parks, for the most part, are quite secure, and there's good pockets of habitat in many locations. That's not to say, of course, that they don't need more habitats protected, habitats in some different areas for different species protected, and so forth. But there is, some good habitat that is protected in those forms. So one of the things that oftentimes as hobbyists, we see discussed or mentioned is that we're actually doing a service by taking these animals out of the wild and protecting them in captivity. And I think that is something that we as a community might say to make us feel better a little bit about it. But for most of these species, our breeding and so forth track records just don't support that. I mean, if we're not actually being able to produce most of these species with any consistency, we're not really doing any service to the animals in that sense. And that isn't also to say that that there shouldn't be a sustainable trade. I'm a hobbyist. I started off as a hobbyist. I think we just need to be well educated about what the situation is with each of these species, what their conservation status is and protection status, within the habitat, and then make sure that the trade that we are engaging in is sustainable, and that we're doing the best that we can with those animals to try and establish them, and hopefully reduce some of those collection pressures that we have on those animals themselves. With every exporting chameleon country, or country that has exported chameleons, at some point there seems to be a suspension of trade, and that can be permanent or that can be temporary. With Madagascar in 1994, 95, there was a trade suspension that was implemented by CITES, the Convention for the International Trade in Endangered Species, and that ended up being temporary, but it was nearly 20 years before it opened up. So it temporary, but it had a pretty strong effect. And since that has opened up, at least for most species, opened up, we've seen fairly large quantities of some species that have been exported. And I don't think it would be a shock to anyone for me to predict that at some point that probably will, be reduced and potentially suspended again. Tanzania is a good example where for decades they were sending out large quantities of a whole wide range of species that we largely took advantage of or took for granted in captivity. And then all of a sudden, the political environment in Tanzania resulted in the suspension of trade. It was a mix of the political environment and also a little bit of catching some illegal, illicit trade issues and responding to that. But it's been shut down for years now, and there's always been whispers about it opening back up, but it just hasn't done it. And so this trend for those of us that have been in
24 hours.
Yeah. So, I mean, this trend, that, that's right. It did open for 24 hours and then got shut down again. But this trend is pretty common. We see it, repeatedly from multiple different countries. And so it's not a stretch to predict that at some point, the species that we currently have access to in the trade through legal importations, that will shift. And, we may not see those again. Another great example is Kenya. For years, Kenya was one of the largest exporters of chameleons for the trade. And then there was a wholesale ban on the export of wild animals from Kenya. And it was many years that Honelli and jacksoni and many of these other species were simply not legally available outside or out of Kenya. And we, had the introduced populations of Jacksons from Hawaii that kind of supplemented our access to some of the jacksoni subspecies, as well as Tanzania. But then all of a sudden, they started allowing some farm-raised animals to be exported, and we start seeing some of those again. So, I think the typical dynamics is that what's available today might not be available, tomorrow or down the road. What's not available today, some of it may be available in certain, amounts down the road. It's going to fluctuate, and it really sets up a situation where we need to be conscientious about what we're trying to do and setting up and working to establish animals in captivity and breeding groups.
Now, it's my impression that the animals coming out, the numbers of animals coming out have absolutely no relation to what we do. So there will be 3,000 panther chameleons, for example, I don't know the number, coming out of Madagascar every year until CITES changes that. Whether they die the second that they hit here and we're using them for fertilizer, or we have a thriving population.
Yeah.
Do we have any influence? I mean, what we do here, does it have any influence as to how many come out? I mean, and we keep talking about reducing pressure on wild populations.
Yeah. Yep.
What does that mean?
Yeah. So that's a good question. The annual quotas for the species that are legally exported from Madagascar are set up and established by the Malagasy Scientific Authority for CITES. And then it's regulated by the Management Authority by CITES. That scientific authority has basically assigned quota levels that are based on their conservation status on the IUCN Red List of threatened species. And so essentially species that are critically endangered or endangered have a zero export quota. There's no quota to legally export any of those animals for trade purposes. Vulnerable species is the next, most threatened category. Those have a relatively small category or quota number. Then near threatened species have a somewhat larger export quota. And then least concerned species have the largest of those export quotas. Now, there's some variation. There's some species that are listed as least concerned or near threatened or so forth that don't have an export quota for various reasons. Some of that is just simply based on lookalikes for threatened species. Some of it's based on their presence, restricted distribution to protected habitats, and so a lack of legal ability to collect specimens outside of a protected area, and various other things like that. But basically, those are set from the scientific authority as trade levels that they believe to be non-detrimental to the status of the animals in the wild. And so it's based on, or it's supposed to findings of non-detriment as is kind of the requirement from CITES. Now, that doesn't necessarily mean that it has anything to do with demand in the US or Europe or Asia for those animals, or the condition that those animals are experiencing generally. Like if they're have large survival rates or low survival rates or what, it has really not much to do with that. And then at that point, the reality becomes that if there's a quota for it, there's going to be somebody who's willing to fill it. They're going to be willing to fill that quota and export them, and be able to or collect money for supplying those animals. And in many cases too, if there's species on that list that are lower in demand, a lot of the time these exporters will tie purchasing some of these lower demand species with access to these higher demand species. And so if you want a Parsons chameleon, or if you wanted O'Shaughnessy or one of these species that there's a high demand for, you're taking 1,000 varicosis or something like that, and that's an exaggeration. Most of the time, it's not a single shipment, but there's a little bit of if you want these, you're going to take these as well. Yep. And then it puts the importer and distributors in a situation where they kind of need to move those as well, even if there's a lower demand. And so, yeah, I mean, this question of reducing pressures on wild populations, that's challenging when we don't really have a lot of control over what those numbers are. And those numbers really don't seem to change much unless their conservation status decreases, becomes worse. And that's not really beneficial. I guess what I mean is having an alternative in the market to wild-caught animals that provides, animals that will thrive more easily, less issues with acclimation and parasites and things like that, that are available for individuals in the trade. And, through time, hopefully being able to maybe wean ourselves off some of the numbers that are being exported to sustain the availability of those animals in captivity. It's a long road, I think, though, until those actual trade numbers are decreased, and it may end up being one of those situations where that happens when a suspension occurs. And then the question is did we set ourselves up into a situation where we no longer need to rely on that trade to have a supply of those animals in captivity?
Yeah, that is something that we have been working on in the community. I mean, you and I have been having this conversation for
decades,
long time. Yeah. And so the question is, how can we do it? And I know I keep trying and get a little bit further each time, but
and we've made a heck of a lot of progress, I think, in our husbandry with a lot of these species. And when I say that we've failed to establish most of these species, and we're not actually benefiting them if by taking them out of captivity and saving them from habitat destruction, if we're not actually reproducing them ourselves. I don't mean that as a knock against our efforts and our advances or anything like that. I mean it as a little bit of a call to arms, as far as we need to keep trying, we need to keep pushing, we need to keep doing everything we can to improve our husbandry so that we get there, and then can actually say with more of a straight face for a lot of these species that we're actually making a benefit. And one of the challenges I think with chameleons, and it contrasts a lot with some of the captive efforts with like chelonians, turtles and tortoises, has to do with the lifespan of these animals. When we're talking about a turtle or a tortoise, if you haven't quite figured out how to get it to breed for 10 or 15 years, you have future opportunities to breed them and still be successful, and for those animals to contribute to a captive population, and so forth. With chameleons, if we're talking about a species that's collected in the wild and brought in, and it has a year or two, let's say maybe 4 at the most, if you don't figure out how what you need to do to cycle those animals and get them breeding pretty quickly in fairly short order, that animal's not going to captive breeding and building a stable captive population as you would hope. And that is really a limiting factor in the effectiveness, I think, of some of the captive breeding in chameleons, is that they're delicate. They require certain seasonal things to stimulate them. They're challenging to get to breed, and if you don't nail it one year, you may have lost the opportunity with that animal or that species, or cut your available offspring or potential for producing offspring in half, or worse. And it sets up a situation where I think chameleons are really challenging. And there's some great success stories with captive propagation and turtles and tortoises, and establishing these populations that have persisted in spite of trade suspensions. And I want to see that for chameleons, but there are real challenges in doing that. And it's something that we really need to continue working on.
All right. Sean, are you able to come up? I'm going to, as we know, I'm in a marathon, and so I'm going to have to do a quick eating of a lunch so I can maintain. I am going to take my camera down. I'm going to be here. I'm going to scarf it down and then come right back. But I would like to put forth the question. What do you think is keeping us from establishing a species? I mean, our husbandry has gotten so much better. We're having success with more and more species. So I'd like to start the conversation. What do you think is keeping us from being successful? I'm going to turn down my camera, but I'm going to be here as I eat, and then I will come right back on to reply.
Yeah.
All right, we got you covered here, Bill.
Thank you very much.
No worries. Yep. I think one of the big challenges that many of these species need certain conditions to stimulate breeding activity. Seasonality, to their breeding, that necessitates a good understanding of what they're experiencing in the wild, replication of certain characteristics of their environment, whether that's daylight cycles, temperature fluctuations, hydrological type changes, humidity or rain, water availability, that are ultimately stimulating some of that breeding effort. I think we have a long way to go with consistency in our offering of some of those those components. And I think oftentimes with chameleons, it's being able to cool them well enough in captivity. The reality is many of these species live at high elevation habitats that are experiencing relatively cool temperatures, even at the hottest parts of the day. But definitely overnight and definitely seasonal fluctuations. And it makes it challenging in a captive environment where we're, have all these artificial lights inside that are creating heat and, are working within the constructs of our house and the, central air and so forth of our homes and so forth, to be able to provide some of those temperature fluctuations or humidity fluctuations. And I think we've been doing some great things recently by introducing fogging systems, which are increasing, humidity and so forth at night. When you're in some of these habitats at high elevation forests and so forth, and as the sun starts going down, you see the fog and you see the clouds roll in, and the entire environment all of a sudden shifts. It becomes much cooler. It becomes quite humid, and you literally can see the fog and so forth in this habitat. Until recently, we just haven't been providing a lot of those things, and so I think that consistently providing those seasonal fluctuations, those cooler temperatures, those higher humidities, but not necessarily wet type of environments, and those fluctuations throughout the year has been lacking and limiting some of our success with breeding. The next thing is of course, raising babies. Baby chameleons are challenging to raise. They're delicate. They, you can have fairly high mortalities with some species, or low incubation, success rates, hatch rates. And so I think that, some of those same factors come into play with successfully raising babies, not keeping them too warm, but having access to basking sites even with a low ambient temperature. Those fluctuations in the humidity and so forth at night. I really think that captive environment and those seasonal fluctuations and trying to mimic some of those critical components of their natural habitats is key to stimulating the breeding success that we need. The truth of the matter is many of these species we can maintain in captivity successfully. We can get these animals in, we can acclimate them to captivity, we can keep them going for a number of years, and so they can survive well. But they're not necessarily always getting the triggers that they need to go into an active reproductive state. And some of that is stimulating females to produce eggs. Some of it is stimulating males to want to breed and copulate and display. And a lot of that, I think, is tied to the varying natural environment that they are encountering in the wild.
Wow, that was a long integral answer, but boy, that's really complicated. As we had talked you talked on the podcast with me a week or so ago, there's 228 different species of chameleons, and they're different species. So each one, even though they're from the same space, like Madagascar, or a bunch of them are from Africa, it's still their individual species. So it's not like you got to get the right one for panthers and you have all of them Madagascar, because we don't. So that's right. Really interesting. So what do you think about bioactivity? We've kind of gone to that. Michael Nash talked to me about that recently, because he's doing a little chameleons, and the bioactive was both positive for, it's not like they live on the ground, but the babies, have little things to eat because there's, little things that are in there that you couldn't get otherwise. And there's something about the milieu that's kind of replicating a tree, but you can't replicate a tree that's 300 feet or 200 feet tall at home. So
I think that the bioactive enclosures have been a huge advancement in our captive husbandry. A lot of the early success with chameleons was coming out of like Southern California and so forth, in environments that you could keep them outside, or generally like the space in your house. You had fluctuations that were kind of tied to your environment, not necessarily having air conditioning and experiencing kind of that coastal decline in temperature and increase in humidity at night, and seasonal fluctuation that wasn't so extreme that you couldn't still potentially even keep chameleons outside. So those type of things were really beneficial. And in a lot of those outdoor habitats, people were having pioneering success with these animals, and it shaped a lot of our husbandry based on that environment. But in many cases, we're having to keep these animals indoors in areas where seasonal fluctuation doesn't allow us to keep them outside. for large portions of the year. We have central air conditioning and so forth that's drying the air out inside our house, even if outside it's humid as heck. Inside the house it's not, and that's affecting the environments of these animals. And it's creating different challenges than I think a lot of these early pioneers were encountering. And so I think that some of these shifts that we've had in our captive husbandry, particularly indoors, have been hugely beneficial. And bioactive enclosures, I think, are one of those, as well as these hybrid enclosures and glass terrariums that start to change the dynamic for how humidity and so forth is maintained in the environment. So of course, glass terrariums and hybrid enclosures are going to maintain humidity to a much higher degree than a screen enclosure would in an air-conditioned house. And in that environment, that's going to be a huge step forward for many species. And bioactive is another one of these situations that I think provides a lot for the animals that you might not necessarily otherwise think about. It's providing some natural humidity with the soil absorbing water from mistings and so forth. It's benefiting the plants and their growth. It's providing natural leaf litter and soil for females to comfortably start laying eggs in their own environment and not have that stress of searching for a laying site that's not there, or an artificial laying site, or needing to be pulled out of their environment to be put into one of these artificial laying sites. It's providing, as you said, a natural cleanup crew that's helping to keep the cage clean, but also then sporadic or occasional feeding opportunities for smaller species or offspring and so forth that are maintained in these. And so I think these bioactive enclosures, these hybrid and glass, the utilization of these hybrid and glass terrariums where it's appropriate for the species and your local environment, I think these are huge advancements that really benefit us in our captive husbandry. And it's things like that I think are going to start making us more successful in our captive husbandry and breeding, as we start to make these advancements in improving the local or the immediate environment of that animal, and providing better humidity regulation and so forth. And now we just need to move forward into some of those seasonal fluctuations and figure out how to really do that consistently for each species to produce them.
All right, this is a good breaking point. We need to do a giveaway.
Great.
And so I have a $500 gift card from Fram's Cams. So if anybody wants a very awesome chameleon and a lot of supplies, go ahead and start typing in Fram's Cams in the, let's see, let's make sure yep. Okay, Fram's Cams. I did do it right. So just go ahead, start doing Fram's Cams for a $500 gift certificate. And after we get have a couple minutes here, we can do the drawing. But Chris, you and I, we've been working on this establishing another species, and it always seems like we bang our heads against the supply and demand and the money aspect.
Yeah.
And it's been so difficult to get beyond that.
Yep.
I've seen some promising shifts in the community where there's more people who are appreciative of the species, appreciative of captive hatched,
yep.
and so will actually pay more from it.
Yep.
I don't have an answer. Do you think we're ever going to get beyond that problem?
I don't know. It's a hard one. It's one like you said, that we've been grappling with for decades and trying to address. There's this huge issue with to sink a lot of resources into establishing a species. it needs to be profitable, at least in the sense that you can help offset some of your expenses. Many people, to be able to dedicate that much of their house to that much energy, that much day-to-day care and time, and money towards food and lights and everything like that. We obviously are all doing it to a certain degree because we love it, but to really to increase production, a lot of people need to have some type of return, even though many of us, will never see real profitability in those type of efforts. But it influences bringing people in to work together on those goals. It's one thing if it's something that has the potential to be super profitable. You can get people to come in and want to be involved and work at trying to get those species. But as that profitability declines, fewer and fewer people are willing to just devote all of their resources to that, without much hope of actually getting any of that investment back. Fortunately, there's a lot of people that will still do that. I mean, you and I and Michael Nash, there's many people that are doing that, and they're doing great things with the species. But it's a lot of work. Yeah. And what you end up seeing is when these species are being imported in fairly large numbers, it makes the prices quite low, and it adds another challenge. That when you are successful breeding some of those species, you have to compete with wild caught animals that are quite inexpensive on the market, and that makes it challenging to even sell some of your babies for these species that are incredibly challenging to breed. I mean, I think both you and I have produced clutches of animals that were incredibly uncommon and rarely bred, and then struggled to move the babies and find people who wanted them, at least at anything any semblance of a reasonable price. And that makes it hugely challenging. It also sets up a situation where for many species, for short periods of time, matters of 5 years or something like that, there's one or two people who are breeding them quite well and producing large numbers, and they are available on the market. But then that person has a shift in their their life, and need to step away, or something happens with their collection or whatever it is. And when their breeding efforts decline or stop, all of a sudden that species is just gone. You can't get it. And so it's hugely challenging because we've got so many species that we need to work on and establish. Too few people who are able to dedicate the resources to really trying. And then we end up being spread really thin and having short-term success that doesn't translate to sustained, long-term establishment. And I don't know. It's one of those things that I'm always trying to encourage people to, to try some of these other species, and I find them to be hugely rewarding. Working with them, and the success that I have been able to have with many of them. But it's challenging with so few people that are really working with the number of species that we have that we need to work on.
Yeah, and with this live session, I have a number of regular attenders, and we're going to try out this whole idea of small batch breeding. And I don't know if we can to establish a species, we need like at least 25 pairs. If we go by latest scientific thought, and having one person do that is not reasonable. Even if two people do that, like you say, someone could fall out. But if there's a network of 30 people doing it, we have a chance. And so the question is, can we really coordinate long-term amongst the community? And that's a big question. But you know what? We're going to try it. We're going to see what happens.
We got to try. Yeah. No, I mean, it's one of those things that we need to see what we can do and try it and see if we can get, many of us are doing this as a hobby. I mean, there's a few people that do this, breeding reptiles or breeding chameleons even for a living, but most of us are doing this as a hobby. We have, however many number of cages that we are able to have in our living room that our spouses or whatever will tolerate. Some of us are fortunate enough to have, a room that we can dedicate to this, or, a basement or a portion of a basement. But most of us don't have the capacity, like you said, to have 25 breeding pairs of, a single one of these species. And so, having one or two pairs, but having, 20 or 30 people with those one or two pairs that are occasionally, maybe, not huge, pumping out huge numbers, but kind of across the larger group, getting a certain number of clutches every year that kind of helps sustain that population and keep it moving forward and growing, could be the best kind of answer to how we can establish some of these species. Then it's just a matter of how do we do that for all the species that we have available to us, and how do we focus on certain ones to start making incremental progress with individual species.
All right, we are going to go ahead and do the draw for this gift card to Fram's Cams. Boom. All right, let's see who this is. Sarah. Oh my goodness. All right. Not sure who this person is, so All right, congratulations, Sarah. So yeah, so we're going to Sarah, I guess I'll have you send your email to bill@chameleonacademy.com just to do it, like make it official.
Hey, Bill, I need to jump in really quick since Sarah won. You need to make sure she gets a veiled chameleon.
Well, that's a given.
What you really, really want. And so just make sure you send her one. Not anything special, just a female veiled chameleon. So
female veiled chameleon. Okay. Should we make sure it's gravid?
Yeah, absolutely. 100%.
She's probably celebrating with a white claw.
There you go. He knows her as well.
Yeah, I can't. Oh boy. So, well, here's a question here. What species does Dr. Anderson see coming to the U.S. soon? Oh, and yeah, I did a list of my top 5. But so what do you see coming to the U.S. soon? And maybe we'll also have a second part to that question as to if someone wants to get involved with a species, what do you think the best candidates are to actually do something as far as establishing?
Yeah, so obviously there's certain species or certain countries that are allowing export of some of their chameleons currently. And so those species are at least, in some type of annual cycle available most years. For instance, Kenya is kind of fairly consistently each year allowing exports of farmed, quote unquote, Jacksoni, Hohenelli, Boehm's blade-horn chameleon or Boehm's two-horn chameleon, Kinyangia boehmi, as well as occasionally lower numbers of Trioceras ellioti, Elliott's chameleons. I think those are fantastic species that would be highly worth establishing. Some people have had great success breeding the Hohenelli, at least a few generations. Jacksoni as well. I think the boehmi are fantastic animals, Ellioti and so forth. I think those are great contenders for animals that are available in reasonable numbers for each of these species and worthy of effort. There's also Madagascar, and Madagascar is exporting a fairly large number of species. The challenge with Malagasy imports is the identification of some of those species is challenging. So if you look at the Bruxia species, many times those are mixed species imports that are inconsistent in their identification depending on the source. The sexing of individuals can be challenging. And so if you were to just contact one of these distributors and say, I want a pair, a male and a female of this species, the chances of you getting a male and a female of that species, of both individuals being the same species, is actually pretty low, or surprisingly low. And that's true not only for Brooksia, it's true for many of the other imports. The Kaluma brevicorn group is a huge mix of species, owing a lot to the fact that we don't really understand their genetic and taxonomic diversity within the family. They're collected from different areas and so on. So that's a challenging one. If you look at the Nizudum and Betgerai complex, numerous forms that are being sent in with those as well. And so, to really actually build up a group of these, you need to oftentimes acquire large numbers of individuals, and then you'll end up with probably small groups of 3 or 4 species. In the last few years, I know Michael Nash and I and others were working really hard to establish some of these species that were coming in those 2 Nizudum and Betgerai groups. And we were trying to get huge numbers, each of us, just to be able to pair up a few animals of a few of these species. And then, he and I and others were working together of, okay, you're kind of concentrating on this species and this species, whereas you're concentrating on this species and this species. And as we're getting in some of these groups, we're trading then animals back and forth to try and build up reasonable groups with each of those individuals, and that's challenging, particularly when it's some of these species that there's only a handful of each quote unquote species from each import. And if that's 4 different species within that one species, it can be very challenging to build up any type of breeding group for many of those species. Now, with other species from Madagascar, it's less of a challenge. O'Shaughnessyi, Parsoni, Campani, some of those species are much easier to identify and differentiate. The numbers sometimes are a little bit higher and more reliable, where you can get more than 1 animal or more than 2 animals. So there's a huge number of species that are coming out of Madagascar that, depending on what you're interested in and what you're willing to put in and so forth, are good contenders for species to work with. Honestly, I feel like those are kind of the 2 main sources of wild-caught chameleons right now, Madagascar and Kenya. We're not seeing Tanzania, of course, exporting. We're not seeing Uganda exporting anymore. We're not seeing Cameroon really sending stuff out anymore. Occasionally, we see a shipment from the DRC going into Europe, but pretty limited numbers. Sources from South Africa have kind of burnt themselves out, I think is maybe a better way to describe that. And, so we're kind of limited as far as range countries go for availability. Europe, of course, has some species that we don't. We have some species that they don't have. And occasionally there are imports from Europe that provide at least a small group of some additional species. That's more just dependent on what's available in Europe at the time.
Yeah, well, it's going to be a challenge, but that's what we're here for.
Yeah, and there's some great species coming out of Madagascar and Kenya that are hugely just kind of interesting and rewarding for people who are working with them. And I think a lot of it has to do with finding one that it would work well for your environment, for your capacity to provide for their enclosure and setup, and that you're interested in and that you are able to obtain, and then doing the best you can with them and trying to work with other people that are working with them. And, as you learn things about their husbandry, sharing that with others and so forth.
All right, Chris, I think we need to do another giveaway here.
All right.
We're getting closer to Christmas by the minute. So.
Excellent.
All right, everybody. Jim Rockboast of Sunset Chameleons is donating a log lunch here. So this is something that you attach to the side of your cage. It gives a bit of a naturalistic feeder run cup. And the one thing that is, I mean, you look at it and you say, wow, that's incredible. And you are absolutely correct. But there is one feature on this that is not present on any other models like this, is there's a bottom that comes off. And so you are able to actually clean the bottom easily. And so you type in hashtag log lunch, and everybody, please just enter once. This is computer, the computer goes and works with this, and it will only take one entry. And so there's no need to spam the comment section. Although I appreciate the enthusiasm, that's always nice to see. And but just give one, and two there. We'll give a couple of minutes here. And so, yeah, Chris, I've been trying to work with O'Shaughnessy, and we'll see how that goes.
Cool species. I mean, beautiful animals, incredible blues, and kind of the nice rostral processes like Parsons. They're awesome animals.
Yeah, and I have the disadvantage that I've never actually reproduced them successfully. So this is not. I am not coming with a whole lot of bravado here. I need to get the first steps here. But if I am successful, I know there's a number of people who are wanting to work with me, and will be F1 breeders and keepers.
There we go.
So, all right, let's see. I think it's about time that we do a log lunch, and this actually Jim is willing to ship around the world. So even if you're in Finland or Germany or Canada, Jim said he would ship it. So go ahead and enter wherever you are. O'Shaughnessy is definitely my second go-to species. Fell into Parsons accidentally. Yeah, well, that's an interesting. Not many people fall into Parsons accidentally, but hey.
Yeah, that's a nice species to fall into accidentally.
Yeah, well, look at this. I have a bunch of Parsons.
Yeah,
dang it.
Another species. Yeah. That's one of the things too, is, it amazes me with the market that we have. Obviously Panthers and Veileds and even Jacksons are quite hardy and, good introductory chameleons, but we have so much access to really cool species that I just think that there's so much potential for people to work with some of these other species and establish them. And if we can figure out how to consistently reproduce some of these species, I think some of them would be fantastic animals for the trade.
Yeah. And the thing I like about the Parsons and have great hope for them is because they have that long life. Like,
exactly.
Not like the tortoises, but
yeah, close
enough that, I mean, the people who are working with the Parsons, they've been working with them for years and years. And so they
with those species that have that type of longevity to work for a year or two on establishing them and getting them, really acclimated well and, comfortable in their environment and, off of the ledge, if you will, that many of these animals are on when they are imported. And then once you are, confident with that animal in captivity, then you can start doing the breeding efforts and, introducing those type of fluctuations in the environment to stimulate breeding and so forth more comfortably. Whereas, you get some of these lateralis or some of these, other species that are similar that have really short lifespans, and you're simultaneously trying to keep them off the edge of that cliff from import while trying to introduce these manipulations to cycle them and get them breeding and so forth before their natural, life cycle comes to an end. And that's hugely challenging for some species.
Now, one thing I do love about Parsons and the Parsons breeding community is that the people who get the captive hatched Parsons, they are now spending years raising this up to sexual maturity. And so it's not like every year you all of a sudden have this huge explosion of the people who tried. It has long-term effects. So
hopefully that's what I hope. Yeah.
Now I don't know. I'll have to find out. I don't know what kind of diversity we have. As in, I mean, with Parsons, meaning to ask Craig this. He'd be the only one I can ask. Is there's yellow lip, there's orange eye, there's Christopher, there's yellow giant, and I mean, how spread out are they? I mean, if we consider them different species, is there any one that has a large momentum to carry us forward? But
I definitely have seen Craig producing each of those forms. I know he's produced the yellow giants and the yellow lips and the orange eyes and the Christopher, and I've seen a few other people produce many of those as well. So hopefully there's good basics for a few of those.
Yeah. All right, let's go ahead and do a draw. Okay, and people are wondering when it starts counting, and I will not be able to answer everything about this system other than it's the best I got. Okay, Mike P. Please send your information to the email address down below. You are in for a log lunch. And by the way, when you all are emailing me, it would help if you let me know what your screen name is. And so it's a lot easier for me to make sure that I have everything down. I'm taking down your screen name. Oh, thank you, Joanne. Appreciate the super sticker. All right. Well, we have a little bit more time. We need to do another dubia drawing. All right, let's do another Gold Coast. Don't start typing in yet. I should have waited. I should have waited. But all right. So let's do Gold Coast again. This is 100 dubia now. Once again, we cannot ship outside of the U.S., cannot ship to Florida, Hawaii, all sorts of those horrible rules. So continental U.S., if you are in Florida, they can send discoid or something like that. So we'll let that marinate a little bit. And so we're going to have, let's see, we've got 4 minutes until Dr. Michael Nash shows up. Yes, Michael has got his PhD and is doing us proud. It has been great that we have watched so many, I don't guess say so many, but a number of people get their doctorate within the chameleon community. It's just, I mean, I don't know when you got your doctorate. It was pretty early on.
My doctorate was 2013, so 10 years ago. 10 years ago, yeah. But I mean, I started bugging you on like AOL Instant Messenger and so forth in the 90s. When I was in middle school. I mean, if you start looking at that type of time scale, there's been a number of people over the years that have gone a long way.
And let's see, there was Mark Schertz, Walter Tapanju, Michael Nash. And so it's just, we've got a great community here.
Yeah, no, for sure. Definitely.
All right, we're going to go ahead and do a draw. Sherbert. All right.
I think they won the last one.
They Sherbert, you already won a. Not sure how that happened.
I think it was the Dubia one.
Yeah, I've got that right here. All right, Sherbert, you got 2 Dubias.
Yeah, good group of Dubia.
Are they really? Is Michael MD or PhD? Well, Sarah, Michael is in the MD program, but he got his PhD and now he's going for his MD.
Yeah, he's in an MD PhD dual.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I wanted it to be so if people like got a magnet, they wouldn't be out of the the running for getting a Pardalis, a Panther, or something like that. So that's just it's just part of the software. Let's not get too caught up in that. So
he'll have plenty of Dubia for his chameleons.
Yes, Sherbert, you get it again. All right, we have
there he is,
Dr. Michael Nash joining us. We have a lot of brain power on this show right now. Oh, all right. Well, Dr. Anderson, we can let you go. I mean,
not a problem. I appreciate you having me and giving me a chance to chat with you guys.
It was wonderful, and so we'll see you later.
See you soon, Mike. Nice to seeing you.
Yeah, good to see you. Thanks for coming on.
No worries. Talk to you soon. Bye, guys.
All right, thanks.
All right, Dr. Michael Nash, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me. Sorry, maybe 10 minutes ago, my fuse blew to the half of the house that controls my Wi-Fi. So I'm on my phone now, but I hope that's all right.
Oh, no. Well, I am glad that you are here. And Michael, there has been a lot of discussion about whether the difference between PhD and MD, where you are and where you are going. Can you give us the situation?
Oh, sure. Yeah. I guess I don't really talk about it all that much, but I'm part of a dual degree program where you get a PhD and you get a medical degree in MD. And the way it often works is you do a couple years med school and then you do your PhD thesis in the middle, and then you go back and finish med school. And then after that, you go on to residency where you kind of specialize and become the type of doctor you want to be. So it's a big process. And basically the goal is to train people that can make scientific advancements, but relate them to the clinic, since we're also seeing patients. So it's a way to sort of bridge the gap between bench research, so research in a lab, and patient care itself. And that's the whole purpose of the dual degree. So I have less than a year left. I'm graduating with the MD part in May. So coming to the end of this.
How long has this taken?
So med school is 4 years. That's pretty much non-negotiable. So 4 years, and then PhD theses, those can run anywhere from around 4 to, or maybe 3 in some very exceptional cases, up to 6 or 7. But for me, I finished in a little less than 4. So total, it's a little less than 8 years for this training, and then going to residency, which I'm interviewing for now, and that's another few years to specialize.
Wow. Okay. Oh boy. All right. Well, let's go ahead and let's start talking about some of the things that you are that you have been pioneering. Actually, no. First, I want to talk about how significant it is to have someone like Michael in the community, and especially with the education and what he's doing. We here on the podcast many years ago started talking about UV index 3, as we needed some way to measure UVB light, and just saying get this bulb was not an effective way to do it. And so I remember talking with Pete Hawkins about an experiment that he did for some totally other reason, but then he said that he had a veiled chameleon that had a perfectly calcified clutch of eggs. without the dietary D3. And from that, I said, what was the UV index that you used? I reproduced that experiment, said, okay, UV index 3 does work. And UV index 6 doesn't give us any benefit. But that was just me in my garage just saying, okay, this is okay. Jonathan Hill came in and did some experimenting on breeding multiple generations. And then Michael shows up and does some experiments of his own. And now we have a peer-reviewed scientific published article talking about UV index 3 versus UV index 6. And, I'm going to ask Michael to tell us a little bit about that experience, but I want to say this is the incredible progression that goes on within the community where we have just a sliver of an idea. And, there's always the people that whenever you give an idea say, yeah, well, where's the peer-reviewed article? I'm not going to believe it until we get that peer-reviewed paper. Well, okay, it's going to be a couple of years, but maybe if we're lucky, someone like Michael comes around and makes that. And so I want to thank you for being part of this, and tell us a little bit about that paper that you published and why you did it and what you did.
Yeah, sure. Well, so thanks so much for the kind words for one thing. I'm very happy to be a part of any of this. And really leading up to that paper, I mean, as I mentioned, I have kind of a scientific background, and I think there's so much to learn and quantify with chameleon keeping, and so little is really known and truly demonstrated to be the way to do it, for instance. And lots of what we do is based on kind of collective experience. But being interested in science and kind of communicating these ideas to people as effectively as I can and reaching the most people, I thought it would be a good idea to actually address what you're saying and get a peer-reviewed, published paper that we can refer to as needed. And I'm very transparent about the limitations of the work and so on. But I thought, a lot of what is talked about is sort of, well, in my experience, this happens. And in this person's experience, this happens. And that has a lot of value, but it's hard to make that into one concrete, readily applicable piece of information, right? Because you're always having to deal with maybe an ego or whatever, just variations and approach to the technique and so on. And with this social platform, Facebook and all these other kind of transient platforms, a lot of this information is just lost, and we cycle through it and it goes away and keeps getting buried, has to get brought up again, goes away. Having a peer-reviewed paper makes it so it's readily identifiable. Anyone can dig it up any number of years from now, and it's well demonstrated exactly what was done. So it's just an exciting field to be in because there's so much to figure out, and it's very fun, I think, to directly contribute to that. So that was a very kind of philosophical, broad answer about that study. I can go into more specifics if you want.
We don't need to go into the specifics of the study because anybody can read it. Well, we'll give a basic idea of what it's about and where people can find it.
Yeah, so basically what I wanted to do, since carpet chameleons are, as you've said, a really good candidate for establishing in captivity and growing a community around them, I wanted to do the work with carpet chameleons in particular to kind of help sort of get a better idea of how to take care of them in a quantifiable way, but also carpet chameleons are readily adaptable to their environment and they exist in a wide variety of spots in Madagascar. So I hope that by using them, some of the conclusions might be applicable to some other chameleons, just because this is a species that's so widespread, right? So the basic design of this study was raising babies under different UVI conditions. So that was UVI 3, UVI 7. So moderate levels of UV versus high levels of UV. And effectively, I simply kept all of the other parameters as closely controlled, meaning identical between the groups as possible. So everything was the same except for the UV between these groups. And then I simply measured the weight of each of the hatchlings over time. And I think my end time period was 10 weeks. So that kind of gave us this growth trajectory, as well as telling us, well, do they grow better or worse at higher UV levels? And ultimately, what we found is that they grow slower, or they don't grow as big at week 10, week 8, week 7, under the high levels of UV versus the low. So high levels of UV actually seem to be limiting the growth and maybe even reducing it compared to the moderate levels of UV, which is quite
And why would
interesting.
that be?
Yeah, so that's a big part of the discussion of the paper. Now, one possibility is the autoregulation of these animals, meaning where they decide to go, was not tracked in the study. So if that UV index was so high that it limited their use of the enclosure because they wanted to avoid the UV light, it's possible that limited their ability to, number one, forage for food, number two, get closer to heat sources. If the environment is more hostile with that higher UV level, maybe more of their time was spent hiding. And so they didn't grow as much, they didn't eat as much, they didn't thermoregulate as effectively. Another possibility that might explain that is that there are direct cytotoxic, meaning cell damaging effects of the UV. And perhaps, this is speculation, but perhaps in order to repair damage from higher UV levels, more energy, basically resources in the body, might have been allocated towards cellular repair instead of growth. It's almost like they were kind of fixing themselves from too much.
Okay.
Right. So those are the two kind of broad ideas as to why that might have been.
All right. One thing that you are well known for is working with the mini Kalumas and Brachysia and just the small chameleons. And you have done a lot of working with naturalistic / bioactive. And I'd like to, let's talk about what's the difference between naturalistic and bioactive, and have you noticed any advantage between the two in your work with chameleons? Oh, you know what? I'm sorry. Let me pause on that. We have people who are actually wanting to ask you questions, and this is for the community, not my selfish questions. Chandler is wondering, can you talk about how your Furcifer angeli are doing and what parameters you're experimenting with?
Sure. Yeah. So Furcifer angeli, they've actually been more challenging for me than many other species, and this has had to do largely with fragility of the males. Surprisingly, few of these animals have been imported so far. In the past, Furcifer angeli imported were actually Furcifer rhinoceratus. So, to my understanding, the first ones were imported in 2021 under the name Furcifer angeli. So, as far as how they're doing, I did have a clutch so far after a mating. Those eggs are still looking okay. I have lost a couple along the way, which is unfortunate, but kind of a interesting presentation. When they show up, if they're not going to do well, typically you see it right away. I'm not sure what exactly explains why they've been a bit more difficult, but I have to say that the animals that have come in so far tend to be very highly parasitized, to the point where one of the males I lost, he had nematode worms, or rather, I don't know the exact species, I'm getting it sequenced eventually, but it had parasitic worms under the skin, almost the entire body. You could see them moving under the skin. And when he died, I actually did a necropsy myself and found that the entire throat was clogged with worms. Totally packed, and then on a fecal float, just absolutely loaded with every type of parasitic worm you can imagine. So that might have just been a tough year, but it's been a bit more challenging with them. However, males tend to breed pretty readily. Females, I've found treating them like Furcifer antimena, meaning higher, more humid condition, or higher temperature, more humid conditions, can sort of trigger them to breed. They do not breed like panthers. There does seem to be this requirement of changing the environment, making things warmer, making things more humid, more rain, and then that triggers this switch. They don't seem to breed year round. That is consistent with their environment, which is very harsh and seasonal. So although they look like panthers, to reproduce them, one needs to be very careful of their environmental parameters and replicate them appropriately. I'm trying to continue this project. Hopefully I get a couple more animals in soon. They're really stunning, beautiful things, but they do need high temperatures, but high humidity, high water availability also. That's how it is apparently in their native range, and that seems to reproduce their reproductive strategy in captivity too.
And it'll be very interesting to see when you're starting to what it's like when you're working with F1 that don't have all of the parasitic problems and the stress problems, and it's very interesting hearing from people who reproduce these species like O and I that are supposed to be so horrible and stress filled, but the F1 generation is just kicked back and has absolutely no problem.
Yeah, I suspect that'll be the case with these guys as well. I mean, F1 is such a totally different animal that it's. I'm hopeful that they'll be pretty hardy and things should go well.
Well, here's an interesting question. Is there a social network where scientists can collaborate with hobbyists for studies to address observations and questions from both groups?
Yeah, I mean, that's totally beautiful. I love that question or comment because that's the dream, right? And actually, that's a big goal I have moving forward in the future, is to encourage sort of the broader population of hobbyists to contribute to scientific knowledge. I think that's going to be really, really helpful for the reptile keeping community and conservation, as well as many other things. So as far as whether there's networks available, I don't want to speak too much for them, but I found that Responsible Herpetoculture Project, RHP, tends to be pretty open to public input. And their goal sort of matches what you're describing here to some degree. So they're a great organization. I've contributed a lot of papers to them, and I work with them from time to time. That's one group I'd recommend. I'm not aware of too many others, but if one is interested in kind of breaking in, so to speak, to the scientific community, you can just publish a paper. I mean, you don't need a PhD to publish. And there's also some other platforms you can use to share your data, like a blog or your website, like iPardalis, Jonathan Hill does, to really great effect. So long answer is maybe one group allows for this kind of thing. I hope there's more in the future, but I don't think people need to feel bounded by having to work with scientists directly, because often you can just put your information out there as well.
So here's an interesting question. Now, the question's from Alonzo Nature Brothers. I believe these are from our friends from Mexico, if I am correct. How do you deal with a new wild-caught chameleon? How is the process to adapt and be sure he will survive? And I want to just do a different perspective on this. I mean, we could just talk about the general quarantine period, just like we do generally, but let's go ahead and use your take advantage of your in-depth experience. So say we have your standard quarantine period. Okay, I'm taking care of them. But when you have one that's extra challenging, like your Anjali, how do you deal with a wild caught that is proving to be more difficult than the standard quarantine process will take care of?
Sure. So to answer that, I should give a brief framework of how I think about acclimating a new species. I think about, number one, what time of year is it over in Madagascar where this animal came from? So what has it been experiencing, right? Is it still the dry season and someone plucked it out from under a log? Or is it at the peak of breeding season and it's looking great, right? So I think about, well, where did this animal come from? What is it like over there? And then furthermore, what do I want it to do in captivity? If an animal comes in and it appears to be gravid, even if it's winter here in the United States, if it's spring or wet season over in Madagascar, I'm going to do everything I can to keep it on that wet season trajectory, because it's already decided with its body, basically, now is the time to breed, now is the active time to reproduce. So I want to make that transition to captivity easier by mimicking what it's likely experiencing in the wild at that time. And oftentimes that includes maybe developing eggs or being ready to breed. So that's kind of my general framework. Could you remind me exactly what you want me to comment on separate of that?
That's good enough.
Okay.
That's good enough. These kind of questions sometimes don't have it's just, what is he going to say?
I could talk about that for a long time, but I think that's maybe something I do that isn't always done, and I think that leads to a lot of or some of my success I've had with these creatures.
All right. Well, I think it's time for a giveaway. Okay. So these are 50 silkworms from A&R Bugs. This is Alicia Vechel, and she has a company. So you can type in hashtag silkworms, and we will start gathering entries. So, well, when we're doing, you can't see this, but have you seen my the cages in back? Were you there when I was doing the tour?
Me?
Yeah.
When was that today?
That was today earlier. Anyway, I say no, you don't. These are. I am doing a collaboration with Custom Reptile Habitats for a high-end line of cages specifically for arboreals. But they asked, Paul Barclay asked me, he said, so what would make the perfect arboreal enclosure? And of course, I've got all sorts of ideas, but I came up and I said, but I want it to be really good for bioactive, because that's where we are going. I mean, we in the arboreals community generally don't think about the forest floor too much, but we're doing that more lately in a big sense because of what you've done, Michael, and everything you've accomplished. And so when we're done with this, I'll show you. I actually created a forest floor window.
Oh, how cool. I don't know how I missed this. I've been there for most of the time today. I must have missed the most important part.
This is at the beginning. So, all right, everybody, we're going to do a 3, 2, 1, and then I will do the draw. 3, 2, 1. All right, let's see. Mike, we can't ship to Canada. I'm gonna have to draw again, Mike. I'm sorry, we can't ship to Canada.
Really late though, so I don't know. There must have been something wrong with the draw.
Well, let's try again. I'm sorry, Mike. Mike, I'm gonna send you a magnet. As a apology, Deborah Beckert. Oh, Mike says I donate to Sarah. Oh, well now, oh man. Now I've got to send Deborah. I got to figure out how to do this. All right, Deborah Beckert, please. I'll let her draw again. Thank you, Mike. Give it to Deborah. All right, Deborah. Wonderful. Mike, I will send you a magnet. Deborah, please send an email to bill@chameleonacademy.com with your email, and then I will send you off to Alicia, and we'll get that.
Michael, would you answer this? I guess confirm that when it comes to acclimating wild-caught species, that there's probably an acceptable loss rate that you have to believe is going to happen, or do you think that that's me being negative?
No, I mean, that's clearly there's a lot packed into that.
Sean, are you being negative again?
No, I'm not being negative. I'm just saying that even when I was bringing, semi-healthy Panthers in, there was a loss rate, when they were wild caughts. And so there's just got to have, and depends on what everything happened from when they pulled it off the tree or out of the ground or wherever they got it and send it to you. So it's many days. And, it depends on what the exporter was like. And so there's so many factors that it's so different than a captive hatch species, captive born species, that you just have to accept that you're going to lose some. And, it costs a lot more when you lose some. So it's that way.
Yeah, I agree. I think there is kind of a calculated loss rate that I've experienced anyway. And I mean, a lot of it, I'm convinced that also I have some like evidence and hopefully will be published eventually. But basically, some of them, when they come in, their kidneys are just destroyed. And I mean, even in a dog, when that happens, you can't really do anything. I mean, in humans, we can do kidney transplants, but I mean, even that is horrific. So some animals, I think just the internal damage is so high. And depending on the time of year, maybe they wouldn't have made it a week longer anyway. It's at the end of the dry season and they're barely hanging on. Yeah, I think there is a loss rate one can expect. And I think that also really depends on the time of year that you get imports in. I mean, you can see it even with Furcifer antimena, for instance. The ones you get imported around the end of the dry season, right before it becomes the wet season, they look completely different. And it's not that they're unhealthy, but I mean, even the females, I'll post this sometime, they're gray. They're like persistently gray in color, and the males often look the same. They're clearly undergoing something different in their bodies than the ones at the peak of the wet season. So the time of year also has to do with it. That I agree. I think there is a loss rate, and it can be influenced by a number of reproducible factors, and some that you're just never aware of.
All right.
We can influence that by what we do for them, but even with the best care, there's still a loss rate.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's just something that you can't. I mean, they're dead on arrival, basically, so you can't bring it back from the dead.
All right. I have pulled up the critter cam. And so let's see. Let's see if I can get the right.
I gotta look very carefully. It's on my tiny.
There we go. All right. So Michael, this is the enclosure that it's now available through Custom Reptile Habitats. It's a Chameleon Academy branded enclosure. So the official, but I have specific features on here for the bioactive enthusiast.
Oh man.
Yeah, there's the brat who wouldn't come out of his cage. I tried to move him because I'm not ready for him to eat all of my isopods that I'm trying to put into this enclosure. And he has learned to hunt isopods. Mm-hmm. So because of his other enclosure, so he's a little brat. But this is what I have here. This is actually literally a forest floor window specifically put on there. So if you've got dark frogs or invertebrates, or you love the delicate plants and the mosses and such, you actually can see at the forest floor level.
I love it.
And then there's your ventilation. But I have done this cage. It's 30 inches deep, which is a little bit more than the 24. And the reason for that is that when we've got these arboreals, we want to have that canopy layer, all these wonderful plants up here, which are so good at blocking light from getting down to the forest floor. And so, it's a dark mess down there if you give a nice, thick, leafy canopy that the chameleons enjoy. So I've extended it and put special slots there for LED light bars to be close to the front and close to the back. And so that light goes around the leafy canopy in the middle. And so the light gets down to the bottom.
Oh,
So
wow.
So I'm ecstatic about this.
Oh,
Now,
that's stunning. I love it. Yeah, great design.
now because I'm a huge plant nerd, number one, that's my jewel alocasia in there.
Mhm.
Absolutely love that guy. This is another
Ooh.
enclosure design that I'm working on. It's a smaller one, but there's my Sanders son Enia alocasia. And so there's actually a Fantasticus in here somewhere. I don't know where.
Yeah, I doubt you'll find them.
And but I'm also going to have another version of the enclosure here. And you notice, oh my goodness, what is all of this? Well, I wanted 12 inches of substrate depth, because if you've ever seen a pothos when it's actually in the ground as opposed to in a plant,
Mhm.
it's a mind-blowing plant. And and of course, me with my my collection of alocasias here.
Uh-huh.
And oh yeah, that's a Miranda. That's Miranda. Yeah. Oh, my jewel alocasias. Those are going to get to 3 feet tall. I'm going to need some root space, so I've been given, Paul Barclay, who does custom reptile habitats. He's just so much for pushing husbandry forward that he just said, "Okay, Bill, what is it you want?" And what I also wanted was a stand. And so this stand is available, and it has the nice utility shelves there. So if you want to, say, put your brevicorn eggs in here, that's fine. That's fine. And they're a little brassicle. You need to come out of that enclosure. Oh, look at my Hoya, the Hartley Hoya. Oh man.
That's
So
going
anyway,
crazy.
I'm going crazy over here. We're gonna.
Lots to like. That's awesome.
So.
Cool.
Oh boy. So yeah, I'm having a grand old time, and this is going to be a cage, an enclosure line that I'm going to be able to expand upon and help with some of the directions that we're going. Excuse me, the directions we're going as a chameleon community.
I love it. Yeah, is it glass in the front, like tempered glass?
Yes.
Or...
Yes.
Oh man, that's looking nice. Yeah, I'm probably gonna. I might be moving sometime soon, and then maybe I'll find a new place to stay and have to think about what I want my ultimate chameleon basement to look like. I'll be keeping this in mind.
Yeah, and so this is a 3 foot wide
Nice.
enclosure, and so that is I've done so much analysis of how big does it should, if I was to say, we always say with chameleons, the bigger the better, and so a room size enclosure is good, a house size enclosure is best. But if we were going to say, all right, what is a comfortable size? I would say 3 feet wide is a comfortable size for most chameleons. And I mean, there's no governing body that says you're right or wrong. That's just my opinion there. But
I love it. That width, I think, would be really helpful, and also just let you do more with the enclosure. Almost having that depth, I think, makes a big difference.
Michael, I am, by working with this kind of stuff, we're able to actually work with plants that go into the ground.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, before it's just, okay, what can be in pots and provide what the chameleon needs. And that was so limiting. It was fun, but limiting.
Mm-hmm.
Here, oh, now we're gardening. we're terrarium gardening. So, all right. Is the enclosure going to be part of the giveaway? Howard, no. It's not gonna be. And by the way, if anybody wants to know more about these enclosures, they are available for sale. You can go to chameleonacademy.com and you will see the introduction to the cages. It's right there on the homepage. And so, come on. come on by and check it out. Yes, Mike Taitula, thank you for coming. It was really great having you here. I think it is time for a giveaway. And in honor, you're just my bioactive guy. So we're going to do a 40-gallon Terra Firma kit from the Bio Dude. And this is the 36 quart bag of Terra Firma. I use Terra Firma. That is a specific soil that I absolutely love to use. That's what I use in all of mine. And so that's actually why I asked for them to donate this one. And so this is a really great way to just give yourself a starting of a nice bioactive floor. They include some leaf litter in it and some bark. These are just things to mix up, as well as some sphagnum moss and stuff, and a bio-shot. Yay!
So, Bill, do the rules say that you can't be the winner? We're going to see you. Every one of these be you.
Oh! Well, they donated 2. You're only getting 1.
Okay. That makes sense.
My dog has won the other one already.
Yes, all right. I got it. All right. That's cool.
No. This is for everybody. As anybody knows who's following my social media, I have about 500 quarts of this delivered and plopped in my driveway because of all these cages that I'm putting together. So I've gotten a lot of this stuff. But I've been using this for quite a while, and it's very strange. Like these cages, they all have a drainage. And so I've been testing these with drainage, like a real active drainage. And I've been able to get it to where I don't get anything out. The soil is this terra firma. It's moist. It's what the plants are liking. I don't have to over mist it because, of course, it's nice and enclosed, and I do fogging in there to keep it humid, but I don't get saturation of the soil. I don't get excessive water. Obviously you can you can saturate it if you want to and you try, but I'm trying not to. But I'm able to maintain a healthy hydration cycle without having to get drainage stuff out of the soil. So I'm really, really happy about that. I've
actually had a pretty similar experience using the terra firma. I use that quite a bit, actually. But I use a lot of different substrates, but I often find there's no need for a drainage layer with it.
Yeah, and everybody, this has to be in the continental United States. I'm sorry, I should have said that ahead of time, but it has to be in the continental United States. That's just, yeah. So, all right. Let's go ahead and find who. 3, 2, 1. Ooh, someone came in right at the end.
I wish I could have entered this.
Oh, well, you should have. Well, I don't know. Could you? Devin! Hey. Yeah, I should have allowed my guests to enter.
That's all right. Congrats.
All right, Devin, send your send your email, your shipping information. I will have your email, but send your shipping information to bill@chameleonacademy.com, and we can get that out to you. Let's see. I think we do have another. Can you believe it? Wait, I got to get the right one here. 9. Let me take care of this. I'm just getting our next giveaway.
So let's answer this question then, Bill.
Okay, you go ahead. Pull it up, please.
All right. So following up on Sean's question, can you say something about choosing whether or not to treat right away? So another person said, do you treat with Panicure? And how soon do you treat, or do you treat at all?
Yeah, so it's a really good question, and there's a lot of layers to this. I'll try to be succinct, though. I don't always treat with Panicure at all, and I don't always treat immediately, even if I do treat. So there is you should expect some parasites in some of the chameleons that come in. The question becomes: is it worth subjecting them to treatment to get rid of maybe the two worms that they might have? However, if you wait too long and then things start going wrong, of course, then you're going to say, oh no, I need to treat with Panicure. At that point, a lot of damage might have been done. It might be too late. So it really is kind of this balancing act. Typically, what I do is if I get a new import in, I'll do either a batch or individual fecal floats myself. So I just do that on my own. Oftentimes you can just get the poop from the container, or I wait a little bit and collect some. And if I have, let's say, 10 first for company coming in, just a random number, random species, I'll collect some stool from all of them and batch it together. And if I see any parasites, then I'll start looking for individuals. But if the entire batch doesn't have any parasite ova in it, like worms, then typically I avoid doing so. Something that I think has not been that transparent to the reptile keeping community, there is a concern about resistance to Panicure as well as many of the other common over-the-counter antiparasitics and other antibiotics. And in fact, we're already seeing a lot of problems as a result of this resistance in the livestock industry. So I don't choose to treat everything with Panicure because I'm broadly concerned that we're overusing that drug, and that's leading to more resistance overall. Now, that's less of a concern for Madagascar parasites coming over here, but you never know, and I think it's better stewardship of these drugs to avoid using them unless necessary. So if there's obvious swimming worms in the feces, or if there's any obvious problems with the chameleon on import and they have these eggs and other issues in their gut, then I tend to treat them. I use the Panicure paste or the Panicure liquid, but I don't just do it across the board, partially because of this concern about resistance that we do know happens.
Okay, great answer. I would say my answer as well. I don't have as many experience with several of the species that you have, but I just make sure that they're healthy first, because if you treat an ill chameleon with a anti-parasitic or whatever, you get the breakdown of all the parasites in there, and they're not able to get it out, and so you kill them in essence. So I give them a couple weeks at least, maybe a month, if I don't see anything wrong, and then I check them. And I'm 100% behind you, because I don't have my PhD, but I've got my MD, and so I'm with you on the resistance stuff and all the stuff that's going on with the animals. It's terrible that what's happening in the world. We just got to be careful. And why treat them with something that's dangerous that if you don't see something to treat? So yes, I do my own fecal floats as well. So I have a microscope and experience, but you do have to have some experience to know what is debris and what is a parasite. So you obviously have been through all that stuff before. So, yeah, you can have your vet do it. Some people have their vets just do it for you. So, that's a really good idea. Mm-hmm. Agree.
One thing about that as well is it depending on how many you work with, how many chameleons you bring in with import, or maybe you just have a few. Sometimes your vet will actually be willing to kind of treat them as a herd, and then you can bring in a pooled fecal sample to the vet. And then based on that, they can just test multiple animals at once, basically, and then give you the needed medications. If you're working with a lot of animals and you don't have access to your own fecal float, it might be worth inquiring with your vet to see, hey, look, this is a group of animals, similar exposures. Here's a pooled fecal sample. Can you just treat it as if it's one animal, even though it's multiple? And then they can give you the dosages and help you that way. That's one thing I did before I had my own setup.
All right. It's time for another giveaway. We're actually going to give away a sticker donated by Steve Hefner. Hello, Steve. Are you there? And we're going to, this will be an international. And Steve, if somebody across over the ocean gets it, then I will pay for postage. But go ahead if you want a sticker for the Chameleon Academy, put it on down. And yeah, Steve's here. Hey, all right.
Steve's all happy about Michigan, so we'll see what they do tonight. But he's from Ohio, but he rooted for Michigan, so I don't understand it at all. He's on that western side of Ohio, which is probably part of Michigan. I don't know. But
well, while we're waiting for this, Michael, what are your next Chameleon projects, or what are you working on now?
Yeah, quite a few things. One thing I haven't exactly announced, but I'm hopeful for success with it. It's Furcifer rhinoceros.
Whoa.
I have a group actually of 3 females and a few males. And when I got them, they appeared dormant, basically. Their colors were consistent with dormancy from what I can observe from field studies. But as I've been really trying to convince them it's the wet season by raising temperatures, humidity, food availability, I've actually seen some fascinating color changes that I think are telling me that they're now receptive, and now they've sort of flipped that switch and they're transitioning to where they're breedable. And I think that's really exciting. Hopefully I'll get some breeding pretty soon, and if I do and I get eggs, I'll make it more clear, but I'm very excited about those.
Oh yeah. All right, we're going to take this drawing. 3, 2, 1. Paul Fawns. All right. Paul, please send your shipping address to bill at chameleonacademy.com, and we will get that to you. And Chandler is concerned that rhinoceros was CITES banned.
Yep, that is true. They came in accidentally. Actually, for ever since Madagascar reopened, any Furcifer angeli that have come in until a couple years ago were Furcifer rhinoceros. So they've actually been being brought in for longer than angeli has. So they're banned, but they're easily mistakable, especially when they're juveniles.
Okay. All right. Well, be excited about what's going on there. And all right. Well, we're getting behind. We're going to have to do another giveaway. And all having a lot of fun here.
Well, Michael Nance hour is just a give it all away time. So I guess I don't know if he knew it was going to happen during his hour, but he's a poor medical student, so we need to give stuff away while he's on here.
That's right. Somebody enter in for Michael. But okay, I'm setting this up here, so just give me a second here.
So Michael, how did you end up getting these banned things? Did you just get them under other names and they were the wrong things, or are you connected with someone who, if it comes in banned, they have to give them to somebody? They don't just destroy them, I guess. Or do you not want to talk about it?
Well, unfortunately, sometimes when these animals are seized by certain organizations, they are killed, which is horrible, a total tragedy. There's sometimes things like Burkhegia decarii, which are really endangered and come in by accident. There's been cases where they're seized by some government organization and all killed and just put in the freezer, which is really bad. But the way you see a lot of mislabeled species coming in, and it's a complicated issue because, yeah, they should have never been taken out of the wild. But that's based on science and based on conservation. But if they're here, I'd much rather learn about them than just have them killed. In theory, export quotas may change in the future, and at least learning about these rare species might be helpful. But the way I get this stuff, I just talk to a lot of importers for help with things like identification, because they know that there's so many random species coming in, and when they open the box, often that's the first they've seen of it. So I just try to be helpful and help identify species that are mislabeled with the importers, and oftentimes then that I can maybe get some stuff that they're not happy came in, but at least we can learn about them if they're here. So I get in at the ground level, basically.
Yeah, that'd be a terrible scenario to actually have something that's endangered and kill it because it shouldn't have come in. that's insane. But I know that's because they're trying to stop people from doing it. But wow, that's
Yeah, I mean, and actually the Angeline male that Michael is working with right now, that was originally with me, and it was sent to me as to what is this. And I kept it for a while until it grew up to the point where we say, oh, okay, yeah, we know what this is. And then I said, okay, Michael's got a female, so I know where this needs to go, even though it was very nice having that with me. I missed the guy, but he's got a job to do, and I am very glad to hear that he did it.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Yeah.
all right. Branch buddies, people may not have known about this, but Jim Reichbost came up with this idea to attach these 3D printed things to screen, and it attaches branches. And no, people, this does not violate the patent that I have on Dragon Ledges. And Jim was actually very cool. Before he released this, he called me and said, Bill, are we good? So that's showing respect in the community. And I told him, yeah, you're good. So everybody, this is cool. This is legit. And you will get a pair of branch buddies that can attach to the screen, and you just latch on a branch.
Nice.
Yeah, I tell you, the 3D printing has just opened up so many possibilities. And I don't know, Michael, if you were here in time to see that. I made a Fogger input.
Oh, cool. I did see that. Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah. So and I'm going to be sending one of those things away. And and Jim did say that he would be shipping anywhere. So our international friends are able to apply to this one. So Jim is another great asset to the community. You are absolutely correct. He has contributed to the community, and that's very cool. So, all right, we can go ahead and bring up. How come no one is selling the Fogger input? Well, Ryan, because I made it, and I'm the thing is, this takes like an hour and a half to make. If I put it on the 3D printer, and it's like with 3D printing, it's very difficult to say, okay, I'm going to do a business, because it takes so much time to make one, and you can't sell it for a whole lot. But Ryan B, if you know someone with a 3D printer, or you have one, I put the print file for this in the last issue of the Chameleon Academy Journal. For those that don't know, Chameleon Academy Journal is a digital magazine that I create for the Chameleon Academy community. I do it every other month, and the December issue will be coming out next week because I was spending so much time putting this together. But if you go to the latest issue, the October-November issue, I have the file. Yeah. I have the file to print these listed in there. So you can go to the magazine, you can print on the file, and then you can take that to your slicer and you can print this out yourself. So that's something I would love for more people in the Chameleon community to get involved in 3D printing. And so you're going to see, I am creating a class for it. I have a class for it, but I'm going to create it so it's a video. And I want to give out files for, this is the thing I'm working on. And well, I know you're going to say, I don't get it. What is it? Well, yeah, it doesn't look like much, but I have to explain it. And I will, but I'm working on all sorts of designs for the chameleon community. So if you get a 3D printer, we're going to be good. All right, let's go ahead and do a drawing for the branch buddy. What happened to Reptile Entrepreneur? Chandler, I am figuring out what to do with it. Raleigh. Yeah, hello, Raleigh. Let's get you on a branch buddy. 7 cast. So Chandler is asking what happened with the Reptile Entrepreneur. That's a podcast that I did for entrepreneurs. And it is, I'm looking at restarting it next season. Honestly, what happened, Chandler, is my life got so complicated with so much that I had to do that I wasn't able to maintain all of the way too many podcasts and projects that I had signed myself up for. I am my own worst enemy, but I absolutely love the Reptile Entrepreneur Outreach, and I am regrouping on it. So it's not dead. It's in brumation. But it'll be back. It'll be back. So, thank you very much. I appreciate that. And it is a passion of mine. It will be coming back. And actually I am, it has a very close relationship with the niche content creator. And that's a complication that's all my fault. Anyway, this is not time for self-evaluation. You should come on one of my other lives when I don't have a guest, and I'll just talk about all my self-inflicted problems. So anyway, so Michael, what is up for you in the future?
Yeah, so lots of exciting things. I mean, right now, I guess professionally speaking, I'm kind of figuring out where I'm gonna set up shop as maybe a faculty member, a resident, and so on. So I'm considering various different places to go for that purpose. But I'm interested in this. I'm going to try to explain this despite there being a lot of jargon associated with it. But I'm interested in immunology, so how the immune system functions in chameleons. And this is kind of a side thing, but briefly, vaccinations work by getting your immune cells, the immune system, kind of trained, for lack of a better term, to deal with re-exposure to some kind of bacteria, parasite, or virus, or whatever. Chameleons are often infected by something called mycobacteria. That's the same group that causes tuberculosis in humans. Various reptiles have mycobacteria in them. However, most of them have no antibiotic treatment available. So I think that a lot of random deaths in chameleons actually are attributable to mycobacteria. Part of why I say that is when lizards or reptiles are infected with this big group of bacteria, they often just have something isolated, like liver failure. They have this big scar tissue formation in their lungs. You don't really see it, and then all of a sudden they crash. However, there's been a lot of research showing that you can actually get your whole immune system, like your innate immune system, the stuff that's already there, to respond to mycobacteria with supplementation with a type of fungal cell wall compound. So in short, I'm looking for a way to possibly sort of vaccinate chameleons and other reptiles against harmful bacteria that I think probably explain why many of them die randomly. It's called beta-glucan is the compound. Okay. So I'm trying to set up a small scale trial to evaluate if that's just a broad thing we can include in our husbandry to protect, essentially vaccinate our chameleons against this group of bacteria that we really have no other treatment for.
Okay.
So that's exciting.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. You know what? Every time I ask you that question, and people go ahead and take a look at whenever podcast, my interviews with Michael, there is always something that just leaves you saying, I had no idea that kind of thing was possible or being able to be worked on. And so, yeah, it's always fun asking Michael that question.
Sorry if that was hard to follow or needlessly complicated.
Oh,
but
no. You just
It was less than a week ago. I asked him the same question. I got a totally different answer. So
is it something along the lines of saving the world? Because that's generally what it is.
yeah, something like that. But it was, and it's going to go live on Tuesday. So you'll hear about it within the week. So, wow.
Oh boy. All right. Well,
advertisement for my podcast. Sorry, I just had to get something in here, something free.
we are going to celebrate that with another 100 dubia from Gold Coast Roaches.
Nice.
And so people go ahead, put down hashtag Gold Coast, and Reptile Entrepreneur gave me purpose and promise to support the reptile community. Mikey, thank you very much. I appreciate the encouragement, and I love it very much. If it makes any difference, there are a number of things that I want to present on the Reptile Entrepreneur, but I actually had to do them. And I've been doing a lot of, I've started a magazine, I did a live class, and all of these things were actually because I wanted to talk about them on Reptile Entrepreneur. So I'm doing research for it. It'll be there. It'll be there. So, all right, let's see how many people we got already. 25. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I'll give it another couple of. Yay! Grant Johnson loves the magazine. Guys, have you heard about, for anyone who hasn't heard about the Chameleon Academy Journal, it's a digital magazine that I put together. It's all about what's going on in the Chameleon Academy community, the chameleons, articles about chameleons and people in the community. It's a passion project of mine. I absolutely love magazines. I am sorry that they're not that big anymore and that they would be so expensive to make, but I wanted to make a magazine experience. And so take a look at the Chameleon Academy Journal, and you can find it on chameleonacademy.com. And so check it out. Check it out.
I should have answered your earlier question differently, I think, because what I could say is I'm hopefully going to Madagascar this year. I bought tickets today, but we'll see if they change. So that's exciting.
Okay. Excellent. Excellent. All right. It is time to do the drawing. Douche. Zev.
Nice.
All right, Chris. Perfect. All right. Well, Michael, we have come to the end of their segment. You have the option to drop off and do whatever you want to do in your life, or you're welcome to hang out and listen to me talk about small batch breeding and bioactive and where we're going. So up to you.
You mean get off this call and listen in normally, correct?
You can do whatever you want to. What I'm saying is you're welcome to hang out and hang out here, or you're welcome to go back into the regular listening, whatever you want to do with your life.
Remember, you can't heckle him unless you're on this part of the call. If you're just listening from the outside, you can just put it in the chat.
You can be muted on the outside, but here it's a little bit more difficult.
I'll stick around for a couple more minutes. And
all right. Oh, so everybody, we are in the final segment of the season finale. This has been quite a journey here, and my voice is holding out. So, okay, there we go. You have been encouraged to stay. And So in this segment, oh wait, look at that. Hey, we got Jonathan. You're back too. Excellent. Yeah,
up,
everybody, anybody who's been here before, you're in. You can join. But this is awesome. So we're going to be talking about where we're going in 2024. And if you've listened to my last podcast episode, which was your homework, by the way, then you know what my ideas are. Basically, high level. Next year, I want to explore first of all, the bioactive. I really want to dig deep into understanding the bioactive, the soils, the mycelium, the mushrooms, and the fungus, and all these things that are part of the chameleon's environment. Although they may not be down on the ground, you still have these things up in the trees, and it all makes an environment. And when we pay attention to the environment, we are able to create an environment which nurtures the chameleon instead of just focusing on the chameleon. And that's where that's where my growth personally is. And, Chameleon Academy is all about my growth, and I just bring you guys along with me. And I will say that having people like Jonathan and Michael on board is freeing, because we didn't talk about it, but Michael actually will be releasing a podcast by Michael Nash on the mini Kalumas and such, and that's going to be coming out. I'm going to be talking to him. It'll be coming out either in a week or two, and his episodes, and so I'm very proud about that. But you're going to be getting a lot of great information, so it kind of frees me up to play a little bit more. And I want to learn more about the bioactive. And so we're all going to do that together. The second part is going into small batch breeding, which is the idea of having a network of people that have only one or two pairs of chameleons, and deliberately limiting how many chameleons that they keep to maintain the joy of it. And the idea is that you are putting the highest priority on your enjoyment and the quality of life that you can provide your chameleons. What happens is we expand our collection, either because we just keep buying and we can't stop buying, or else we breed and all of a sudden one day 2 chameleons becomes 30, and now we have an enormous amount of chameleons. And that is, number one, it's often overwhelming. And so we burn out a lot of breeders because it's just way too much. And so I want to explore how we can, as a community, come together and perhaps find a way of breeding, taking that step. And that's an important step. It's like everybody says we don't have to breed. Yeah, but it is a natural step towards your progression and growth in the chameleon arts, is breeding. And it brings an enormous amount of perspective towards your understanding your chameleon's husbandry and your chameleon itself. So I think it's a valuable step to take. It'd be good to find a way to make it an easier step. And also, could possibly small batch breeding help us establish species? That's a little bit bigger of a jump because it takes coordination between people, and that's always fraught with problems. But these are things I want to explore. So let's bring up Jonathan, Michael, Sean. Any thoughts on this?
Yeah, I mean, I think you quickly get into the realm of political science and economics.
Yes.
When you start to bring people into the equation, like trying to figure out how do you organize groups of people to successfully establish a new species, or to even create kind of like a niche market for the small batch breeding community. I think it's a really interesting topic. So it'll be fun.
Yeah. So what you're saying is I just have to figure out how to do this without people?
Well, no, with them, and using the people disciplines, not the hard science disciplines. So I think like things like how do you create a healthy market, transparency, trust, like the degree of trust has been shown again and again to be a key metric in determining if a free market functions, right? So how do you create trust in that group, and then also for customers and so forth. So I think you very quickly get into those questions about like how do you create a healthy market and what can you do as a breeder to facilitate that.
Well, here's a huge problem, hurdle thing we have to deal with, which you touched on in your previous comments, is the whole financial situation.
Yep.
Like when I'm talking about establishing a species, that's implying that it's not establishing itself naturally like panther chameleons have. So there's some element of creating a community, creating a market, which immediately means we're trying to do something artificially. And that
well, I mean, markets constantly shift and change. That's the question is, how do they change and how can we make it change, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's not that I think that there's traditionally an understanding of free market economics as like laissez-faire, like you don't touch it type of a thing, and it just happens. But there's a ton of research and a lot of really interesting stuff related to how different actors, whether it be churches, governments, you name it, influence markets and create what we see today. It's not totally laissez-faire. Everyone is organized in different ways and impacting the market. And so that is where laissez-faire just doesn't apply very well. Like you can't, when you start to get into the details, it's pretty interesting. And there's all sorts of different creative social organizations and other things that have worked where it's like you have a goal, but you have a source of funding coming from somewhere else that you can then use to pursue that goal and be successful in that goal. Eventually, to your point, I think like one of the things you talked about, Bill, was like, how do you get to a place where there are enough options for people to know that this is something they want to invest in? So like there's that initial phase when you're trying to establish a new species when there's like only one person doing it. And how do you get to that next phase where a bunch of people have decided that that's a project that they want to take on and the market is healthy enough for them for it to make sense for them to do it, right?
And I'm pretty confident that we can put together a community around a certain species, because I mean, people will join the species. It's hard to find a chameleon that's not exciting to work with, and so sometimes what tips them in that direction is there a good community that you can join and have fun doing it?
Yes.
So, I've got that started right now. I've already got people, James, Eliza, Ann, they're saying, yeah, we're ready to go, and we're all gonna have fun. I mean, we're gonna have fun no matter where this goes. So
exactly.
Mission accomplished as far as I'm concerned. But the thing I think we need to face, and I'm not sure what we need to do about it, is whenever we start thinking about money, and this is the conversation that we started to have, things go wonky because we start putting value to things beyond our enjoyment. And I'm not sure we can get away from that. But if we do the small batch breeding, and why I say I'm not sure we can get away with it, number one, we're human beings, and number two, there's reality. And so that'll be a big discussion topic. But when we're going into small batch breeding, the default, the whole idea of small batch breeding is you're limiting how many you have. And like I said, that's easy when you're paying $500 each and you're searching for one. But as soon as you start breeding, we all know it takes a lot of work to limit how many you have. You have to actively sell these things. And in every clutch, there's a couple that didn't die, but you can't sell. So your collection grows if you don't spend a lot of work doing it. And so if you're going to really maintain a small batch breeding, and for those people who are here just joining, small batch breeding is essentially where you limit how many you have for the express purpose that you are able to give each one of the chameleons in your care perfect care. I mean, not perfect. I mean, ideal care. And what we're talking about is when you start having more chameleons than you have time, resources, and space for, you either stop growing or pull back to the point where you do, or else you start minimizing the cage. The cages get smaller to fit the space. They get more sparse inside, so you can maintain them. It's easier to maintain 30 if they don't have a lot of complications in the cage. And so small batch breeding means we stop before we start compromising on the husbandry. And it's a great idea. And I think it's a great way for us to maintain the joy in our chameleon keeping, because the more chameleons you have, the more work it is. And it creeps up on you, because one more, it's not a whole lot more work. Two more, it's not a whole lot more work than the one more. And before long, you don't realize why you're staying up late at night trying to take care of all these chameleons, and you haven't sat back and just watched them and enjoy them for who knows how long. So it's kind of crept up on you to the point where it's more work than enjoyment. And why are you doing this? Well, it's supposed to be fun. I love chameleons. How come I'm not having fun? So can we get to the point where we prioritize our enjoyment of our chameleons over money? And
yeah, but I would counter that with that no one's making money, even if they're
think we do. And we think if we if
Like-
we have a clutch of 30
so,
and we know we can only take care of 6, what do we do with the other 24? Are we okay giving them to a group of people that we know can take care of hatchlings? They're experienced breeders. They're going to give these homes great homes. You know, we're not giving them to beginners. Are we okay just saying, okay, we're going to give away all of this value, $300 times 24? Are we okay giving that away so we can maintain our small amount?
yeah, I think the main question that I would have for that is how much of the market is breeder to breeder versus breeder to customer, because then that would impact the price and a lot of other things pretty significantly. If say like 50% of the market share is breeder to breeder, then you would decrease your market size pretty significantly.
Yeah. But so, I mean, let's just say, let's take for example, I'm trying to establish a Shaughnessy eye.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at, say I produce a number of bloodlines. My goal is not to sell them and make a bunch of money back. My goal is I want to establish a community, because I'm just this idealistic podcast guy, and that's what I do. And so I'm going to, what I really want is I want to eventually be able to build a big enough community that the people who buy the babies from me will be able to sell them.
Yeah.
And so for me personally, I mean, it's going to be no problem for me to find people who are going to take the F1s, because, unless I sell them for $1,000, that's the first, the interested market. But then the challenge is, how do you go beyond the initial people that already know the value of these chameleons? And then if we're doing small batch, I need like 25 people to have 1 or 2 pairs. And then we somehow If they all breed at once, then all of a sudden I've got 25 times 30 babies out there, and suddenly the market crashes because we can't. I don't know how many. I can't do math right now.
Exactly. Yeah, I mean, it's tough because like when we grow a community and when you grow your business, you're constantly trying to look for market feedback to determine whether a project makes sense. And so you do want to get that feedback early to determine how you want to scale it, and then when they get it, they want to get that feedback too to determine like what they can do with it too. Because if the market is not very large, and what the other side of it would be like maybe alongside this community, there's a way to leverage people like podcasters that are reaching outside the chameleon community and connecting us to a larger group of people, because then maybe potentially it's like you're at that moment where you're ready to start trying to go to the public with it, and you can expand the market at the same time. There's certain people that are capable of that, and I envy them for their abilities, where they really have that reach. And I guess my thing for, and I was saying this yesterday, I was walking around talking on Facebook there, was basically that the challenge is if you don't start with the same model that you're going to end up with from a breeding standpoint,
Mm-hmm.
then it's difficult to make that jump into a normal market. And so the question that I would have is like, long term, do we want people who are in the small batch breeding community to work together and just continue to have fun? And that's cool. I think that's fine. But the jumping into like a normal market transaction type situation from that group might be difficult because of the quantity of
Mm-hmm.
free babies going around.
Well, this is where I'm starting to think perhaps I am trying to do two different things.
Yeah.
There is establishing a chameleon in captivity, and then there is establishing a market for a chameleon.
Yes.
Now, up until this point, I've assumed that those are the same, because if it's financially driven, then that is the same. There needs to be a market for it to continue, kind of like the panther market.
Yep.
We want to replicate that with another species. But I've started to step back and think, is there a way that we can establish a species in captivity that is not tied to a financial supply and demand model? And that it's a very new thought, and I have no idea how well that resonates in reality. So right now it's just for discussion.
Yeah.
For kind of I think it's an important question, but just something to bring up. I think that's a big part of this discussion is why smaller chameleon species, and especially those that only have a few offspring at a time, might be a really good option, because it sort of takes this, how do I move 40 babies out of the picture? Like Brachysia, for instance, I get emails or messages or whatever every other day asking to buy captive bred Brachysia, and I've sold a number of them now, but they only have between 2 to 5 eggs at a time, right? So when you're working with a few in a species that naturally has a relatively low reproductive rate compared to 40 or whatever, a lot of these, I think, kind of go away, because you can move every single one of them in perpetuity. It's just a matter of selling that different angle to the public.
Okay, that's a very good point.
Yep. Yeah. Because I think you get into weird market dynamics when you have a clutch of 30 and you're trying to figure out how to keep that small. Because it's just fundamentally not small. it's so the beginning step is like, well, how do you shrink that down? And most of the solutions I've heard sound like they won't be sustainable from a long-term standpoint. Like, sure, because I mean, most of the breeder drama in the panther chameleon market is due to people dumping on the market, right?
Yeah.
So,
Okay.
and this is something that I don't know, panther breeders have a lot of experience with. So we know it's like, geez, don't do that, please. You know.
But yeah, but I just don't see that we could replicate the panther market with any other species, because if any other species could do that, it would have already naturally.
Well,
yeah.
I don't know.
All right, Art,
I
please
think
prove me wrong.
I think the market is an interesting thing. It changes over time, and it is influenced by people. It is influenced by values. It is influenced by a ton of things. And so if the small batch breeding community has a set of values that are very popular in the market, then you get people who are going to invest in it. You get people who are going to do it, and then the value of it goes up, the price goes up, and it has an impact. It's not. I don't think that there's anything inevitable about market economics.
Okay. I mean, we can see that small batch breeding works with Parsons chameleons because it has that innate value. Although I think, I don't know, Craig may have
dropped off.
Have large scale breeding. I know he's got a lot that goes through him. But for any other species, it's just so frustrating. Something we've come so far in our husbandry and our understanding. It would just be a heartbreaking tragedy if imports stopped and we were left with panther chameleons and progressively inbred veils, as I say on my podcast. It just, how in the world do we avoid that fate? Because it's inevitable that imports are going to stop. And if they stop right now, I mean, maybe we've got carpets. Parsons will be around for a while, but we've come so much further than that. It just seems a shame that's what we'd be left with. Somebody give me some words of hope.
I think that there's an interesting moment when either the imports are threatened to stop or they actually do stop, where you have an opportunity to make a change, right? And it's challenging. Like, to your point, you've said multiple times, it's like people for years have just relied on the exports for certain things.
Mm-hmm.
And then all of a sudden the opportunity is taken away, right? And it's at that moment, like in time, the people who actually do have them in their possession, all of a sudden those things become incredibly valuable.
But you just have to wait until exports stop, and it takes years to prepare for that.
Yeah, exactly. And so that's the thing that's interesting about it, is it's a timing question, but maybe it's just a passion thing. Like, that person is going to be in a position to take advantage of it when it happens. But I think about it sometimes in certain dynamics, even in the panther market. Like, sometimes you see the price of something go up, the price of something else is crashing, and the person who has patience and sits on a project that's not profitable will be there when the price goes back up. And there's a similar dynamic even across species, where if you are willing to kind of take a loss for a while, invest in something you're passionate about, then you'll be the person there if the market picks up. Like, I think lateralis is a good example. The market for those is phenomenal.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
And so anybody who had invested in that and really was in on the beginning is in a really great position right now. And so I think that's a good thing to learn from. But so I don't think it's all bad. I think it is just understanding what that is, like what that dynamic is.
And by the way, everybody, just because I love carpet chameleons, they grow up and they reproduce quick enough that it's not like you've missed the wave. If you want to be involved in a species that isn't as isn't as much of an investment as a panther would be, as far as number of babies, and part of a community that there's a very good chance you'd be able to sell the babies for a reasonable price. Carpet chameleons are, you can get into them right now, and you wouldn't be long before you could be part of this wonderful transaction we're all talking about.
Yeah, I'm jealous. I watch what's happening over there, and it's like, gosh, it's crazy. It's like a matter of minutes, and for us over here in Panthers, it's like it's like 6 months, that for me, I still am totally content with the 6-month period, because I actually care about the genetics and I want to see it play out, and I want to make sure that I've got good holdbacks and all that. So like for me, I'm not bothered by that. For some people who are doing just for the quick turn, projects and money, right? It's scarier for them.
Yeah. If you guys are interested in quick turn money, get rich, you are so in the wrong place. You need to be somewhere else.
I know. But that to me, I think is part of, like, that conversation though, is part of this. It's like part of how do you get something established? You do need a mix of people. You need people that are real passionate. You need some people who are just market participants. And that's, that is I think part of the story. If you look at any species across herpetoculture.
All right. Well,
I'd like to put my 2 cents in now that I'm back here. I think we're missing a couple things in the argument, Bill.
So I have you here.
The community is expanding nationally. The pandemic did that. People are buying more and more reptiles than they ever did before. That's one factor we haven't talked about. Secondly, things are improving. It's a lot easier to take care of things than it used to be 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Chameleons where you get them from the reptile show, you keep them for 3 to 6 months, they pass away, you move on to the next one. Now we're actually able to keep them. And you've been a part of a lot of that.
Keep going.
So,
yes.
So there's a lot more going on right now, and it's a lot easier to keep different species. And there's fewer species available, and people know the history of all these chameleons coming and going. And so when they see them for the first time, they're going to say, oh, wow, I need to have one of those. And boy, captive bred would be awesome. So we just have to use our experience and remember what happened through history. And, something happened with panthers that it was good. And I know the panthers are beautiful. They're relatively easy, benign. They're not veils, which are kind of a little boring. I don't know. I'm going to go there. And they're not, Jacksons drop them, bunches of them. And I love Jacksons, but their market is saturated because Kenya still keeps throwing them out there. But and it probably will never be unsaturated, but I'm afraid of that at some point. That's why I keep them still. But it's going to change. It's going to happen. It's just a matter of patience and time.
I think I would agree with that. Actually, I mean, the what I'm kind of arguing for is opening up new avenues for new species that fill niches that we didn't even know could be addressed with chameleons. I mean, there's a lot of talk about sort of replicating the panther market, but many of these species, they just do not fill that same niche. They don't do the same thing. They don't even behave the same way. And you see markets established for species with low fecundity and even things like varanids and madra lizards. If some of these species that we're talking about can be presented in this way, where it's something novel and new and small and not subject to this big, how do I get rid of 40 animals problem? I think the hobby can really expand. So, I mean, I agree with all of Sean's points, but it's, I think the interest is there if these aren't all presented as an alternative to a panther. Just this is a different animal. It's a different space. I mean,
Yeah.
dart frogs exist. Those are tiny. Why can't a pygmy chameleon exist in that space? Right?
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, I totally agree, Michael. That's a good point. They are almost like a fundamentally different thing, even though they are all chameleons.
Okay. All right, all. We need to do a giveaway. And today, right now, Yvette, would you like to come and present your hat for the giveaway? All right, so I am going to be the model here. No, we don't need you just remember it's hashtag event, and that's how you spell it. I'm going to put myself up. Let's see, how do I put myself up? No. I need to do this so you can see me.
All right.
That's not you.
That's not me.
Oh wait, you've got the light one on too.
I've got the light one. You got to
I've got
come.
the dark. Here's a dark one if you want.
All right, well, come on. You got to come on with
Shoot.
me. Oh, yeah.
Bang.
All right, come down.
All
You're so.
right.
Woohoo!
Wait, I got a light.
All right,
Can
so-
anybody see? I couldn't even see myself.
Oh, that's not it. That's not right. I'm figuring out how to do this, Bill, but let's see.
Okay.
No, it's not no remove you. I gotta
Maybe
get
that one
Did
right
you want
there.
this
There
one?
we
Are
go.
you
Oh,
doing
there we
the
go.
There we
All right,
go.
we did it.
first one?
This is the first one. The first giveaway. Is this the one we should be giving away?
Doesn't matter. You can
All right.
do whatever.
All right. So this is the light one. We'll do the light one first.
I can't believe you didn't wear them this year. He wears them like every year.
Yeah, well, I did. So, well, okay. So
There's
we
a dark one too.
So we're doing a light one and a dark one?
Yep.
All right. So we're going to do a light one and a dark one. What we'll do,
And a there's three of them, and a olive color.
and an olive cover.
You-
All right. Well,
you go get
let's
it?
go get it. We've got three of them.
I'm sitting here trying to.
Like this one? Oh,
Yeah,
this one.
that's an olive color. Yeah.
All right.
Woo-wee. Dun, 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 dun.
And so,
Oh,
What we're-
there's going to be a lot of them in there.
yeah, I got a bit of,
Oh, you got
I
a
didn't
little
even figure out that.
behind.
I got behind. All right. So what we're going to do is the first one is for the light one. And we'll just do 3 drawings from just
The hats.
3 drawings for the hats. And so we'll do one right after another. And these were handmade by her. She just spent a lot of time crocheting this. Oh, all right. Oh no, Anina, you can in Finland. You can enter. We will send those to you if you win that. So anybody, Germany, Finland, anywhere around the world, these will come to you. We will make sure everybody gets one. Yes, open for international. Jenny, please.
Bill, you need to be able to sell these on your site, the Chameleon Academy site,
Yeah.
or Dragon Strand or something.
It'll
All right.
also be on my site too. It doesn't matter which one. you
Yeah,
do.
open for international. Please, everyone. Yes, okay. Anina and Jenny are on. Excellent. Now we can do it. I wanted to make sure that they
Well, then mine's standing up. It's fine.
there we go.
I'm cracking
All right.
up.
So let me bring this up. Add to the stage.
Okay.
All right. Oh yes, and Tia's on there. Okay, so now we have all of my our Finland group.
Oh.
Now we're going to do a draw. Who is the first? Inspector Gadget.
Hey,
That's Howard.
Oh, cool.
Yes. Okay, let's see. A hat. Inspector Gadget. This is the light one.
Okay, let's put the dark one on you.
Okay, that's right. We got to do the right.
The right one.
Okay, which one is it?
Okay.
Which is the next
Woo,
one?
Hey, babe. Let's do the regular forest.
Okay,
green.
the forest green. Forest green. This one. This one's next.
Oh my gosh, it's so cute.
Ah!
Sorry, you can't see, huh? Okay, I'm
Let's
gonna.
see. How do I? Oh, how come? Where is that?
I don't know.
Well, why is? Oh, I guess I have to go like this. There we go. All right, and drawing again. Anina, yes,
She got it.
Yes, from,
Way to go!
she's
Anita.
our Finland. Excellent. This is the
Put your
dark.
address on there, your name, address, exactly how it would be mailed.
Yes,
Because
yes.
sometimes the postal service is just bizarre. Okay, now,
All right, now we
you
got
go
one
ahead
more?
and do the.
Yeah,
This is the. You want to do the olive one too?
we'll do the olive one.
Yeah.
Yeah, we got to because we're coming to the end.
Yes.
We're coming to the end. All right.
Yeah, moving you there so you can see it better, Bill.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Congratulations. Okay, we're going to do one more.
Chameleon Christmas hat with all the Pardalis colors.
All right.
I'm gonna get it over.
Okay. You are. Thank
I'm
you
gonna
for
stay
coming by.
here.
All right.
I'll
Right. You
stick
see.
it down.
This is Olive. Eliza Ann. Hey! Woo!
All right.
That's for Eliza Ann. Yay. All right. So this is a late entry.
And you have to zoom in on this one. It's pretty
Yeah.
cool.
Okay. I'm not sure
So
how.
you go two.
Okay. So
Two people will get this one.
yeah, this is going to be a. Let me see if I can do it. This is a chameleon ornament, and this can be an international one, and so you can have it for your tree. Let's see if I can get it. This is a better camera than I have before, and so ornament. But okay, so we've got to.
It's a wood carving.
Yes, it's a wood carving. I'm gonna set this up for, and let's make sure I spell it right. Ornament. Okay, everybody's got to spell it like I've spelled it there. Yeah, that should be right. And so that is for one of these ornaments for your tree. And woo,
Back or rear view mirror.
or your rear view mirror. So, oh my goodness, what a spectacle we have here. Okay, so everybody who won the hats, please. Oh, I got to put my email up there. Send your shipping information to that email. And for Anina, definitely do it the way that the post office will understand, because they ask questions. Oh, I don't get this. Ornament. All right. So we're going to go ahead and draw 3, 2, 1. Boom.
I like seeing that.
Yeah, it is kind of fun, huh? All right. Who's got Miguel?
Oh, hey, Miguel. Cool.
Excellent. And surprise, surprise, we actually have 2 of them to go out. So we're going to do it again. Draw again. That's right. Awesome tree dragon. There we go. No baby tree dragon. Woo-hoo.
Oh, so you got it?
CNC tortoises.
Yay.
And tortoises. Yay. So, woo. What a show. What a show. We have all of us here. Literal tree dragon. Okay, what else? You know what? We do have. I'm now going to be going through my what else we have here. And give me a second 9. Gonna set things up. Just hang on again. Hang on, please. There we go. Okay, so we actually have another log lunch that's available from Sunset Chameleons. You see the picture? Of course, I got one right here. And so Jim is offering another one. And so go ahead and we can start putting it down. For the log lunch. Oh my goodness, what a day. What a day. And let's see. James, there's no James Cross. You got to need to do it again because you can't have a space. So we need you to enter that in once more. I am now going in and making sure. No space. All right, where's the Chameleon? You know what? The Chameleon Academy mug. I should have done Chameleon Academy mugs. Lucky to see Anina's face at the moment. She can't stop smiling. Excellent. I am glad. I'm glad she won it. That was excellent. So, all right. Yeah, James got with the no space. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do the draw into 3, 2, 1. Bam! What a shirt for the giveaway. You people. And Sophie Collin. Yay! All right. Wonderful. Once again, send your shipment information to the email down below. So, well, everybody, we're in the final 15 minutes. Thank you, everybody, for joining in the Christmas spirit, this holiday spirit. And we've had quite a year. If you guys, I know many of you are on my lives. Many of you come every week, and we have just seen so much happen. We started this year literally in Madagascar with me with my phone walking through Ranamafana and just showing you what it's like walking through a forest in Madagascar. And if anybody missed those, because often they were done in the middle of the night for most of you, just go back on my Instagram around the January timeframe, and you'll see some of these reels that are just literally just walking through the Madagascar forest, and gives you an idea of what it's like. And you have my all of my witty comments and commentary. Oops, sorry about that. And so this is, we've come a long way during that time. I've started the digital magazine, expanded the podcasts with Jonathan, and Michael's going to be on soon. And there's a couple of others that are in the works. And so we've had quite an amazing year, and I want to thank you all for being part of it. It really is so much more fun having all of you here with me. And even when I'm just doing fruit fly cultures. So I think your cam is hunting isopod. Oh gosh. That's literally what he's doing. My dairy cow isopods, I mean, they're in trouble because of this guy. He's loving that, or else he may be exploring, because he's never seen a forest floor window before. Hey, dude, how's it going? This is Antilles. He's from Jonathan Hill at iProdalis. So, and if, in this last 14 minutes that we have, I'd love to know some of the memories that you have from this year. What were some of the cool things that have happened? What do you treasure from this year? It's always a little bit. I mean, of course, our calendar is arbitrary, but it's kind of nice to think about resets, chapters, and starting over again. And next year, I'm going to be doing something different next year. I think in a way, I've felt like there are things that I should do for the community. There's a certain things that I should do, and bringing on Jonathan and Michael, it's almost like it frees me up to play a little bit more. And so I'm going to be doing that next year. We're going to have a lot of fun. I'm really looking forward to it. And of course, being able to work with Paul Barclay and create these incredible enclosures. I'm just so happy with these. And you're going to notice that there's going to be a lot that really supports small batch breeding, and it's going to be a system that works together, and it's just going to be a blast. So next year you're going to see a lot of things. We're going to have a lot to talk about on those shows, and let's see. I'm going to. Let's see. Take a look at the chats. Marsha's wife, we got enclosure building to do. Yep. Yes, you do. Think we wish we could be there every Saturday, but lots of changes. Okay. All right. It's life. Okay. Sarah, Stephanie liked the leech sucking on my leg. Yes, that was part of Madagascar. Having a leech on my leg. That was like a fun. That was fun. Yeah. Two Turtle Tom officially joined the Chameleon community. Yep. See where this might become addictive. Yep. Oh, thanks to the community that came out tonight, depending on. Yes. Annabelle, we have some real troopers from over in Europe, Finland, and Germany. Howard enjoyed when I interviewed my vet, Dr. Tom Greek. It was fun when James Cross and Jonathan Hill were on the Instagram Live. Yeah. Done an amazing job this year. Inspired so many. Same with Yvette. Yeah, she'll have this. She sells things on Etsy under the name Playful Chameleon. And so you might be able to find those there. I'm not sure how many she's made. Tell you all the friends that I've made, all the episodes you took the time to put out, more than anything, a value of this community. And Yvette, me too. And I tell you, Yvette has been so supportive of all of this craziness. And you all know when I'm sitting here and my voice starts going out, all of a sudden I'll get this hand coming off stage with something for me to drink because she's been listening. And I'm so well taken care of. And it's great. It's so wonderful having Yvette here. Troy saying, thank you for this event. You're a Santa for all this fun and knowledge and gifts. Only we can do all this in person. Yes, it would be wonderful. We would do this all in person. We need a chameleon convention. Oh, boy. So, thanks for setting this up. Great guests. Very informative. Fun giveaway. Can't wait for what comes next. Panther Palette. I can't. I am going to enjoy it. As you all know, I take December and January off from doing the podcast. I will still be doing the lives. I will be there Tuesday night on Instagram at 5 p.m. Pacific, Saturdays at 12 noon Pacific. And yes, I'll be doing Chameleon Chores Sunday at 5 p.m. Pacific. That's not an official show. That's just me doing chores. And I invite you to do chores with me, and we'll just sit around and shoot the breeze, talk shop. Hey, Sean's back.
All right. Hey, Bill, it's my turn to take a chance to talk about what I'm thankful for this year.
Oh, okay. All right. Take it away.
You've done to pull me along. With my live show, which we changed the name of this year, and we went to something different, and you were on almost every single live show, with encouraging me when I even said the word podcast. I knew I was done at that point that I've got 13 episodes in the can. I'm launching 12 on Tuesday, and another 2 weeks I'll launch 13. So lucky 13 for me is a good number. I really appreciate all that you did, even on the live shows when sometimes my fatigue and what have you faded my abilities, and you were interviewing the guests, so you took over. So, but you've really done so much for the community and chameleons and reptiles as a whole. And if you haven't seen his reptile entrepreneur show, you've got to see it from the beginning. It tells you just how to do everything. Everything you put forth is great. And this whole show was fun to be part of in the back screens, and just being able to be off camera from time to time as I took care of the family chores around this particular place where I'm at, which is a hotel somewhere in Bowling Green, Ohio. But so it's no longer important to say it's a undisclosed location because the show is almost over. So I can tell everybody where I'm at. Not that everyone will come here and attack us or do whatever to take down the show. I hope not.
They're going to get your autograph.
We haven't become that important so far. So even you.
I don't know. Look at this. I love your podcast because Eliza Ann may show up and require an autograph for him, right?
And that's okay. I'm willing to sign it. If I can get my old hands to do the signing. So no, I sign things all day, every day. But I really, really appreciate it. And this has been so much fun. And it's always fun to talk about things and to look forward to the future. And positivity is always something we can do. And put my 2 cents in. You can't be angry or upset or sad if you're thankful, because those those emotions are opposite ends of the spectrum. You can't do both. So if you feel sad, if you feel upset or angry, remember what you're thankful for. Everyone in this country has something to be thankful for. And so just be thankful and it goes away. So I know this isn't reptile related. I'm thankful for reptiles, but as a whole, that's a good way to look at life. So that's my 2 cents.
Wonderful. All right. I'm going to field this question here. We've talked about reptile entrepreneur, niche content creator. And so just for people who were wondering what this is, I do another podcast called The Reptile Entrepreneur that kind of broke off into niche content creator. And the whole purpose behind that was to support people trying to create businesses within the reptile community. And I know a number of you really enjoy that, and I do too. So yes, it will continue. I am trying to figure out how to merge reptile entrepreneur, niche content creator, and work with all of that. It will continue in 2024. I am hoping that it will start in 2020 in February as well, because this niche content creator and reptile entrepreneur really is just a journal of what I do here. And I've done so much here that I'm excited to report, like starting a digital magazine, like, should we all get memberships with Instagram or Meta and stuff like that? And so there's been so much. And I have a number of people doing stickers. I want to say thank you very much. There's Matthew, Genevieve. Thank you very much for those stickers and supporting this outreach. So let's see. Eliza Ann wants to take a picture with you. Sherbert wants to see that. And Entrepreneurs One Kind of Podcast, looking forward to more episodes. Yes, I'm going to have to. And Gold Coast Roaches has been hanging out for this entire show. Gold Coast has donated a number of Adubia packs here. And I want to appreciate you for supporting this show. And yeah, I get those dubias every week, and my chameleons really love those as well. So, all right, all. It looks like we're coming to the end of this 6-hour marathon, and it has been an incredible experience. And at this point, I invite you to, if you stick with the feed, the podcast feed, you're going to be getting the iPardalis podcast. In probably 1 or 2 weeks, you're going to be starting with the podcast from Dr. Michael Nash. And also the Chameleon Academy Journal next issue will be coming out sometime next week, and I'll be doing live. So even if I'm not doing podcast episodes, you're going to still be seeing a whole lot of me. So I'm not sure how this is a goodbye. and of course, I'll be working on these enclosures, these incredible Chameleon Academy enclosures that are available now for the public and through custom reptile habitats. And so let's see. Yeah. All right. Going through all the chats here. And I want to say, I guess it's just time to say thank you. Goodbye. Have a, oh, wait a minute. I have another Renee. Thank you very much for these chats. Renee and Genevieve, really appreciate the support here. So, all right, everybody. If you guys want to join me for Chameleon Chores tomorrow at 5 p.m. Pacific, live on Instagram. And other than that, let's see. Can I get the link for buying the pattern for the hat? I don't know that there's a pattern available. So I don't know. So anyway, I've got 2 minutes. You know what? We're going to have in 2 minutes, we're going to have, if anybody wants to do say anything inspiring, philosophical, we've got 2 minutes left of the show. Beau de win. So, now I do want to say we are going to be doing a lot more with these incredible plants that are on the bottoms of these cages. This is my Alocasia amazonica. And these have been doing great for me inside of our terrariums. And so we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of those. So, oh, this is that. That's Misty Mountain Fans. That's my wife, Yvette, who's been so wonderful. It's been a wild ride. She is with me every step of the way here. She helps me. It is just wonderful having her being my partner. So cool. So, let's do a plants podcast. Oh, next year, I am planning on things like this. Yes. Okay. Maybe I ought to talk to you. Having these dragons and meeting and learning from all these people has been the best decision my partner and I have made. It's led us to you and to each other. Thanks for that. And gifts, everyone. And there's our philosophical stories, sayings. Happiness is like a chameleon. Only those who look closely can find it. Okay. So, all right, all. It is time. Thank you very much for spending this time with me, and I'll see you later.